chia in free the studios of Otec 102.9 na mima wakwaba emra wukwada Nyansapo dwumadie so anopai yemfa sidama de ode enkwa home afem ye yada so tiase ene den na mamenchia wo kwan shonko so sa anopa bia ode wafidie ne to na one metwetwe nkomo umma me kwan na adwene eya asase esombo Nyankopɔn de ama wo mino mienu no na umma me kwan me dua nsem bi wo so na ogibre na megidi se ebrebia eni akire no ebe so abapa mamenkai wo se bosumi ebesimu no a night with KOB menu wen anajo baako na yahwe na yasua ne mebi enti no bomodin asa wo de beka wo calendar ho August ekone wiye no eye de na yebehia eguso aye ntoto ye venu no ebeba na se wobetumi na o adaje na nsema meni watwetwe nkomo efiri afi baako ni ametena akonya kese mu no se wohunu se nkomo no ne kese paa no ewo akira bomodin toto nema na yenhia yeni nkomo bi yen kansem bi na yemfa ne mebi ngwa kwam na yenhwa ade enuti mekoso akayo remfi yenkomodie amene wo nkomo amene wo twetwefa yedie ho ne ade no medika kache so man bia no obedi ya ne kane asem ho enyina yie oman ya ne kane ho nsensem nyina yie no saa oman no ontimi ni yie papa bia energy sector no very key nyina ma modern. One of the index of economic development power supply se kane be gina so ne buo no be kofom ye betime ye ntutu ye na enyuma ku a ewo oman mu no etime din wonu dwuma obi a run factory bia obi a run production facility be ka kire say nyinam kane a ho asem din the major cost of production energy and I said the cost of power and anu ye na World Bank what downgrade Ghana the energy sector management reforms no o se said yesi nyinam kane a ho de no enye papa was citing yema bibiri kire say power crisis that so ewo memua na maka kire say woduma nkoma no wona waje kire ni die no ade edikan asem edikan wo bible no say mfitiase na esum ekatawiase so na wonime atena besi na me sure say what esum ase na oduma nkoma no said ye kire ni kano ansa na obedine djuma no na ohia kanea light ejina homa power ejina homa tumi ejina homa ahoden enu ntini ane taka se enyina ma ahoden. Light is a representative of power tini ka se power of energy power nti kanea power a drive major economic activities memua enu biase nyina light ni ho a ayarehwe entimi nkosoda uko omanya watum pon a se kane ani ho a sector ni nyina be crash. The whole world depends on power, depends on light. Edura nwumre na obetimi edijuma ohia kane a de enti a ye wa de tie ne se awia ebepie eniti ne kasa de ache adichi hoyi esese meye de osoma me na djuma esanse adesanya bi ba mentimi nya hwe edura nwumre a de obetimi aye no esua na emum so opese wodi djuma anajo a ene make sure se o kanea no ejina so and into factories I would di juma anajo no Otec FM you run it 24/7 and it was a kanea no jina so edum anajo so kra na e was a plant no yeso na etimi di juma of a chance money edu anajo of a chance mo light na ya obe switch to power necessary na generator necessary during daytime sina mani mozi kanea no nyinam kanea no born ni ano no demirika no akọ switch generator na say plant no on. That tells you the power of light. Said ye kanea timitie. Say na otie. Odasani bia obetena sia no pa bia na waka no say me okra Kwaku me ye kanea me ye han me ye kanea ene day me han e hyiren ene day baby sumu bia no bi pie ho a han empie ho ene me shreng obi a saade be ne mantra ebe ye ne nkasaye na obedwunu ho akone kremu no afei o connect to me woni mu no na o sha ase se o shreng ensemi wa me kan se ya na makane trasa na so ho adwuma ene ho na montuo no emudo anopai wa wutie me ka kire se oye han Yesu Kristo ne nkyerɛkyerɛ baako de ba asase wase mo ne asase so han esumbi na esumbi wo baabi ɛno nti na wopie ha na esumbi ɛwɔ abusua bi mu ɛno nti na wopie ho sɛ han na esumbi ɛwɔ ɔman mu ɛno nti na wopie sɛ ɔhan nanso so wadum for so many years you have turned into darkness esum aduru nti na untimi enhyerɛn anopai mechi wadwene siso sɛ ɛhan ɛne kanea no a woyɛ no bɔmɔden sɛ wobɛhyerɛn wo ɛne asase so han ɛhan ɛkyerɛ tumi ɛhan ɛkyerɛ power ewiase sɛ wobɛyɛ biribi a ɛgye sɛ wowɔ ho tumi a yɛ tumi de yɛ tumi yɛ ahoɔden a yɛde di dwuma ɛho nkɔmɔ no ɛdɔnso mame fonsia Kwaku Owusu Boateng wayɛ krado ɔde no sia kasebo ɛbrɛ hyɛ no nso ɔsana abosome no ɛnyɛ ntiatia mu ɛnyɛ ntɛm bebree watie me fa kɔ adwendwerem na wobɛtumi anhyehyɛeɛ ama ahyia a night with KOB yɛwie a wankasa wobɛdi nkɔmɔ mame fonsia na me na asesa no pɛ wogye berɛ Kwame ɛde no sia kasebo no ɛtoa so.
FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Adiache bia busian mamu nyina ache Otec 102.9Fm sune braso nsem hodo a edon mu aboabo no se anopa no nsia kase praman so ya so krogin e de besom. Nsam no dosu na de adi mu akotena binie wiase amansan panimfo ekra de bibrem ha amamu panimfo ba won na hwe apomdi ho nsam so hia won kran pumpuni mantem wonante se ne ekoso abusuya emunsam ye de eba besom sanso ana se obosese na ba kumase kropon mu a agedifo ho no buafu won nya no agedifo binom na ne akoso wakasa a nso ho nsam ewa ha wo mrasebe dwafi ogusu di abobo dagbon wura fia wa fru mu no aka bi ama wura mahama ya da dom kese no anu gina dom kese no nem de ensem bi atodwa fa ho a anu so nkoma nuanom yesin konua no pay ye de eba abesom ye fru ho no mu a na ye toa so de yeni akirem National Service Authority mpanimfo na nsem beto ya se wana aye National Service nkrofo bi titi won sika o de krata aba monten so enchiremu ahodo de aba nso nsem nuanom e wa ha ye de esom ensem bebreke na bosunyini mu yetena se de nsia kase no ebrem na emom yen kai bo se enyuma bi ebo echi dem perfect service books enwuma wodwa so eyi eye nwoma watintim na nifon san wa se watintim na kama pa na eno na Ghana Education Service aja tumu na ka san yase nti wo kire se enkodan kenkan konkan English language history of Ghana, RMA, computing, creative arts, science, animals, numeracy, language and literacy, coloring and writing the abedwa so a perfect series books. So mock exams, seminar exams and midterm exams are one betting to be a come pa Kumasi Aputuja or Bangalore station and Cranston and someone first stop our many free 0243 299 938 and 0540 755 465. Club Park ni natural mineral water. Nsuo wa so kroje na no FDA for boss se ko friends we fan film hu say nsuo ya do so bianom or social bottle dispenser se ho se don be hia nko ade Club Park o Club Park na natural mineral water no so say what na year bedin to conferences ahodo retreating conventions mesimo schools campus am person de beso mo brano one Club Park natural mineral water o pedie to apuduo no obefra samas royal company limited no ambo nemum owo dunkwawa later any ventures so ne bamboo sports na di hwe no pe ana manso ne fa frame won so that tunnel omo benye buo kin eben ventures number ni frɛ na mo ampenze mbotas na bribrem no mo nkwagye mo de 0244 041913 and 0558 001765. Dan Miller no panoni Dan Miller no radiate da yesin kwanya na edi ho dance a nim ne ehunu Dan Miller wona de Dan Miller TP mixture no aba eno de tie ni se wiyem taye oya wiyem samfro wagye ho anyi a pe Dan Miller no ebi nanom sans na typhoid na ha wo ana se obofichi crowd wo ha ba mu Dan Miller TP mixture na 3D de no de we na so ano no atene ta Dan Miller herbal mixture what not 20 minutes di why bo mixture no bi why be beton no bi a oba na du ha won sa e ka bi Kolinak herbal Danny Farmer Apidank Freddie Mess PFA Farmer any Misty herbal be beton no bi akọ farmer no na benya bi FD for ja tumtie no an no oto ha ni akire number ni frame 0256 867964 and 0546 439944. Email na bo chidom do email translate some some for penny for John entry bo siakom ye ka mo see them Facebook live this Otec 102.9Fm so emochi adama 1000 odi atum same kwasi kwa ebom chidom ho ma o chinchin fidie no fruma emayen me amotimen kamedi kwa mejeni Boateng professor Kokoto.
Otec FM 102.9.
Don't touch that dial.
Ebi brem aman panimfo titi wona hwa pom ne ho nsam so abodwa won krampumpuni mantemmo onante se eti kokokon oto atwadwen kwampa befa so na aman hodo wa bibim hanom ombedi kaso ba ye apomdi hu nsem mu a won betimi akasa ho na waboama omanfo won nya apomne papa na osofo hwe apomne ho nsam so wa kwabno minti akanda kogina Ghana mampane anem hodo de atodwa se ade ba ko ha bibiman ene se eba apomne hu nsem mu a sika eni akado di romu ina chanso ko ela sulala parampala krofa ma so no kwaje no se debi ebraso se bibima mu mpanimfo o mbe ko benkromu na sika odi rapum di hu de o menye bibiro he ya na ndo kire se ibura baaye na fe vaccine no abewo na waso ano covid-19 so baaye na krofa ma so mo ela sulala edru ba bi o hu se abrofo no ye vaccine di wo mun crop for de kind of the baby before was that was so na ya de bi kosi o memu han ma before mbe kire mo was na ikra so be bibrim han mo a was say emme kwa wo so mu wo ni nkwada a wo foforo mu wo omo do so pa ye ni na no se mpanifo anhwe no anso anu emmo nto do die na sem de tie se nka bi memu ehwe no pesika di rapom di hu mu a nka be bo apa masa nkomoyi nyina abafom
that there is still much work to be done, but we have chosen to act. We restored full funding to our National Health Insurance Scheme because financial access to health matters. We established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Mahama Cares to ensure that families facing cancer, kidney failure, stroke, and other non-communicable diseases are not left to struggle alone. And just a few months ago, we launched our free primary healthcare initiative to remove financial barriers to essential care because no Ghanaian should be denied basic health care simply because they cannot afford it. These are not isolated programs. Together, they reflect a simple conviction that health system should prevent illness before treating it, protect families before impoverishing them, and leave no one behind. Honorable ministers, history has a way of judging meetings like this, not by the elegance of our declarations, not by the number of speeches we deliver, but by whether the decisions we make change the lives of ordinary people. What we agree here will travel to our heads of states tomorrow, but ultimately it will be judged elsewhere. It will be judged by whether a mother in a rural village survives childbirth, whether a young person is protected from a preventable disease, whether a family keeps both their loved one and livelihood.
Enyam dia tin nke yo so for happen the hunsem so ra kwabna minta akando na side media yasia African Union Commissioner eba pomdi hu ya ambassador ama chum amwa wanu sna no tumbi wo che se dru baby a ebmem han bon se obetete adusuafo bebre amwanye nimdi apomdi hunsem so wia na otifie onye adwuma anye onye baby nko na wakọ akosua na so akoye ade no obosua no so ye nurse ana wo ye doctor ana wo ye midwife ana wo ye pharmacist ana laboratory personnel che se wo se safo nyina timeji ntitie wo nimdi pa nanso baby Kwaku ye adwuma na ade na obosua de aboa ne man no na ye den e de ama wo ne man no de tudwa se wo se bi mama mpanimfo se omonto adwuno mu nso adwen yie se de be ya wo ko animu no se wo tete safo no a brekro no obenya baby dum akɔhye no ye adwuma ebra wo ye no onye suahunu no na ohun ba mfaso e de ama man no ne ko ba so discover ram tete wo no bewie omo adwuma nya wo se ko ba sa na akoye obereguro tijimadi no so nso de asirede ato mpanimfo anim so mfa hye nwu akom se de be ya wo na agenti apomdi mu so ne se dokota midwife na baby ya agenti tie bia no wo no wi a ommetena fie na wo mabunemmum wo no ebenya adwuma aye yento asonko enenimu na Kumasi kropan mu adwadefo mu nkabonko ne United Petty Traders Association wadwa wadwa nyina ne se wo so no hu se kemefo aba eye boss of menim hon ma esane abotu for run about ne so no adwadefo ho no ma be pam mu nyina hu se ready ehwe o maso ncho nkobusem amso nkobusem mu a na se obabi na ho kan beka won obabi ekotena social media ntintin fidie nso akodi o mampani atan ne o chese wo twa mampani da fipa didi amema no ana agin tan social media na benefo bofo nam so kura obeto agin ma wo ho nyina na agin fo chese radio sero mo obi amanye ana akosa wo mo wo so dem ho hwe na okura wo ka chirem se sa oba kro na okota ntintin fidie so no onye omunye onka mu ku no ho onye member and the Kobasa 1 times and pen for the coin na mwa wakasi sudia se uye dwadina na ye hwan se wo tentin fidie so na wo didin pen fatem de enye bia na ekwadi wakasa edemo mo Emmanuel Amoa wono ana dia se dia to pen fo nse dia se ne munim ho hwe de man pen fo fa won tansa enka won wasan so akase ti oba no a okotena engineer video didio man pen atem se de bi ni kwan se basa kra
akoko me ho ani ebisa o mo se ye hu se ya baba betu ye ma no a o mo boss fm ekosi otu for one about enjire mo o mo de ma me ne mpanyifo ne se eye oba bi abetena otu for one about no enfifi ho no mo abebi di president atem ene nam social media ne so enti in fact ye ko ye na mpanyifo de boy no ye ye mo hye ebi se wo hye ye United Petty Traders Association from Rollins Regime ana yatena kwan ho ensem wate sa ye bi da na yanti bi so da enti na ye nwanwa se sa de no atimi afiri yemu na baba beto abonten enti ye ba na me ne mpanyifo tena se hwehwe mu no ye hu se sa oba no eye United Petty Traders Association onye ye member onim ye babia ye so onim babia eye ono ankasa the selfish interest and what yes audio no ebeto abonten na wo hwe ensema oba no ekekai yo what they say audio no a enyan airtime no chama me gina no timi fa manokura e mo ba kokora
Obusa for United Party Traders Association Kumasi ha ana wate won ehaw ne nsɛm won media to dwane ento ansɛm so yi na mrashabeja fiedo dadom kɛsia no ewura Mahama Ayarega ana dia to dwa sɛ wokɔ dagbona wonwura yana Bakari Mahama otosumie no frontman tintin mama yekasa no nyina etwa dwane no dia to dwa sɛ no kwasɛm ne saara hosuma be wo mokra mrashabeja fi agye won nsɛm woso hwɛ yana Bakari Mahama otosumie no nsini ana modi adwuma na ho brase ɛne berebi ya so primpuntu mane Ghana manya na oboa mane pa ensene fofia ntota no dia ba mo free na we no nyina de tudwa wabra ebusuan wo dagbon no boss se mrashabeja fi de kwato mrashabeja fo anim se de yesie ni o na du ba bia na also you was 3 years nti won ba nan ko hono na owura Mahama Ayarega dia tudwa se mrashabeja fo se speaker aka no o meta wachi na anomonto bia mutu bia behia wo mu bia no wonum enso aye
appeal to the king to assist in trying to bring peace to Boku. And that day he was in very good spirit, very good health, and he spent a very long time with me. And he took me through all the efforts that he had personally made to unite the Dabong kingdom, culminating in his grand visit to the Yagbong Wura, and how on that day all the gates in Dabong followed him to visit his brother, and it demonstrated the unity and the strength of Dabong. And that was when he knew that he indeed had arrived. He had united the entire Dagbon based on the principles of fairness, principles of give and take, principles of equity, and hearing everybody.
We Jodadom Kesiano Mrasabeja Fira Mahama Ayarega Entwan Komonoso. Na Technical University Senior Administrators Association of Ghana onso ade atudwa se die onum beko akoyo chede ti aban odon na de begu fom na wasemina ne se oni aban sinkonwa ema wakatua no won awe ho komo ode to aban ma aban kra gitumo so no behwe na wasiesie de mamu a onkrata mu no hyehyehye pono nyema wasa aban no ye o mabọ aban no abo bre na so apan okra aban no peso betu sa na mo no enti ode atudwa se ansana odo na de be oyeso obe na de begu fom no akọ sawe chire odi kan hyenka e ma ban panimfo bem oyeso okay sa ban panimfo abemu dia ene wonye strike onko strike no biem ana ban no mutu na mo yese o how yina obehia so ano ama won afọ muti ho no beba ama na national president ma Ekui Stanley Alhassan ya tudwa se wi bibi no nsema mo ma no nka se akoda mpa bi eni no mo nkwa habayere enti sa ban no hye boso obeye no wanye na eni ebrana pa honti no omesa ko strike no bio
yeah started a strike no yeah share man say if our problems were not solved yeah be started strike no on the 20th and it's nationwide across all the 10 technical universities. All senior members are on strike. Yeah strike no yeah suspended 2nd of December 2025 and our education minister intervention so free the intervention national suspended strike in the hope say on best solve a problem na maya but free that time no December na minister no share boss on betray sika no by ma but e could do March no amendment to sika no free that time no be see net July 22nd still the money hasn't been paid and we really do not know when the money will be paid. So what we did was just to resume the strike. They're supposed to pay us from April, and we're saying that until they pay us that money, we are not also returning to the offices.
For we Technical University Senior Administrators Association of Ghana, one administrator na penny oda Akuya no national president no. Eno wakasa no na samba kwa ade bufu ba pa ne enna no pase woti wo Nyansapo so se Dr. Steven Techi ne Dr. Bonamasa Dama funu nyina eka ho asem wana kwa national service adaye mpanimfo so wo sika kakra popotwo sa no manu ketua bi no moje no ohun se tun sister Ghana cities na de akwa capacity building na se om de ayen cheche de ama omo no so we Jehovah Witness chire na se Pentecost chire ana Church of Christ for de enti ama wana national service ombufu pa so montiase se sika 715 Ghana cedis musma sati mu 60 Ghana cedis na eba ye no ne wona national service for no o mato manu simpa mpanifo bi o mamu so ade manu sum se da bi eni kwan se basa na no account bi national service mpanifo o nso aba mountain so yeah deputy director edima national service no lieutenant colonel Moses Kwengu o de ato jase omo penifo da national service omo ntiska bia o national service omo ye gbenu omo nkabo mku naspa fo no ana omo penifo de nso omo titisika no na mo da mo su adwuma a mo wiem obe o mba be penifo asabati to mo skedi ni basa sa na afa ya asem wo se omo ankrofo na atete na mo kro mo ma kwan so mo ntete ejo mo nkabo mku so mbati to musika omo national service penifo mo ni hu anu ye bia ti sa de na mo mfa mo so mo na atetiska no de o chese nye wo mo ni na nkemfo no national service no omo penifo so aba monten so se da bi o ze o ma suspend this capacity building no a omo ne omo nkuma no edin kita ho na afei ebeba mpo a omo nkuma mpo so mbeye no ebuzi ne fancy ha no mo ne na ofa dwen twibo si akwan so na so kroje sa me kwasi kwa chinchi fidie ne fuma emaye emo chede etu mo Facebook ne so mo manfo mo hwe yen me amedin se mbe som mo medin kwa meje ne Boateng professor kokotom da mina asima mo enitia ade na receive source we na wa last game on atanse agudi mu nsima no pay what they sume
Jake Mirase, the Tian say, Yema Bushafo Chibu na Fame Cancho say, breakfast post from Rena Sono, Shannon Son, Esse Enano Paya Bay, a check plaza, and the Kulemu, and my dear, the Tian say, Agudi Moon 7 in Ano, Timmy Ediaba, a check plaza, Sebra, Obo Masu, Uki and USC, Aidiasi, and answer a Jasia, Ubetimin Modin, Kitawana Fino, Bibian Swetimia Kui, Kamasharan, so say, Oma check no, maybe packages, no, Amiensa, almost 60 Ghana package, no, Yemo check. Ye ma half fish na fi ya ma giza sauce na de ten se fresh vegetables no on sanso etimi akabe sanso na hyeren so as a classic package no 120 Ghana obenya cheke eno fish ni ye full sanso ana aluko eno ye kokwa ya che no ebi account giza sauce ka wona fi the vegetables so no e de piu so ka premium package no eno 180 Ghana cedis de tie no ene se ye ma wa cheke ne ma fish mu duro sanso ana openwa ana sem aponchen krakra ye de be so na fe bibia so no etime akoye kama ye wi a ye de kosu to so na fe no ya ma aloko na ye de vegetables so no ebi de piu so for just cool 180 Ghana cedis intini nyina a check plaza enene anope no mede tu animo ese onso betimi de bi na fe no eno so atimi aboa esanse a check plaza de a check papa ne nyina no omo ho na chese bibia so no etimi akoye kama yankoye no na fe yentinsem agudie mu nsem no ye sa se ye ade afid ye TNSM afisem no amba bibia nso atimi akoye kama na me pacho de wo no ene se Ghana de TNSM yate asem de ama ye yankase ye winga ne den ede Abdul Fattah Wisa kusese player no owram o Israel town na afidi wo no se ono nso atimi aba be ye adwuma ede mo after se club banedin ede Leicester City na cheso mo nso akwa relegation ni nyina no ma me mfanto no se Abdul Fattah Wisa konso no ewram ama sese no owram o Israel town ade wo no and send next season open Abdul Fattah Wisa akwa Israel town and a player no on some Kwaku Tony omo kales na ma bebi anso no etimi akwa kama ye free Abdul Fattah Wisa akwa na so ye no yemrem Queens Park Rangers omo so ye eno aye QPR de mense ka and Tariq Lamptey so no aye Ghana chesem na player bakwa na ye nifa so no otabe gina ho e de maye okaya na Brighton and Hove Albion ana owura ne din e de Tariq Lamptey on some body bomb nemo de mense kano and say after say boy no kopiem e wo Florentina ni nyina no say oba be wura na afi no ono so aye adwuma ade ama club ba na tin ade Queens Park Rangers ama adwuma ni nyina no eno so atimi akwe eno na Tariq Lamptey ese yankam obi aso ntimi ntese ni injury a wonya ye no sese nkakra or recover onim say ye day a bibia nso betimi akwe na afi no ono so atimi abanse ba kaba be adwuma e de ama ne club ne tin ade Queens Park Rangers ana afi Ghana manyina eno na ye Tariq Lamptey ena de sansam no eno so atimi de abaye nwura na afi ye ne nkomo e owura ne dire Prince Tego na so ye na Tego say hwe coach ne de Carlos Cruz say papa no Ghana ye adwen say ye san na to so a ye say ye mrekwa esanse opani no o check baby na tifie dura no kranie wanyini pa wadwan obi a wanya 72 de na say no jina no e de akọ enti Ghana ye wo young coaches a on betimi aboye enti Prince Tego say onye de se Ghana pa no ye besan kase ye ne owura ne dire colors creation no sent to us on a waste of time even papa no ne tactics cramp no ade ne nhyeda mfa we Prince Tego and de san semene nyina eno nso na timiri aba ama bibia nso na timi akweni yentensem na afi no yeni nkomo ewo clubs ne bia so ye Asante Korokobo kono ma memfanto no sesese no omo communications and brands manager say owura wo ba be adwuma no wa hya ase akra ye David Openya ko mame mfanto an se David so no se de yete sem owura na hye na adwuma se ama nguvu mining owura mu ekokodi adwuma edema Asante Koroko enti David Openya ko so no ono nso na hye na adwuma de ne nyina se ede ama Asante Koroko ama bibia so no eno nso etimi akoya ye de ne nyina eno nso etimi de brawa na no pa yenwura mo ewo club Banidin edi Mediama Sporting Club omaso ye on se awon bobo Mediama bobo kono ebe ye dwuma wa bre ne nyina no eno na be Africa na League no omonso na bebo eno ana coach edi Ibrahim Anyas Tanko o se na oboabo ne nyina no omo movie edi awram La Côte d'Ivoire International pa ana Mediama el kona fe no amakwa ya hoboabo ne nyina.
We started on the 15th, and definitely when the players went to break, we keep on working and to secure where we are going to have our preseason and to secure also new players that I think we need. And myself, I was in Abidjan last week and look at the facilities because we think and that helped us very well because we had a very good friendly matches, very tough teams, which we are going to have this time again. So, yes, we are. I hope that we will live here on the 1st of August for 3 weeks. Next season is not going to be easy. We are going to look at our performance last season. We did very well. We won the league, but there are some games that I think we should have done better. So we are going to look at all these things and then look at the new things we think we have to bring so that we will defend our league and then to do better enough.
Ano coach and din edi Ibrahim Anyas Tanku neche se Ibrahim Tanku na sam na meka no o se nokure ni ade a Mediama ye ne nyina last season no on be make sure se anye bia on betimi abeta ne this season amane nyina no eno so atimi akoye kama eno de ensa kene na no pay ye de nyina no eno so atimi aba mame mfanto no se owuram e wo sama taxa coach and did na najimai ewram aye adwuma no na after set na najimai ko ye assign ye edema FC Samates no me ba cho na najimai nanum nsama odi amaye ni wo se adwuma de wa ba na de no kure ni oba beto so pa ba bia Samates duru ye no ehwa en ofa e de afri na afi wato so. After vision, I decided say in one whole season coming your premier beam. I wanted to take that season off, concentrate on project and then continue with Mikola and the development. Nanka the next season actually come back in. But when you get a call from somebody like Mr. Accenture himself and he tells you about the project and he also tells you how much he wants you to come and handle the project based on one experience, game module, he wants the same thing. And there was that continuous communication between me and Mr. Accenture, right from when the season ended. Who said me vision but no that's on me didn't come up. They didn't come on so many occasions. Sometimes our friend didn't come on even about Samatex. So he was able to convince me. And then of course there is Edmond Daka, another great gentleman who also made me feel that look, we need you here, we need your brand of football, we need your game model, bring it here. Yeah, really a first 5 years of plan. The next 5 years, will fit it very well into the seat, bring it in, let's work together. And it was very, very difficult for me to say no. After having series of conversations with my family and everything, I got their blessing. And then, of course, I signed for Samatex. Fantastic enti eno owura ne din ede nanajima ena echirem hawa ono so assign ye ede ma Samatex bobo ko no enti ne nyina kakra na no pay eba ene edi ne nyina so no timidi ama no enkramen se kana na no pay no ene se owuram ewa hearts of Kubobo Konma owura ne din ade de ten se ne boja kapo owura no ebetimi aba be wura na afi ono so adijuma ede ama hearts of Kubobo Kono ama chese bebia nso no eno so atimi akoye ne nyina ne se continental club masters guso bobo mo se de ten se next season no omo so owuram ewo Ghana Premier League no ma bebia nso no ebetimi akoye kama eno kakra na no pay eba ene edi ne nyina nso atimi de ama anopa de ene de ye boboso na chese nyumra ye pa on Royal Sports ye the details mo no eno so atimi de aba enti yenwura mo na afi no yeni nkomo se Chelsea after say omodi achira for Morgan Rogers no beba Chelsea player no was signing 6-year contract okay say me de to dwa anu anwumere de ma as a boy no what the pen as paper so am an part of a contract and was signing into player like did Morgan Rogers in 6 years na me say ka as ne move no worth around 117 million pounds no on some platinum signing a boy no the tiana some we ye nyina ose no kranie or have a few conversations with Urani Tidi Alonso na the tiana some Urana nkasa no ebo modini ne din komo no na adwene nyina ekoye se Chelsea project no or joining up no ene mane nyina so atimi koye kama oso no Morgan Rogers no wate ase de manager no ono ope ena afen so hawa ono so apeso operate into open no onim say dey na cheso wura no of fit into no ankasa na scheme of affairs a ebebo na afi watimi abadwuma no e de ma Chelsea bebo kono we na Chelsea wo ne player legend ade Morgan Rogers and ade sansam we nyina no eno so atimi de ato ya ma menwre mo Belgium na memfanto ne mo ese owura ne tiri Mark van Bommel say owura no ena oba be edijuma edema Belgium Football Federation no ninya no say na nkasa na after some omukọ World Cup ni nyina enso atimi wie no oba na afi no waba be replace papa ne din Eddie Rudy Garcia ama chese baby ansum atimi ankoso kama entiriam nsenka no and say after say two parties ni nyina eno aye Belgian FA no ana fe Mark van Bommel agree no aka signatures pekeke ena yeso mo so no etimi assign ma baby anso no etimi ekoso kama kwa wo kai say report bi abeba say Rodri o fa no e de na Madrid a wa twen a say yes Madrid mpanimfo ni bi e de die tie ni say heat e de go Florentino Perez so aka chene say animanimu ya Rodri no bo wakwa no World Cup no ana fe Madrid supporters no ebi mo started from enu anwumere esa Rodri esa Madrid bobo ko no sign no yes Perez ana na block ya de nyina nemum enkram nseka ene se Madrid ebe make you 10 na fe no Rodri no omoso na se omosan so ebetimi aka no ama bibia so atimi akoye kama Karima Demi Barca ese ene ombetimi on vele no ama boy no enso atimi aba ye dwuma na afi no bibia so atimi akoso entiade me ne presentation nyina no Barca hwe no mo se ene ebetimi abaso na afi no bibia so atimi akoye kama ekwan no wose de ya waboboa no ene wie acheke plaza ene so yasene ema ye de agodie mu nsem nyina no etimi de be na no pay yenye mu wa na afi no de akabia ne mfanto so wabra morning show no ebetimi aba after this quick commercial break yeba sisi na afi no ya to aso Dominic Uswansa wala seniye
Mama. Yes, Junior. Papa na obey vitamin kenom no or saiba
Oliver Twist.
Aye, Papa Oliver Twist or saiba. Mama go yi me vitamin choco and a vitamin champ. Engu me school bag mu anya sa. Obefa koma ni man.
You kan ho e.
Anya maduru hawie akwada mpanisem.
Daddy.
Yes.
Me cover vitamin 250 ml na. Udi akosie empanu ase no. Na me manu bi.
Ewradu be ya finish me.
Enkwada sempa de.
Me anso me duabo. Efi na ekro. Metro vitamin soy milk drink. Vitamin energy. Caffeine artificial calorie bia enemy. Vitamin choco. Vitamin banana. Vitamin strawberry. And now vitamin 250 ml. Abremonso.
Ye po vitamin no ye nim no fruit tete no a.
Ye po original vitamin.
Na me vitamin ye nim fruit tete no. Edo na menum o.
Vitamin.
And me ebre bia. Any baby.
FDA aje edwedwe nkrato ya to.
Hey, Opani. Mashusha wache. Sa perfect series books here. Oma me koto obi ma me ma no. O wajajai. Aboa wo mo se wo to make kan kama. Wo kabrofo. Na nkontabu akura de ejajai.
Wonderful. Mese Ghana for GAG perfect series. Atumo no de jai. No de animdifo e na kire wo nwoma bia. Owo crèche, nursery, any KG, books bia bi. And owo science, creative arts, maths, RME, history, coloring, computing, OWAP. Ni nyina. Every basic 1 equals basic 6. English every basic 1 equals junior high school. Ne ba ne combine so a owo ni nyina bi. English nom and maths nom me say books bia ni ho a perfect series any bi na GS any naka enso am approval into obata bia nkoto bi ma ne ba.
And na say we de school bi kura betumi akotu akoton am ni students o.
Na eno kura de what table no so say hwi wo mo say set mock exams, terminal exams and midterm exams at the mass school so a ehia wo mo a etufo nko Putuaja station wa enkran danso mine first stop
Otec 102.9 FM.
0243 299938 and 0540 755 465. Perfect series.
Your world's future is secured.
Nansei mi amidi ho dance ye pa se made huna kofam ade ban mi o ewe chiro mi woni ye papa asa de ebo asi mani so mani ne so ye wisi eso ye mikusu mani prunsuo efemfeme ewowo me ensem sei na wo kadia ehia pa se doctor re ni be show bra by Grace Eye Clinic ma ye fa fidie hwe wani no so enkosi wani na chi nye hwese de nyoma sitie by Grace Hospital esanso obi a ye hwe asomo ehwinimu ene eminimu mehwe ENT Clinic eti mu amota kwan mu minimu ana wasum tai kekau ne se to de nyoma hudu awura wasum setakra yi wasum penti hairpins matches ene nyoma hudu awura wasum no Mr. Jai ne bra ma ENT for ehwe wasum ne famawo da ben na hunu dentist emo hwe wanu mu ma wo wo kaso obi ho no kokọ na chi bra mienye scaling and polishing wanu mu nye hwam kama wo se na so abua bra miehwe ye de bi besi so ma ye fe ana mpo atu a ye besi foforo de amawo kaka bi jejo wo se ye tu a ye betu enwema amaka nyina opesi ye befie be hwe wa ye be ba by Grace Hospital so Kumasi Breman eben DVLA office no bibia ni amienkasa 0244 97 68 05.
Jerinas Mesa numbi malaria numbi fever
Jerinas Herbal Mixture.
Jerinas Herbal Mixture.
Jerinas Herbal Mixture.
Hey, na adwuma be na Jerinas Herbal Mixture ya mamwa. Mo body dis ano.
Na ya yembre pa. Ya poso ago, ya nu mu ato. Ene ye koye test ya malaria mu awa ibu mu. Wo ma yen Jerinas Herbal Mixture no ya. Eni na nsa hwem. Malaria no na etutu ekoyi. Ahodena ba amada na de gie.
Ya ni dia jepa.
Sa wo pedodo a ene Jerinas Herbal Shop, Breman UGC, Kumasi. 0241-81-4677. Afe Abuabu Station, Kumasi. 0244-50-3603. And Accra so to do Dr. Tina. 0548-26-25-23. Jerinas Herbal Mixture.
Oba onyem anade oma akwada no fo. Unya mfedu ni nu atwei nsa no onu madwe.
FD aji ejede nkrato ya to.
Jerinas Herbal Mixture to filo.
Mema etiefo nyina akwaba ba Amuzu Herbal Clinic na mediadrobia ba yefre no Amuzu P Herbal Mixture eyedura ebua ima eni mema nyina na oba pampa no ohye efi na seba no obehia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture oba insio basa egu no ono so behia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture oba bi a otie mi na se ne hene pa di ono so insawansawa agi na kosokuma boso ono so behia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture oba otie mi anedun so no pampan pa no ohye edi akire ba ono so behia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture min kan se dun so bia ensensuo ba se odun so na se ne color no eni e darkish more yellowish na pampa no ohye omu a ekire me se ekekaye eya ba odun so no mu enti pa Amuzu P nenu mu e die na chika sei anase hunam ne ya ono so nkopa Amuzu P nonom bema so a otie mi a odwon so mu papa ye ono so behia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture bema bu ha odwon so wie na bi akam wo behia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture dwon so ade dwon so a oti de kakra se ugun so na se ya nko an na oti a uhia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture ensese bema dwon so na moja di akire ba enti bema junso ane junso moja di akire no kopa Amuzu P no mu na sa ni na mfiri ho bema ne junso ebon kan uhia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture obi se doc eya na nso totro efri bema no oba se bi chim kakra na abegu ano white uhia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture insawa agi bema na aboso uhia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture se ba se uhwe aba no emu ya uhia Amuzu P Herbal Mixture obi se doctor mehwe ano ahono mesrew enye hwe ahono nyina na yankwe baba so muati mo hwe ahono enti bema ne hwe ahono onko pa Amuzu P no nyina twetwe nko obi said doctor me dware wi a na me hu nyina ya me hene ase ahwi apia gu me so be ma wo sa ha nyina no obehia amuzu p herbal mixture doctor amuzu we midun so wi a na se jun so ni bi tamayase tamayase the same amuzu p no ene ese edi se adwuma no wo pedoduo na atu di a e wo herbal shop biara mo e wo pharmacy drugstore any herbal shop biara bi wo ho se doduo pa na opetu di a no ba ya so ye na otafun sia so amuzu junction be mboro market no tafun sia so amuzu junction be mboro market so kumasi anu akodani herbal misi herbal pedan ko mu tu bi senton bi akra mu nko kanshi draglem mu bi sana na buwache kings work repash na tinatet opa amuzu puse mi se bi afra mi na 0247 776743 0247 77 67 43 amuzu p herbal mixture mauji hiochalo
Otec FM 102.9.
Don't touch that dial.
Otec 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Yeah, Mami Wakaba, Emra, Otec 102.9, and Uko Nyansapo, Jumadie, KOB, many production crew, no, the best song with Free Sabri Akopim, Dubako, and then in Pemuso, Mami Fanchia, Stronko, Ma, will be out in a video to Otec. FDA so wana wodu adwumam wana onam kwan so ekwa adwuma hyenkafo magazine alaba race course baby bia wo bia wono wo chichi ne benche mame nchia usrunko na mena wasesa no pebia ode wo fidie ne to ha esan say woni ho a yeni ho wonti no ena yewa. Very good morning to all of you. Sabri abonu nsia pa hosema aduanan miensa yenhwe se de ne wiemu nsakraye ebesi aye na wohunu sɛdeɛ wobɛsi atoto nneɛma ɛno akyi no na yɛde Nyansapo business segment atoa so yɛbɔ restaurant nim na yɛde health tips no so abɛsom wo sɛdeɛ ɛhyɛ asesɛ dwumadie no biaa wo ne yɛbɛtena biaa no ɛwɔ de wobɛnya firi mu anɔpɛ yi nkaebɔ a yɛnsa ka firi Ghana Meteorological Agency kyerɛ sɛ yɛkɔ atifi mantamu a wɔno nsuo no bɛtotɔ saa mmeaeɛ no na nsuo no so ɛbɛbobom ewiem bɛbobom kakra wɔn experience occasional tender nsuo no bɛtɔ na ɛwɔ mu abɔ nsɛ ewiem so ɛbobom kakra na emom deɛ ba anafoɔ fam hɔ a mekyɛ the southern part of Ghana yɛkɔ coastal forest and afei mountainous areas mpoano baabi a mepɔ wɔ na afei kwa ibretu no yɛhwɛ no sɛ ɛbɛnya misty and afei foggy patches wɔn sɛ nsuo mframa no ɛmu nwino na ne twitwi wɔ no wɔ baabi a kwa ibretu wɔ ne mepɔ no ɛbɔ no ɛbɛsi wɔn bɛnya foggy condition na yɛkɔ ɛda ne kɔ n'anim wɔ no yɛbɛnya a mixture of cloudiness and afei sunshine ɛwɔ mu abɔ sɛ wia no pie na afei wiem asa yɛkɔ so kakra ɛwɔ ɔman mu ha mmeaeɛ dodoɔ na ɛfiri awia ɛkɔ anwummerɛ so no ɛfiri bɛyɛ no 9 ne nonim hɔ kɔ no yɛkɔ the northern sector and afei mmeaeɛ kakra ɛwɔ mfimfini mantam the middle belt no yɛhwɛ sɛ nsuo no bɛgugu kakra wɔno ɛbɛnya nsuo bɛtumi atotɔ hɔ na nsuo no so bɛtumi abobom ɛno nti yɛnhyɛ no so anɔpɛ yɛkɔ aflawo ne anloga wɔno nyinaa bɛnya mostly cloudy condition ewiem ɛbɔ no ewiem bɛyɛ kusuu na yɛkɔ nkran a anɔpɛ yɛhwɛ no sɛ bɛnya slight rain nsuo no ɛbɛtumi atɔ kakra wei sɛ ɛbɛti anaasɛ ɛnsi no ɛyɛ 30% ɛno nti yɛnhyɛ no so yɛ 30% na yɛkɔ kaswa so benya mostly cloudy condition opɛ ewiem bɛyɛ kusu kakra na momoba Winneba and Cape Coast and so yɛhwɛ no mu sɛ nsuo no ɛbɛtumi atɔ na sɛ ɛbɛsi anaasɛ sɛ ɛbɛtɔ anaasɛ ntɔ no yɛ 30% wɔ ha mu abupɛn aduasa na yɛkɔ takrade ho koforidua akemoda kwawutafo kumase ɔboase takwa sɛhwebɛkwae saa mmea mabɔ so nyinaa no yɛbɛnya misty condition to share and paying from an moon, you know, we in CBC and I say incident is 60% or hemu ebu paying at Usia. Now you call Kete Krachi and pay ubenya mostly cloudy condition. If we be kusu na fe ba tebubu and a ejura. You heard him say ubenya thunderstorms and it rains. And soon be boom pay ewa samiano na ebe to me so ato. We say besi and I say insino a year or hemu ebo pain eduasa 30%. Your cooking tampa obenya mostly cloudy condition. Na fe yeba goso any sunyane or in benya misty condition. Tanson about techima and sampa obenya mostly cloudy condition. Yeko yendi and pay henum say obenya thunderstorms and it rains. And so ne bɛbɔ bom na ɛbɛtumi so atɔ wei sɛ bɛsi anaasɛ nsi no ɛyɛ ɔha mu ɛbopɛn aduasa 30%. Yakotamali, Bole, Damungo, Bogatanga, Narugu, Wa, and a Jirapa, Samia Bobusinano, Ubenya, mostly cloudy condition, a bono, and I say we be kusu, and it Yanshanus, and pay minimum temperature, a year 21 degrees Celsius, Sunyane, and a very cold minimum temperature, and pay 21 degrees Celsius. Now, the maximum temperature, no, 25. You caught me able to say Jirapa, Wa, Narugu, Bogatanga, Yendi. One in a recorded 25 degrees Celsius. Now, a free area echo in your restaurant, you say, in Suono, ebetimi, a Google minimum temperature, a free area echo in your reno, a year 26 degrees Celsius, 26 degrees Celsius. Now, the maximum temperature, I 29 degrees Celsius. You call me, I able to say, Kumasi, Kweutafo, Akimoda, Woninya be recorded a minimum temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. Now the maximum temperature no aye 29 degrees Celsius. Maximum temperature ebe 29 degrees Celsius. Jirapa ebe recorded 29 degrees Celsius. Nafi Narugu I recorded 29. Sansona Damungo and Super recorded 29 degrees Celsius. And it yen so. And then in Kaibo and South Ghana Meteorological Agency HSA Epono eso din eso ye very calm and it 1 hour kopono epono eso ye calm na ye na buo no ene ye July bosomi ne deto so duonu mienu 22nd July 2026 22nd July 2026 aka enano oha ene aduosia mienu 162 days na afi no kwawiye na watwe no aka aduonu miensa ana afi ne fo no baako 23 weeks and 1 day. Bosumino, aka bosumino num, and the fuano, and kono 5 months, 9 days. Ye ba hours na, and as I don't hear na, aka impimiensa, or ha and watche, any edu watche and watche. 3,888 hours. Minutes no, a ye, impima he nu, any eduasa miensa. Or ha, he nu, any eduwachi 233,280 minutes na 2026 kone weye simano aka opipipe edu miensa empema hankron eduokono ensia na afi aha enwochi 13,996,800 seconds and it ushemwa ya complete 55.6% ohamu abupen aduonum enum na chiripo ensia na afi aka 44.4% aka aduanan enan ene na chiripo enan na afi ni nyina akore tem say yetwa more than 50%, yetwa more than 55% yen hye so no pa bia mejibre na me no bubu nda no na wo hunu say de wuye bia no wo de mere na eye abraba nyina no eye bre enu nti hwe ena ene wama obia anse wo bre esanse obia obeje wo bre no mfa nye bibi papa bia no se nipa no wo bra no ena osei no wankasa so wantimi anhwe se obetutu wo bre yia maka cho se ebre empa so da wona wo bre ni nyina agina se de wo si de wo bre eye adwuma wono so wo die agina se de wo de wono bre eye adwuma ti wona etu kwa abruchi no beka kiro yemfa bre ni agro ba de krum ha ye say emre eno so ene ye the major resource ye de ma oba ye de bre ne ma o say ne dia na chese abrabo no na o say no yemfa Nyansapo business segment into aso make house ye kan sika ho asem. Kwaku Owusu Nyansapo business segment Jumaku a waso yasene Translite Solar Limited omemu ha anyinam kane ho hawo ho dadwene na Translite obwawo ema wo so ano se wodi dwuma wo bie wo dwuma wonyinam kane ho nsem nyina no bomoden se wo ne Translite ba twetwenkomo efie soso no opese wonyinam kane ejina so na ne bo no eso tia company ewo memu ha since 2014 the dwuma die danso asa wodi wono ho bo wono a wobɛboa wonyinam kanea ho nsɛm sɛ woyɛ adwumakuo anaasɛ ankorankora wɔ fiefie no ɛno ne Translite Solar Limited makachro say companies be to say Total Engines omo headquarters in Crane over there 5-story building powered by Translite uko Ghana Free Zones Authority omo headquarters and also powered by Translite. Kwame Nkrumah Museum powered by Translite. Melcom omo warehouse kese won Crane and also honyina no powered by Translite Solar Limited. Kumasi Rockstars roofing sheets powered by Translite. Makacho said Translite Omao 3 ACs 3 alternating current, power from the sun, and I'm canny free area. And I feel battery system of build the amount or be share and what dear we use to a jummo and what dear we use to fuel. No, they are building battery need the amount. Now the inverter and also no you do automatically and you're now quaching BBA and no one can switch it to the battery no na and what dinner battery they do you man ECG ever be a backup at the amount and it is channel so the translate to install the translate or can you num na the boss so ecoform but what is over for a translate see was 025-604-0838 025-604-0838 Ubet me software 050-424-9229 050-424-9229 Ubet me software your website or www.translitesolar.com www.translitesolar.com Kumasi your office ewa Tasman so you be New York Town Hotel na bomodin se obi tuana mo na on translate atokese na wonyinam kane ahodadwe nyina no obeso anomo na mekai wo se omonum kwa ne ma flexible payment plan the flexible payment plan the whole Ghana any competitor bi na obetimi ama sa akonya no o ma okonya ma otua kakra na afei wa ma obre na afei odi atete ka no kopionso benya good returns on your investment so bebia awia wo bia no there has to be translate bahope okania enum na afei ne bonus so ebekofom na daroma ane de Nyansapo business segment ebre anopei yenkomodi a me no kasafa self expression se ene da wudi kan wutemi a mamo hunu se ade bia wo pe bia no ye woni fapem wo ho se wanya fapem ni ya edan bia wo besie sesu bia no ebedwiri eninti sikasem ye hyehye ne se de wusi dan sikasem ye toto ne se de o build infrastructure enti se wanya fapem papa ebe ye den se obetimi asi bibi papa bi asi so na eno na enkomo amini udi nyina no se wahwa memfa wadwene nkosi krata ne so ba me no twetwe nkomo fa enime bi wo ha eye the basics enro yi se wo gebre na wate ase enra na watwi me ne wo ka se sika anopei de wo pia wo kwakoye no ade ba akope na wo koye woko express yourself woko down wo hodi obi bia otemenka pia wo pie nyina no ekwan a wo fa so down wo hodi e wo market no eno na kire sika e ba ho enti eba the concept of self yeka se wo ye hwan eye concept a untimi exhaust nwie anase untimi ndi ho nkomo nkosi ase ade achi ade ese nyina no wo ye wo ho adwuma ekopim so obewu enunti na philosophers akese ebe wiase wono share the concept of self psychologists akese ebe wiase wono so share the concept of self enunti ye wo the philosophical dimension of self and you want the psychological dimension of self. You can philosophy a knowledge. You say a kwanya offer so a pe a dear be munim dear a moon yansa na wo hunu said ye city into your philo and your sophia philo no ye say love affection say o da odoedi ama bibi ana sophia no ye wisdom and as knowledge into ye can philosopher obi a odonim de or what dosono nko se opese wo hunu ade bi hunim de se ne be ya obetimi anyemu nipa tini ye pa nti sa philosophy no e two words philo and a sophia nti meka the philosophical dimension of yourself obetimi aka se nimdia wo fa wo ho nimdia efiri sa bre onkora brem besi ne wagebre ahwehwe ede afa wo ho no eno na offer ne self into the self concept no started with perception said they usi ho fa wo ho ena said they usi hu no ho no ejina said the wasi ato boase ahwehwe wo ho akina kwan wa asase we so no any the philosophical dimension of self nti anopay mebusa wo se wo ye hwan a de wo be kan fa wo ho no enema wo be kan fa ho no ejina emfie dodo a wodi na asase we so enema wo nim fa wo ho na wo be kan kire me tina wo ka che busa akora se wo ye hwan wasi midin de dabi saa sefo a meka ho asem enye wudin enye bebia wo free enye bebia wo te na enam se mi disika ho nkomo any business ho nkomo ntino it was certain dimension of self eno ena appeal to business eno ena appeal to sika me ba cho tieni pa ma to me bo ase na me wo sua sa de we ye ka the concept of self in the context of business, in the context of finance, a home common yedi. Self-concept, a vast, a soon. One way philosophy, one way psychology. What Bekacho say, the concept of self, a inexhaustible, ultimately exhausted, the concept of self, a grand, a soon. Nemum ye a home baby, the abyss kasemo. And unti Makacho say, odasani biya no se bebia ne se de obesi adan ho di ke obi me bo refia me wo se de me se dan me ho di wo fie me ba adwuma mu a me wo se de me se dan me ho di wo adwuma mu me ne mayonkofo hia me wo se de me se dan me ho di bia se me ko classroom se bia me kira dia e wo se de me se adan me ho di ebia mi wura sore demo a na me ye nkyerɛkyerɛ e wo sɛde emesi adan me ho di enti wo hwa edemu no nyinaa no wo dan wo ho di e wo kwan bebree so baabia ne sɛde esi dan ye ho di enti question ne sɛ e basikasɛm ene adwuma ho nsɛm a sɛn na wo sɛ wo si dan wo ho di which part of the self ene wo sɛ wo dan na di said you obviously are dying with what di e wo sikasem mu ni dwuma sem mu no eno na be kire wo sikasem enti we ya meni wo kan on shade hu the direct effect but e wo indirect effect ni nsunsuanso no on shade hu no say okay me pesikenti no ke obi si me nkwahwehwe myself e ye indirect obi bia sika bia ba wonje bia no e ye ekwan a wo fa so dan ho di enti bibusa se wo ye hwan wo se me ye dwadini a okay enti se wo kodwom na wo dan adwadie hu nimde adwadie hu ntotoye wo dan ne dia eno ne be kire sika be ba ho wo ka se wo ye professor wo ye kirekire ni a aha enti classroom no ewo institution se de wo see dan wo professorial skills wo professorial abilities no eno ne be kire sika de be ma at the end of the day. We a doctor of philosophy or doctor of whatever program na wo kire and no be dying it all dying sa no unity within an institutional framework and who sika ne de be ma. So we say we a contractor and you all dying who di skills in here intelligence in here and yama in here the down who di say contractor no na wo dying a dia and unti you be hwe so atuauka based on the project abeye. Sanso na say wo so ye dwuntuni it is a last mida aha we your biggest Natania sa nyum uko share them na ukruchire nyum gu krata so na wo pens enkubofo na mo share nyum no na ebe make it sound na ebe twaso mu na ema ne be ye banga no aha wo so express yourself in another way and into one so wo je bre say wono de wo bebo na wo be dine the football skills ni football abilities de no wono so expressing on field into we are say it's the biggest field that will be expressing itself. Messi Safa Pimwe, Yami Adumo Chinebeto, and the question is say, wo a basic asema, o ya wine. O self obeying and a be appeal to the market, a be appeal to the business space, a be appeal to the entrepreneurship space, and I say in Ghana's economy. Say na uzi down wadi. Oh, down wadi through trading. Oh, down wadi through management. Oh, down wadi through entrepreneurship. Oh, down wadi through innovation. o down ho di true day we ni nkɔmɔ anyame adom akina yɛbɛtoa so hyɛ so the philosophical dimension of self and the psychological dimension of self. Into philosophy, people like Socrates, Sigmund Freud, and one akano, they talk a lot about the self. Sounds about psychology. There are other, almost so a cancer more. But yeah, don't go deep, sir. But the fapim say, said you will see a down with the market space. Memo sa self no ɛno ne bɛkyerɛ how a obesi atoto sikasɛm nti nkɔmmɔ ne sɛ what is the self that appeals to financial building financial infrastructure self bɛn ane yɛde toto sikasɛm self a yɛde wade ɛyɛ different from self yɛde toto sikasɛm self a yɛde yɛ adwuma no ɛyɛ dɛn wei ɛne nkɔmmɔ a nyame yɛ adom ɔkyena yɛbɛtoa so mami no asesa no pay oje bre na oni metwetwe nkomo yemfa asena no bi so ma Translight Solar Limited na daroma na me de Nyansapo business segment ebreo.
In United States we say how are you? In China
Wakwaba emra Nyansapo trends enseme koso memu ha yesi nkonya anope yede bi ebesomo na wonhunu niema ekoso wo memu ha de muhia se wotie do na anope bia yede bro na de also fa befrim no afa bia frim de also wodi gina so etoto niema so no na wodi gina so atoto niema de fa manyosem de fa bambo honsem apomudin adesua ya kwan so nsem ni nyina na afei amanone ensem a etwa se otibi so na de bi asomo anopai mensa ka Kwame Owusu Boateng na kokoto ofinia kokoto akwaba
majuso nya do penikese
great so for coffee very good morning akwaba
good morning eja
great Kwame to read the 59 page ruling no.
Oh, me kind me drew page 9. I just want
to page 9.
I just want to take my time.
Me read it, no me read it about 2-3 times.
I know you more. Some of the as host are better than you my dear. I'm not sure so be king kind.
So one king kind em fa voice note mba. In common you ni fa bebre ye wo the legal issues no e wo ho. And e wo the political issues no wo ho. Okay. The conversation, you know, you can obey me abroad, you know. So, Kwame, what's your perception so far?
Well, I've read all the counts now. The Ebo chairman won to me, and based on the counts from the morning in as well, the Ejini Kotumono. Now, my perspective will not go particularly into the ruling now,
okay.
But some of the issues surrounding the ruling after ruling the buy, you know.
Okay.
We saw the leadership of the New Patriotic Party on my press conference.
Okay.
And in the press conference, we raised a lot of concerns. Mostly say political persecution. Me who say MP for no leadership now more chairman to me. Omamwano.
Okay.
The entire America say. Now we have this party being led by lawyers and look at the academic acumen.
For so many years, if you say people the bang woman,
it is an so no one be on the watch my own to me. One another case ne one. What were their input? Even as lawyers, Nana B, Kodiano Maka, some lawyers. MBB so legal team. On your forgot in Makuno Maka. What was your input? Advice be on the ma running for them Mwabe on the ma. So as I so in the course of the case, if indeed there were loopholes, and being person of fat Nyansapo so no mutia on to me for who why were they calm? I didn't know we near Cosi say court to the idea so pines I want to me could man son mobile out. So and the bill I did come with who you say I was expecting them say as lawyers as learned colleagues, and can amount to simple in this one. They will quote this article, that article, this article. This was what to me said. This is what the court said, and we believe say based on the constitution, be a court na hand more from way. O ma me who be bisa. Na it would want be can try say a political persecution there. They will take it as politics as usual.
I want to mean say on obi na obetuma ka say court na from here. Obetuma ka one ne nya adwene.
Good.
Na one ne nya adwene to aso kotre the internet. Because one of the anameka say me to me boss say a bamran ruling no am share and all the cases almost cited and all the defense argument they are making kind 59 pages are making kind and dear it was a sound ruling, very sound, but we can have other conversations aside the ruling. The arguments out all the defense lawyers put to forth in the court exhibit any evidence. They're not evidence near clear. They're not evidence near clear. We use circumstantial evidence or more due to all these things were clear. Precedents are or refer from justice adinura just cases are yes similar in the case. It was sound ruling, but only in then there are legal proceedings. And I am the legal team of NPP. Omu kenkain. They will read the ruling to find out areas are then they will take it to the appeals court. They have the right. Okay. But as it stands, ruling it from the Mimi channel objectively how the events unfolded and the racing dissidenti, we're Latin, the reason behind the decision, and all the obiter dicta, all the issues surrounding it, and these are all Latin maxims relating to law. Ninginano, a sound judgment from where I sit, but the lawyers of MPP won't go into details, where they feel that omuni judge in nyadwini until now they can take it. So I think that's it for now.
And they told us that they are reviewing the case. Mama review.
Yeah.
So why accuse the judgment when you have not even reviewed the case to know say how a wrong, how a right? So they are saying. Yeah. Also, I friend our review case, you know.
Yeah.
When I review case, this was me about take catch say political persecution.
Yeah.
Tell now review case no me. Now you who say more as MP players more trans you know. Kate no course so amudi echire nyina no. Aha court na family anya adwuma. Aha family anya meeting nyina so ntino. You say amanyo semu.
That's right.
You say some no can Ghana 40 you.
Yeah.
And you say some be show me na me catch say. This one to me case you know. It was 2 or 3 angles. One. So we end this now to galamsa hwe here.
Yeah.
Because we are set president bia. Bre na MPP for ba. O se galam say for mu this mu nyina o mo line o mo up no mo che o mo gum. And here baako. And even within the NDC, the Galamsey campaign, they are not comfortable with this ruling.
Yeah.
Are comfortable?
And the media should now press the neck of all NDC appointees or illegal mining. We are going to press their neck. NDC appointee bia oye Galamsey biano. The Omaino Timemufo, everybody has to be on deck now to make sure say these steps are taken, because now this is a landmark case as set precedents. And you know, yeah, say no MP ND you was say NDC to say no. Yeah, say the abuni din enano keti ha mo ho agenda 11 ho apampam obi tu fan ho aye you know. Enkofobia mu shase bia no they have to start. And they ever to boss here what they can illegal mining na eti for atiase. And they say who can be as a party person na one who be adding common be kwakosi. So who read the ruling na voice no do say who read the maybe na say oh kasa. One way I will demonstrate the shallow of your understanding of the issue no. Obey political bigotry, obey tete mu keke. Share the political side if you say political persecution. I mean, that's a different conversation. But let's put aside those political assumptions. People are reading meanings. What is the act? Act na you say, let's look at it within the purview of the act. You see the city. Now the actions na either omissions or commissions. Yeah. Then we should examine the defenses that were mounted. Into the ruling number 12 to be forced to become, you have to go through the ruling and understand the legal procedures. Arrival at the conclusion. Judges do not say, oh, BFNO, ration dissidenti. The reason behind judging the decision, and in passing judgment, you will obiter dictum, and then maybe our keka just by the way to demand.
So kanya
uyo mamba pa ko kan bi wanu dem din na kan social media, go and read the 59-page document ko kan bi net the legal process na say, then you can have broader conversation.
The other side so say this can be a blessing in disguise for the New Patriotic Party depending on how they handle the case.
Okay,
now go back to 2024. The story was that even die-hard MPP members did not go out to vote.
Okay.
Before so ana omo ebeto abano, there were notions say NDC for bar ombe nima bebredi MPP for nti munkoto abano so they say. So if indeed say political persecution na NDC for no e dey tiny ya na jelly untumi a na MP for ntimi chiremi man to Ghana for so mu a, I'm not talking about floating voters. Me kasafa obi on where die hard MPP member before to ankoto aba. We kwabet na Kenya na ankoto aba.
Yeah.
Say and ye tell na ankoto aba ntina. Mafa ho echichi MPP for gum. Omunye hwemo ta omo ne dia enya afie kwa akoto. So it depends on how NPP as a party will manage this situation. ama to Ghana for asum na ebo who say
blanket statement one blanket statement it doesn't hold any idea.
That's the narrative. That's what they used to say.
Yeah, blanket statement doesn't hold any idea.
It is several na ba no say be kai no nkrabata bebre, but the point is say really na say ansan na be making any comment against the judge and as a court na.
That's right. One here okra wa sama beka ko dey dwam.
Na okwa ko fa.
Ntino obe kan bia to obo ase kenkan bi so opo say a case episode dey kira. Take your time and read. To me no answer na dey be chin no. My kind be 3 or 4 times. There was a sense ase. And you move actually business law kakra. Nti e bambra ho kakra me qualified lawyer, but when it comes to certain legal because I'm actually business law in business, you know, yeah, some of the issues where it applies, it runs through. Some of the cases are common any other because any manema be very womb. You know, before so be make comment, you know, don't just be blinded by party issues. Share issue no city the legal processes that went through or arrival at that conclusion. Why we are beginning now say no, you miss the fact. Any other can say you call to down wa bobo no. So for Kofi
Keobi ketu abi na mpanimfo na kan o masem bi se enye da obeto bo atwa so fra no
na mpafin be si wo
sada na mpafin be si wo enkomo ayedi ne nei e hye firi baabi ana ebedrum pempen so yi na ene pipi amanyoko na kwa me ka se mpanimfo na amwa wontumi ba ono ne de fa bra na asenie ne koso me nso me fa de firi bra na tumi wo mo nsem Keobi se tumi be kura wo nsa na wa ma wani ana wa obeye nneoma bi a ebia umfri sa tumi ni mu no na wanu hu bebre ye hwe bra na MPP wo amamu nim ana wo mu na obu man no enioma bi ekọ so fa wo pani a ne ye ka ne ho asem yi ho but ye nya party ba bi enyi ne ho anso se obo na bati wo ka nani mo ma na hunu ade a wo ye ne se ya na se nye o se nsunsuanso ne ba ye untumi na odamu de but ye nyina ye nim se benya impact nso wo MPP amanyoko nim because ye ntimi nka asem na ye mo MPP edi mata ho hwew MPP amanyoko na won stronghold ye nyina nim se Ashanti region ono nso na ye dwumtenani ma amanyoko no Ashanti region hanom enti ebetimi edi nkomo we wa abra MPP dimam Ashanti region dimam ana ye beka kan ho enti bra na tumi no omo nsem ye nyina nim nsem ahodo bi ekoso eniama bi yi wo TV so kasa twitwie ne anoma ahodo bi ekoso ebema ani aba ho nanso ye nya obi ama na ntumi ankase da bi untumi media manyoko nim emeye enioma bi atisei enti ebi kura ye twe so kakra kotena nchen kakra ye sei kakra na se bibi etisa bibi sa ankoso enti moa na mpanimfo na amoa no enya asem ni ne nkuam efiri baabi a na wo se omubo na beti ema nani ba na ho so wo nneoma bi a wo ya amanfo ka ho asem ankomutumi toto nneoma di firi ho no ma menyi ni se nka ba bedru ha enu nti na me sha ase na me ka bibi se enye da obeto bo atwa asu fra no sada na mpafin besi enti ahyehye firi ho ena ba bedru ne muntumi nsekire nkanse munkire mu nkrofo bi a muhu se tumi bi e wo mu nsem nti omo ye nneoma bi a ensem fata omo ye nneoma bi a Ghana fo mpe ensunsanso ne beba ebeka no ebi nso beka amanyoko na owo mu no ama mo nso mani magu ase bi.
Okay, very, very interesting conversation. Ebusia for ene ye ba prama iso a Nyansapo discussion segment. Ye be share justice of politics, public perception of high profile cases. Ene enkoma ye ne Dr. Santiago and afi Dr. Samuel Free enkoma ne ye betwich no na answer na no mema preview. Sene be a obete ye kan illegal mining na obete ase ene me bi wa fa case na course no so a ye de betudwa na wa hwe. Say na niema koso court niema ba kumienu bi kakra na wa hono niema bi na o kasa ubie wa no akasa akoto badwoma one could display your ignorance because ebamra tine from the learned colleagues to boase ne sua ansa na obekasa obekambra ho nsema munje bre nsua ya onye learned. That is the only profession from the learned colleagues to boase ansa na wakabi. There is a time for us to change the national discourse. Said ye sidim komo e wo fidie so no. Yeah, you're very careful. Na shene so say o my Ghana amamra ninchema yenina edibu 1992 constitution. Na framers of constitution no no more foresight adeɛ bi enya nsi yɛ kora no they foresaw it and ɔmo de ho mra gu akwam saa mra no MPP bae no obɛsesan no na sisi ɔsesan no ɛno ana akwa mia wontumi no enti deɛ kɔɔso nyinaa no the ruling was against the articles spelled out in the constitution ɛno ano arabia enti no bɛsɛ nya abotra ansa na wɔka bi but then yɛba yɛbɛfa no different angles na yɛhwɛ na the major issue akɔfo yɛaba yɛ illegal mining obu a wate illegal mining kora wɔnte aseɛ ɛnɛ yɛbɛgye berɛ na yɛhwɛ the concept of illegal mining ɛhyɛ aseɛ ɛnɛ medege ɛkɔ 1870s ɛberɛ mining ɛhyɛ aseɛ tell na pockets of mining activities even before say kwasi kɔkɔ ba ha ɛkwan ne na munya gold a ebi mu de kyekyere mbusua no was it illegal and as enti be the concept if he ne abedu hine so won tesa ani me wese you need to be informed on these issues and sana wudi nkoma wodi bi tin enra me ka say yemfa nye voice note me ko wan hwe a obe display your ignorance ye di nimde ene di nkomo fa sanse mu wan hwe a obe die when me bi adi a kire say wonim de wa asem no sebi e koma bi ti yen hye no so yemfa trend no and so Parliament approves $300 million loan for SHS infrastructure expansion. Parliament has approved $300 million International Development Association IDA credit facility to finance the secondary education transformation for access, relevance, and results for jobs. That is the Star J projects.
Kemra shebe jofino aja tumuse wo kwakọ bobosia e dey free World Bank ne ho $300 million. Now, when Jumadi be about today, secondary education transformation for access, relevance, and results for jobs. Star J project no. And unti ana wanam etu sana mono. Now we know kesepa no chese baby uremu o adantemu suku ahuduomu. Na boama edisuane adechere akonkan ewo omanga nemu. Enti die womodi sika no eba beye ebini se technical and vocational education wonom ebehemu kena na afi so double track system wabeyi e de free ho na wonom kyeremu a $300 million a womo kwa akogye sa abosie no ebeduru pe emu $257.7 million do omode ba be yenie wo ba be si secondary school so ahodo makoma du we foforo kra ena wonom eba be si wo si enu wi a secondary schools makoma 150 aya wo honom dada enioma nhyedan koye yenka ne se yare no omode ba be se omo yare na sa 150 secondary schools no eno so agina ne nan so na atumi asom eno da nchen a secondary schools ahodo makoma aduasa 30 ya omo nyina o category C no wonom ebe page omumu amomo so atumi akọ category B na afei category B schools ahodo 20 bin so wapejo omujumade ma momo so atumi akoduru category A we yes ekwan ahodo bi obefa so obedi sika no na afei E block ahodo ana omusisi ye ebre bi atwamu na wantumi anwie bi nso ho no ma yato na jeje mu amana keka nwuram no wonom ba behwe no watumi awie sa E block project ni nyina nso so na afei suku ahodo a wonom besie de wo ho dada opese wo hyemu kena no enkonwa enioma ahodo abu adisuane adekere ni nyina wonom edibi ebefa agum na afei computerized school selection eno so mu de bi awura honom eni placement system ni nyina aboa ama nioma nyina akoso adantemu suku honom na eno na wo kire se mantam ahodo a omunse ba be kan sa nioma ya boboso ibie eye central region, western north, greater Accra, Volta, Oti, northern, upper east, upper west, Savannah, and after western region. I say asante mantam no enka ho. Na wono mu kire mu se sika no 257.7 million or de ba be sa nioma wie no de beka eye 33.8 million. Na no dan chen a $31 million bin so hono ma no de Ghana ban na anedi abanto meka se sika mienu nso bom na no nso dwumadi a wode ba bedie ni se enioma hodo a ye kire mofra no secondary school hono no wo mo de ba bewuram ama wasesa niomam curriculum reforms, digital skills development, entrepreneurship education. No more than Kwalana for Santi Teni in a muntu. One year school ne Mrabonteno, Neni Tiabo Bill, ya Ubenya Jumanubi. Iron Tid Bosia Ghana buying Kwaku about $300 million no. One of Chess would be ra and woman swim the titru, and ya dantemu suku one of my boama, Adisuana the chere. Akoso.
Near Koso Tumufu, Sikana Mujiano. The Musimudi Kokoya, and move on you. I say Muchasa. Sikana Mujiano. A document will be made available. All the evidence will be there. Ntino. So diska, no man muko bobu sin etwitwiri di. So wo di juma. But more than say wo de beye because ye mu bia never sabe hold you accountable. $300 million. The waji a watu ni din the star J din so de ni mu to de. Star J project.
Star J.
Ya ke kan sa. At the end of the day, ye be monitoring and evaluation. Na ya hwe de na esi wani so nti a woko gisika no ye objectives. Na measure the progress of the project as against the objectives. And I say, were you able to achieve certain milestones? Utimi echo the see when you no you be monitor. Ebia wa ban sisua wa angasa no we be monitor from a myopic perspective. What the intention be kon but free so you careful.
Keobi na nam person busi etie for say ye hwe secondary schools ahodo ewo my Ghana mu blocks ahodo ewo na mpani forecast omu sen be see 10 new secondary schools na relevant.
Yeah, omu asem de muso mo de ba beje no mo ya be say busa mo question. NASPA suspends capacity building program after concerns over allowance deductions. The National Service Personnel Association, NASPA, has suspended its capacity building program following concerns from national service personnel over deductions made from their monthly allowances to fund the initiative.
KOB wana wo suma ban national service for no wo mo kire se wo mpani for person wo de wo nsa ehye ase. Na National Service Personnel Association, NASPA, empanifo kire se omonne kubi aka bomu ebeye enchechire dwumadie di ama wona wo national service no ene capacity building program ya afeko na ombeso maban ne beko na wiye no santete a wonom de ombefam ne beboa ama wanya dwuma ayo ne santi o allowance ede ma omo 60 cedis wo mo te de afrim na asemi kokoba ye wona wo so maban national service for no mbo anyo so enti kubi o from se concern National Service Personnel Association wono mu bufui kasa ma mpanimfo ahodo bi nso de o mano ato nkomo ne mu bi enti ekokoba hye NASPA mpanimfo no kire se 60 cedis a wono mo ti abom no omuhu ne se no ne so ana wo mo nkrofo na anya tumudi ankomo ne mpanimfo ye nhyehyeye na nka bosumi bia ya te ne 15 cedis a bosumi na nka 60 na ba no nanso wo mo nkrofo no hye da sa 60 Ghana no peso mo te no mo ntia se kwan bia so menyeye enti wo ba abonten ede nsemisa hodo begu mpanimfo anim so omara meyi ano de di kan tumi kura wo mu gina so ede te se sika no ya mo mama ne eno da nchen a enipa dodo a wo ye national service a yetu obi assist Ghana cedis wono peso mu hu sika dodo a wo mbenya ena fe ku kro na wo mo no mo edi se adwuma ne edi enti ena se ku na se adwuma ku na ena ompeso wo mo ana omo no omo di dwuma no na eno na aka hu bi NASPA empanifo na samba bonten de o kan se 60 cedis anko ba bete no wanya ante enkyerechire dwumadi anko mba beye no omo e de asensen kakra omu guso no omo mpanifo e wo mantama hodo omo nyine di nkomo nti omu nkomodi na wieye mu no ombema de omo enkrofo National Service Personnel ni nyina hunu ni tuamu na afei wono mato aso de firo nti animanimu ya de sa capacity building program ananka eba bekoso no mpanifo kire se wode ato ho kakra 60 cedis ananka wote ede free National Service Personnel for sikamu no eno nso so NASPA mpanifo kire se watwe asensen a wodi nkomo bi wase ansa.
Big OT. My comment about later. Good morning, great man of God. How can a witness make serious claims against Chairman to me? Chairman without a single piece of paper, audio or video, who read the judgment in the year. And it raises the issue of what we call circumstantial evidence. And also the witness is just playing his part to save himself. But in court, you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. Okay. Big OT, home common and I'm sure say no captured, and even though or make claims without paper, audio or video to support, it drew her a where you don't have empirical evidence or chere a quite a bit me adduce circumstantial evidence to boss in a reading ye to make a choice in Yabutre to make you comment on whatever transpired in the court. Yabutre, you know, you have a point, but court to know establishes say yes with this particular instance, no, not empirical evidence be no. It do her, your mra, any other cases, SCR, yet me adduce other, you know, and we'll look at that conversation going forward. Big OT, as usual. Babin orders MPs to obey ban on unauthorized sirens and police escorts. Speaker of Parliament Aban Sumana Kingsford Babin has directed all members of Parliament MPs to comply fully with the government's directive banning the unauthorized installation and use of sirens and police escort services on public-private vehicles.
Ebusia zia kwa mrasebe fie na pema oda mrasebe no ano Aban Babin ana odi atodwa se o ka kire aposifo so omunyire omo ho pa na wona etwihye omanmu no mde ade friend sirens abobom no won se ye ka siren no akoya ban bi a eboka animu se omo ba na ebo wow sa enso obi ekwem no because ambulance zunenya ambulance ni na se nkrofo bo no to ka kese na de sa abenu abobom enti omo ba na ebo sa no a aya MPB na eba pani bi na eba ambulance bi na eba nzo oboa na okọ bisu okra no a on ye on fa sare ni mum na mum eje onya akra wo no nto ya akọ han police fo di nanim on be bo wow sa wa bere mramu no any kwan so ye sa na na Aban Babin dia to dwa sa nyeme ni wo sempen fo hwe no mo twa ba hwe anon na yina akoba wo bro so afo hwe eye efisem so honorable Mutaka Mubarak Mohammed man triple M komra sebe je fi no mo totuna no sa akwa so no kire so omni post for hye mu kina pa ya nkran ne me ahodo kra de wa hye ase echeche wo mo na nsan post for kra de to dwa sen nkran ni cars na makoma akwa pem ana oche wo no a wo yi sa sirens ni amen ahodo ni nyina free mu no kire se Ghana mamara no ewo nkrofo a omutumi de sa siren ni ade na ebo mo ka mu so ho bit fire service for ambulance for wo munum sa na de obi anu mu ni haw ana police for so kra ka ho abambo ni mekundu do no a na sa wan krankra bia ate bebie so onya skanto di siren abomu de debe wo se sa amra no eni honum sa enu nti wo mutu ho anama no okomra se fi ko chirichiri mu a oso speaker of parliament do na no atomu a wo sere se ne omu nhyemu kina na omu hwema mmara no enye adwuma.
Ghana has not recorded any case of Ebola virus disease. Health Ministry clarifies. SABC News apologizes for error and incorrect reports. Ghana has not recorded any Ebola virus disease case. Contrary to news reports by the South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC News, that Ghana has recorded a case.
South Africa for any Abusia for yenimse abibirema maya hodo bi ohonoma Ebola yade yi ni ti ohonoma a ne no na aka ho bi na kasafidie kese ba akopa South Africa manimu ene onoma kotena so de o kan se Ghana ebi awuram amani panum bi kra hwero mo nkwane ade a eno na kan ho bi ena Ministry of Health ba bonten de nsema hodo betu dwa no che sa nkomo a ekoso no no kure bia enim no kwasem South Africa Broadcasting Corporation as ababontin na betu dwa se sansem o mode baaye no enye no kure eye enifa so bi ane baaye enti o matiefo nyina nsam fanche wom eno na aka ho bi na Ministry of Health and Ghana Health Service ni nyina aka bomu ababontin se o mohwehwe mu ahodo o maye bibia shante sa enti so obetie bibi dia fire de no ho a hunu se obetie afri Ghana Health Service and as Ministry of Health no o mo na baba bontan ba beka se bibia ama afiri o mo akache a anase wuti bibia na mfiri o mo akache ne ba ya bunu hurodo hrada sama no kuri bia ni mti Ghana Ebola ya de no ebi ema.
Okay, 2 trafficking victims become suspects as CID arrests 11 in Tema cybercrime operation, an intelligence-led operation by Criminal Investigation Department (CID) of the Ghana Police Service that led to the arrest of 11 suspects at Fafa community in Tema.
Ebusia post fogusu yenhwemo kire se Nigeria fo bi nipa bonfo bi adadan won do ma bagana hanomo a na chese we no wafa kwambon so du ma ba o mani mu ayo do tu kwa no do abehye ho sika waje anya asem keto no san do di bone ne na o cheso ye hwehwemu no nipa mienu bie Gostin Theory and afe Wilson Mako no mo kasa san krofo mienu e ka wona wadi nseme no ho so mu duodie mu se san krofo mienu ka wona esesa Nigeria fo adwum ba Ghana no wo bu won bo apo no mo ka ho bi to mo chia se hwehwemu na krofo ye ho se de mo de obi tete woni ade se wa mo boa akambia ma police ya ahwe abonfo sem so o ma hwehwemu mu de atodwa se o ma chia san krofo mienu na chi nipa du ba akwa ka ho no se krofo masoa wo mo du ma ba Ghana ha nyasam ketwa ahia mo gigi skom no betu kwan no no bedru Ghana ha no so atete ne nyen do be fam no ma bi kura bobe sibra ne ade a yesi o kire se ogusu ye hwehwemu na o kire mu a we nipa edu ba ko no eda nkyene a binim wo kire a wo ye hwehwemu se de be ya obeche won na saa kwamboni onu ma fa so ebu krofo no o ma hwe no so wonu so a omo aka ne nyina no obehwe na enei wo ma saa kronkrom na wo frisa nipa bonfoi ensem.
Okay. 3 injured after timber logs crash vehicles on Oforokrom Road. 3 people sustained injuries after timber logs fell from an overturned truck onto 2 vehicles along the new road in the Oforokrom municipality of the Ashanti region.
Ebusian komo ebe de Oforokrom he ya we no timber dua ne car no bi no waso timber no ai na o kire se ebra wo kono no akonya nkwanhia manua na yi egu cars ne bi so amani pamie so kirema wonum epra emu odin no so Oforokrom ni anwara junction honum a okọ asokwa interchange ne so no honum na san konhie yi ekokosi ye na adekropoti nam so man konhie no ba de besine wonum timi nkyere na mum wona ekoho bie de odi atodwa ene se ka ne nyan konhie asa no enua no eyi ma bi koto ka bi so kra ma bi koto tricycle bi so mumi ensa de wo kire se wonum eprepre modin aye ka sei wonum ehwe wo mo no simu nan so ho kekan kakra na mo de ne de na enisro sa ne nkefo kire se benefo bi ma wo hwe na bambo ho se won potemo egina na so.
Okay, yebeko amanone ba mamenko Facebook na me acknowledge comment no. Mami chance fi big OT. Don't say good morning, great man of God. KOB, how can a witness make serious claims against chairman without a single piece of paper, audio or video? The witness is just playing his part to save himself, but in court you must prove your allegations beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, the witness is part of the crime, and how can you walk freely? God bless you and your team. Nyansapo. Ohine Apie J from Obon Osi KOB. This is a lesson to us all. Sometimes we have to hide what we have. Sikam Pedide, Asembe Badebi, Befi, Bantama, Osigumoni Keobi. Listening to you live in Bantama. Crespo, Fufu, Osigumoni Keobi. I'm watching you live from Fufu. Happy birthday to Chairman Asabri Yabua. Okay. Ahinkai Alice, good morning. Good morning, Mr. KOB. I'm watching you live at Adanse North Sodua. Nana Kokoto is speaking the truth. Leaders in the MPP didn't help one to me. Sansona, Darling Prince, I see Professor Prince. I'm watching live from Bobrasi. I'm in Bobuano in the Adanse North District. Okay, when a few commenter, yes, I can Facebook handle and so, and it's join here. Seminar Ekosono. Kofi Ajiman Black Man was here. I'm watching live inside Pig Farm, Accra. Okay. Kwame Yanko Amanone. Zelensky sacks Ukraine top army commander after days of protest. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has dismissed the country's army commander-in-chief, Oleksandr Sersky. Interesting name. Oleksandr Sersky.
Ebusia for so call Ukraine many more chese Ukraine man na share do na to ogu mountain so a we kira oye no enya asem ketwa na oye kira ne fare ba nyina ene se wo se uko Ukraine many more omo asrafo ku no panipa ba ko ya oda wa no we commander in chief Oleksandr Sersky woni defense minister wo Ukraine many more no enya asem defense minister ni ene Mikhailo Fedorov na asan ba nam so ma ene aban mu mpanimfo kora eka kire defense minister no se on tranchen omo yini fro sake no mo sake no ana kromo fo kire se sa Mikhailo Fedorov yi o ya branti a odin senior nam ye adwuma free se obey defense minister potem wonom no wɔkyɛ sɛ ɔmen wɔyɛ adwuma papa yɛ a waboa kwanuasɛ nyinaa so nti ɔmo nte aseɛ sɛ wɔyi no firi hɔ nom ɛmo mbɔ aban no kɔadu kora sɛ ɛyɛ saa commander in chief wɔfrɛ no Alexander Seski ɛna ne saa minister ɛwɔ haw nti ɔmo wɔ ha na mo nsiesia na mo pam no ne ɔmo ayɛ kyerɛ no ana ɔyɛ kyerɛ no yɛ agye nsɛm ɛno na ɔkyerɛ sɛ Ukraine man panin Zelensky said he was saa deɛ ɛne ɛnya ntɔ ɛnyɛ ntua saa commander in chief no nam so ma asɛm ne ba ɔno nso no wapam no ɔntena nkyɛn enti wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔyi na firi hɔ nom na oyi ni firi hɔ nom no ana commander in chief yi ɔno nso abɛkasa kyerɛ sɛ ɔne yɛ ha no n'adwuma na wɔyɛ na ɛnɛ sɛ ɔmo so wɔntena nkyɛn a deɛ ɔso wɔyɛ de bu ɔman no biara no waba abɛyɛ wɔsɛ Russia foɔ to hyɛ Ukraine so sɛ afei mpii no ne aduonu mmienu no mu ne nyinaa wɔgyina mu asom a nti na wɔyɛ aba na mo so wɔntena nkyɛn a wɔne ho ha biara wɔn hwɛ ne mu sɛ ɛnɛ saa anamuntu a Ukraine mampani atue ɛbɛma ɔyɛ kyerɛ ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Ukraine mani mu no aba fam.
Okay, France passes law banning under 15 from social media. France Parliament has approved the law to ban social media for under 15s from January 2027, making it the first European country to block young people from the platforms.
Yanko France anymore na emrashe bedwafie na tenase wakohye mra wagya tumunso se enkwada wonom eyusu social media ewo France anymore fi 2027 wo de son beto so nti unja endru mfinhia no dunsia de kura anase free 15 ekosora wuntumi enko social media ne so ebi ti se TikTok, Facebook, Instagram ne nua ma hodo akeka no na wonum achemu mienu wo kyerese obefira se September ye wo ye nemu yi eno no unya 15 years na pese ubie account fofra unya kwan mie na fe January 2027 ehonom na wona opese wo bi dada wo account dada ewo ententenfidie ne so no enso ombe sonem no ma yi sa ankwada ni nyina ede afiri mu na koba ni sey France man mu amanfo kasa de ebinom kan se Australia ne di nkan a wo ye bi nanso ebesi ne enkwada ni bi da so hyema wono mu yusu ena afi mrawe no koduru mra hyebedwe fe na sa anche o matu so santen magia tumu ntem dodo na ne nyina mu no France man panyini Emmanuel Macron otankomo na chichire se de o ma hyehyade aba no eye pa sanso ena digital minister ewo France man mu an le Hanef ono so kyerɛ sɛ hyehyɛ na mpanyimfo ayɛ no ɛbɛboa enti o magia tumu September wo fira se na January no wahyɛ mokena unya mfinhyia dunum ɛde kora ententenfidie ne so France abrochima no mu untumi nkoso bi wonom kyerɛ sɛ wode saade wei esiesie nkwada na adwene na wayi nkwada na adwene firi nneɔma ahodo bi a ɛmoa ɛso na wo masiesie ma wo mental health no ɛho adwuma na wɔyɛ ɛde afiri saa kwan yi so na wo matumi atena se no mahunu sɛdeɛ wo masom yɛ wo nneɔma ɛbɔ wo bra na ɛboa wo ho ɛne France man no ɛno nti ana watu anamo yi.
Okay, Michelin-starred restaurateur faces jail for using ants as desert garnish. South Korean prosecutors sought 1-year jail term for the owner of Michelin-starred restaurant accused of using ants as desert garnish, local media reported.
South Korea. Omonya daje bi restaurant omo de ntatia ma wa maton ntatia ma ntatia
dessert omo garnish no
ka wa difufu wi no de ntatia bi so se sare ka ho.
Wow.
Na South Korea man mpanimfo kyerɛ sɛ da bi ntatia na de omo akwan so omo yi South Korea ho no ti sa restaurant no omo achi omo abɔ moka enya asam keto akra o se South Korea sikeni mo 20 million. Na ke o kyerɛ sɛ okɔ South Korea kro ni mu a ɔmo wɔ emua bi wɔ hɔ no mu a ɛne ɔmo asan ase sɛ ɔmo betimi awe grasshopper sɛ na abɛbɛ ɔmo ɔmo so abɛbɛ deɛ otimi de no aduane kora ton okrom hɔ no mu ɔmo ade atom ɛna saa emua yɛ from empe o se zo to na tia enkanea ne ho no sisirape no saa mua no a ɔmo wɔ ho no ha na ebi ni mom kra from kanea kwaban omu nyina o kyerɛ sɛ de o masiase sɛ o betimi are tinkrofo kra de yɛ nkwan wɔ South Korea ho be kɔna empene esisira pene nkane akwaban yi abebe no mahwenhwe o hwene no mugum saa o sawia na o sen no no se ntatia no nkwa de o mu nsiase so restaurant yi enya dagia no antatia no wachinsu no de beto social media so woton tatia no e kan ni ani a woton ho nto so mo hwe nuana ho nsam so South Korea ho ye no mse de bi on be die che obuko ya se antatia nkrofo ya krafiri nkrofo amanso e de aba kro no so se 49000 ntatia no e kwakuo no sa 49000 si US ne Thailand no mo krafiri no mo de no nuane man nkrofo mse de bi die omo nsan ase kra enti ya ka se wo kire se wa sho nkete se wonya noa na so mbetumi anu ampa chance mpan for the confidence hwehwem hu se wo ha bia ni mo ni padua no ansa no besan ya so masan ya se na be o mo nsan ya se ne de o ma kwan ma wo no memfa eno anuane e wo nkrom ho no mo ana o ma bɔ ne ka se wo tu sa na mo no no de so ato so nim no de ntatia no aduane biem okrom ho no mo a edi ani ne be sa restaurant no.
Okay, kwame yenyina ensem nso ne fa trends no ensia no pay na ye kaiti for say ne voice note betimi ache wadwena fa social media mrofo mo kofo ma de ba kroma hu say ade ne say mo awo mo into master the restrictions egu hu na ye kra so ye nhihye ne ye restrictions nya adwuma no ye so ye bie mu deja ensunsan so be ne wo so mo hunu ntia o mutu sa na mo yi Ghana yentu sana mu bi debi kofa de ni kwansa de bana obetimi akire wadwene wo France bane o mabane social media for under 15s no ho sensem na afi so no ene ene NDC aban kasa say you say no prosecution ya sha say yetu galamse so sa say no o mampanyi mieti ase say ne hu nkofo bi kura wo galanse mu eno so o ye ne dai ho asem obetimi ende obetimi aka ho asem 0505225578 0505225578 o mampanyini mahama wo mu a ugina simpie so ka say waban mu no wonya ne ntese wo mu di gala o mo ye illegal mining operators no anopay o yo mo dai obetimi do not to sankomo 0505225578 0505225578 yamfa asedane bima ya boafo wona wo so yasene na no pa bi etimi bobo nsemi ano na ye de sumo teacher Osbel ene wona waka ebusia call teacher Osbel honomo make teacher Osbel die obi akọ ha ba bi atwa mprose ai onu ahunu sampa ye ni adanse krumu ene se teacher Osbel adama wona esi da ho aba wo ho ato won papa o kire se nyame ya dum na wo si dan a nyame ya na wo si dan a teacher Osbel ho na wo kru ebusia enie blocks no ai ahodo ni assault wa opebia me see the whole West Africa come here the atunyom the whole West Africa teacher Osbel is the lady number 1 one na ko fa fidie o di twa blocks abe to ni se nkosua the whole West Africa efidie no mienu pe ba ko ne o Ghana ba ko aka ne de meti so Dangote ne ko fa ya o de ye na dwuma wo Nigeria ho no mo so atia Nigeria ho so dwumi ko blocks my free say papa na na wo and so per 5 inches 4 inches and 6 inches solid and hollow e ho na wo kura nianom so per concrete pavers clay brick pavers stone pavers grass pavers stamp concrete nyina da permeable pavers Mexico teacher Osbel say a blog or this dan kwa dia odisiesie baby teacher Osbel ho na woko what they abosama e friend quarry das ne cement ne dia chenchene pa entu corner blocks no go one man I say tete e friend say e kribu no sa din kama aboya we obubo e kra aka be ka e kribu no hey ko teacher Osbel ho no open pimu du crowd ya o de ni na ma hwa boys be lodu ogum kama we o munyu loading fee crowd baby aradi ko bia kan de ko free amount one na senya mit ko akoma o boys ma ya adwuma monye nso sika en yeso de o ya na efe pa ka se bridge ne so ho no mo a oni mo semi for dan edin hwe ni mo number ni efre 0244 377 612 ana 0244 043 805 na Osbel Motors ninie o teacher Osbel ho pa na rekasi as wo hata dem tu ka be ne ti papa de ba kukura anim he adam ko ho na me rekasi samsi ye be drink kan ye be che ye be drink kan ye be che me ko kuma bi si wono na so we de kan me sai se pa kuma bi o kan na wo kan kra wo se me wo kan se ka we die wo se kokoto na em se me ntra mu ntwi am so de ma me ntwen na sika ne be ma ka se teacher Osbel dia ba
Everybody young group for Kwame ready me Yesu. Cast ne fair. Heh? Can't back we crowd with the back crowd. What's back here on to do soon? No. You say who said Yamano. Hey, Osberg Castle. Brady. Now Honda cars no crowd ye or Civic Accord CRV Integra HRV NFA a Braze. And a Toyota cars no Toyota Venza. And a BZ4 electric charger car no Frontlander, Wildlander, Highlander, latest model, Tundra. Aye, Gaga say now boom one put Broom, no. Hey, Jesus 5. And Colin Umudi agro, which was a can of prune room. Yes, and a can. Jesus 5. Well, broom. And a Land Cruiser and a Jeep, RAV4 na bra Benny Jim, no Pesaka no rough. Now RAV4 they bra Covinia Jim. Ah, it a moncoda could you why? A moncoda could you. Na I want to teach us Benny cast ning now. Papa, fe kama, or twa, anyhow. 0244 377 612. Yan twas way. Na ebusia peduma ya be number be to Jafre. Ai, Coffee Joe Constructions and ma kofa cars be bredi aba. Na yame adnom so wosom Ghana man wosom Ghana man yi ntino. Woso ma Ghana man modwuma na moye. De bia yeka se construction de ma Ghana ni no ye a ebua ma Ghana fo ye adwuma iska ne tena he ya. Go view be se wonim tipa track tree am de number be to Jabra. Sa na ma mutimi operating grader, bulldozers, concrete mixing machines and afei roller ni nyina ebusia ekonya da ho bra na bosime so abenya bibia di wawe wo ho ye kama pa ai eti fre numbers ahodwe na ne mpanifo ni nkomo ofre obemo aba site na abeso ho ahwe wo so ho sampo dwan popo wanam twi a eno ana wosene no eti fre numbers ahodwe 0544 21 31 21 numbers na yemiensa nti wo de fa nyina ana we nsu nie 0246 42 18 43 de twato nie 0534 79 65 06 na one wonum eni kasubo na ejaba nie ai ebusia ejaba jiweri si campaign pona de nka po say gold o diamond so diamond me say time na me school ajuso krapa ejaba ejaba kwa me free otuma na yere no anwa no obecha me school fuoi se de ha no dodo eya yin so papa wo sikentino ni akotena ho no mo yere me so obenu aduane am yedi no se de bia ni ono a no je say ono ejaba ajuso krapa no mu sa wo mo wo ye good say etwa bi nyuma bebre no mebulu nya bia e ba ko de ejaba jiwere no wonya adaje pesca okọ gold wini diamond yin wo da dan mu no de ye ka nkepo mpempana de e ma mo de amode to masne enkwala ne mpemmema de amode to wonsa wonkon mu ene babia ejaba jiwere ebusia mo nko ho no mo sa opese wo ye jiwo order na so opese polishman no tro dingu ma branded ones ni na wo ye ho adwuma na tan na ebusia nie ejaba house prem pedestrian street adum no num ewo na anim adum de na kra de obi system one to kakra nya sam ketua osi a fe kama oba so no na be hwew no do raha na some years so dey be say to so na manfo eni ji ho munyi ma menhia traffic light wo no o mba so a customers ni na etu about they say do match me you know kese ba ko a to ba ko fa equally big one e dey aba menhia traffic light wo no to ko Ejaba house wo no ma wo ho na ba ko so menhia traffic light wo e ma fe o be sure kama Ejaba jiwari ni nka na ye kama wo dey conviction ko nam Dr. Mensa ase ono munna ne bibi mawo e hye wa na ne egu nsa ho afiri krato Ejaba number die 03220 26708 and 0277 10 44 88 Ejaba be ma no abapa mo nie kofi me so wo hwe abapa mo nie na onim ene adwadie no on ahaba fu kwaso ole kan tete na ubedi dwa o twetwe ne menyina krata so na ba dwakesiem udie na dwani wi a wo fa hanu ato we anti akos na wo hwem nyume ma me yo nkomra no bi atam nyoma no ko de ne de ade ko dada wo de dwa be tem na mo bi du ko ya de o mpezika eno kra de na wo wie kra ba fro ka no atutubuto mfo so di wachi omo na wo ko bag ne ho se de bag ne ye won dia wa ju sika wo de ko o do se go ti su so ho wonya na fo kra ne se tinka fo ba ko de moto metwa no ho o de twa no ho no chance o penu num be botoma no wa so ansa na huni mada ho abapa mo se sa nyema we na na twam one wo fra wo mu a edie be na woto fa list ne ma wo mu wo fie no de car be so yi nyoma ni nyina de amount buo so to for buo factory price no de ma wo so what you say ko Play Store na App Store download ba pomo app no entuma de mpaboa laptop phone fan TV air conditioner ejare ni yoma bibia opebia ukota fu 3 months akasaka park ne so kra de obi atan ekase ho no ma ne yeke obehunu wo wie na baji woni edom no be hia na mpo yare ho na obi am na bonyoma akekere mo re a Hepa Plus live band ayi abedin to crusade aye fro ni nyina mbo ne kama pa bibia ni afra homen 0593 386 133 and 0593 391 848
Ebusiafo ne yentoa so ewo Donima Steel Complex Limited wonom akache wo de dan na si ho se wo mo so a enwie peyo so moye ho nkomoba hodo nyina so Donima na betimi aboa no ama ne papa enchanse de bodan so abefo de kama odi gudan so a ebeboa ma wo dan no adimu entu be kona no makoto kese sa akwan isu no aboa wo tropical long span roofing sheets ahodo wa so ye hono strips IBR step tile no nyina wo bi colored any plain udu hono ma ne openo na wo de kode ujuma na ma tropical losing governance standard size sheet ni nyina Donima na diaba ne de ne papa enkosa ne ho enkofa hawo roller shutter gate system automatic garage doors ni nyina odi two fee ho shop or office or warehouse on mo a enim panifo Donima enkoto kese na wono mo asa akwan ne so na wo se enkantre se otu edansi hofo enti ubetumi ne na ba bihia ne mrantie no so wo hono mo de wonti asie fia fadan a wukukura si wonom no hono wonom do befa ho tete ma wonye ukapreba eno bebo ama nyoma nyina kosu yedi amawo eno da nchen a waye adwuma na koduru baabi sika na sa edan no so wa moso a aye bibio hono mo empanifo se bra no mo ntena asenye nhyehyeye afe kontem ne tua utua sika na ma bodan no so ma kama tropical nails no so wo hono mo Donima pene wo bie 1 inch kusi 6 inches eden pa wo de ba enkoa akapentafo na dia tomu binding wires ahodo ayen roso ni nyina Donima Steel Complex Limited ana ye kwani akwakoto afiri na wonom na de boss people product na ba enti wo hu ni die hu nsem hia wo a ko ne kopebi na eno bebo mo ahunidie hu nsem ni nyina nso so akoyie Donima mpanimfo wono mo a ane the boss people product no enso aba Kumasi hawatena ekese no ewa asafo YF Junction wone Ghana Revenue Authority no ana eben Tamale o Kanvili King David Junction Accra Kantamanto oben GBC Bank techima wenchi kwantempo no so kenten na yi adombo ache ni fi ho ena be hu Donima Steel Complex Limited o ma homa na odidi juma ye 0244 126625 and 0540 101555 ebusiafo fearsome threne Hepa Plus Pavi Plasmos wapomode ho nsama giesi ne benkum so akwana konumbi nipa dodo na edi ho adanse be ka wom ho na nso di adanse ni bi aduro wei na bebo ama nipa duan kwamo anya hoden akontia yade enti odo ho to so wa abra yade ma ya ebebo ho ban obetena simfi bebere yade bi ama metoatoa na womo adu pai saa fearsome 3 ena wunya bi na wono no mo a diabetes ho nsem befiri ho hypertension beko ene ya na yetimu akwa bi bete se wofiri mfinshi aduonu mu kone de yade nko a fa hoto Hepa Plus ne so ebeyi wafirim wona waye kesi ama na bro so onum bi malaria befiri typhoid fever saa so na infections ahodo nyina eye fearsome 3 Hepa Plus Pavi Plasmos ana edi tu ase onso ana wone to paye entidi openo na waje 60 enemy ensa 20 cedis abako ebetu yade ase 0542 778572 and 0542-807-907 ahoma befe Dr. Ebenezer Ajimai afaswo Amansia Community Bank PLC ebebo atutu sika 7 amount wono ba ya che boni bi ama wo ho savings account current account susu account fixed deposit account wo behwe no CCU na mrante ne mabawa wo mudi djuma wo hono wo manimu te entu kwa wo nyabotere ekireche no mamu kire ma wo to ho ase ansan wo huna na mo a wo ba betuo me yonku bi wo se wono ni sika nko sika korabia da enti da bia ni sika hyene mpase ena no nsu yiri won kan na busan se enka wo ho bia enka be de wo se enkura won fa nko ono nkobre ni moja ni nko pesika no de kotu sika korabia ma tela asa be ye ne ho bibi di akire no enti ni sika pa de me kamfo amanse community bank plc di mano ene wodi adanse enti wo wo bia ye bibia kire wo sika kora bia bi na waba mo bo se wo sika nkoho biem no kwa amanse community bank plc bia ben wo na fa wo sika no koto no mrante no mabawa no ono manim ti papa commercial loan aho kire wo be ma obi commercial overdraft salary loans ahodo pensioners loan simiso eno e top up obi akuafo nkoso flexi cash loan funeral loan asoro mpunto susu loan ahodo nyina amanse community bank plc ana ekwakoji bi wo mo na nsi ho no esua entoji aho beto digital banking services ahodo nyina nso wo ye ATM Ghana Pay mobile money e-switch USSD amanse community bank plc wo man Ghana mu a iTrans obetimi no mato kese baby bia wo bia sanso na de share wa kwantu community link wo ye Western Union wo ye anto krom na be hu matena kese no manso data no manso kwanta manso dubia atenaye ne bi ewo ho sanso na asante be kwai oben post office no anwan kwanta oboase kumase kwantempon ne so akokere College of Education Roman Hill Okote Station same class school mu ahojo Atenga Junction obutuo Udru Santasa Opokuare school ho na be home so line station ho no mo a na wo butuo 0247 200013 and 0501 646414 Otec School of Journalism and Communication Studies wasi one naptest na aka bomu Ghana Education Service ajetumu enti bra no fa mfinhia mienu ntetew na bayen century diploma in journalism and media studies ena ya bodin krata no ensentwe dwuma nkrabata hodo nyina no do be fa ho ntitiem wo be wiene na mu ayedu wasi nso eno atwere SSC nso eno atwere A level for no mature student 25 years de kro sanso na waiting results for nyina kwanya wo ho 0547823005 and 0243842007 eya homa be free school mpanimfo afaso ne wonti ase bia na wabusa won.
Setting the trends that others can only follow. Otec 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Nyansapo health tips na yedru so mekoso aka wo se wopomuden eye ojapade enunti na Nyansapo team na no pa bia yegibre na yaboafo soso yasene na yekwa homa so ne dietitian or deputy chief dietitian konfonochi etwetwe nkomo efa wopomuden ho ene Nyansaka dietitian manu so a onu ye ebetwetwe nkomo. Good morning dietitian.
Good morning KOB. Nyamiantom Lesu be punonama say yentwa na njuma no so na meda nyame ase etifua nyame efa program yi so this is omo abrabo omo ahonden omo nipedua senia oye adwuma fa yeda nyame ase na michi omo nyina michi the entire staff of Otec FM, not just the crew for Nyansapo, from the security cleaner obia oye adwuma wo Otec FM michi omo nyina anope na yankomodi fa insu. And this week by the time ye baby say wutie me from Edwada be won say ye baby ne de na bibia fa insu ho de na wote ase pam na ya kan sentinti aye no nsuo mfaso a ma yetimi mfaso a yenya fi insuo no ho na sani esa se ye num nsuo ene ye nra na ye kan ho asem and ye pese ye bisa se nsuo hye ne nsuo nwunu ehindie na eboa ni pedua ne hindie na yesa ye nom no etoa so nom nsuo hye fridge ne nsuo ni fridge hindie na yesa se ye nom no dodo na me readi nhwehwema ya afa nsuo in terms of temperature ni effect on weight loss say upese omudro ne bafoma edimo say onom nsuo nwunu a ebema temperature na nipedua ne use wo nipedua ne mu no ebeba from nte say nipedua ne fa nyama fofo ya ahonden ema heat no eye normal e balance heat no wo mu wo yesa ema weight ne bafom sana nkrofo kaka na me ready research ayaye fa nsuo ne temperature ne impact on nipedua no ye hu say nia nhwehwem bebre ni ho saade bakakra o ma ye no there is no much reason I obeka say me pese me so tinti na me no ice water no there is not much benefit and nti ubegina so say me no nsuo nyunu because me pese me so te so eno ye clear eno fi ho a main when say me no nsuo say ebeye me den say ebeboa ma brofumeka say my hydrated na chese nsuo dodo ewo me mu no eye nia ni pedua ne pe nti edie na fa nsuo ho a ebeboa metimi ma no nsuo ye mia me de meni ato ho pa me hu say semenum room temperature nsuo chese nsuo no enye hye nsuo ye de esi dem ana esi fie ana yemfa nkan ja yemfa nkan fridge nti room temperature free nsuo no semenum no na me de compare nsuo a aya ne ho se de eno enye nyu eno enye hye ewo maybe me if fridge mu na me de nsuo enye nyu enye hye me de kakra fra you said near enye nyu kakra no mitimi num ne yie say room temperature water no nti we your classroom muntie me yie pa anhwe nya wo be confused say nsuo ne yenyu kakra me hu say mitimi num ne yie say nsuo a enyenyu papa ye normal room temperature eno anje say me amede madwen ko me pushi me hu say menum nsuo nti me bottle a me de ko adwuma say ice water kakra wo mu a ana ma mixing nsuo nyu kakra ne normal room temperature meba fie no na asa ba mefa room temperature nsuo kwa na mede kwa meba no na kakra wo nti before amekwa akoda na eno ma sepesepe a eso nka eyenyu kakra nkenu metimi anu mewie mebe fie so amatoa so kakra so one yehu say nsuo yenyu a eyenyu nye ice block nye na ebe kiki mesi no de no ebuama wutimi num nsuo ye na wo yo bi so a wo ye exercise wo nante wo yo bi a wo ye very active nsuo nyunu beboa wo say room temperature and hot water because we exercise say osho ba wo mu nti wo be hia nsuo a ida say de ana yenyu kakra na etimi ekoli woni pedua na show na koso mu no in fact osho no koso bebre mpo a ema wo brain tem ba wonya ice like cold water na wono ma say wo exercise ebua mpo ma wonya ahonde foforo etimi toa wo dwumedi a wo ye exercise na wo ye so in terms of wo regulate internal temperature and asanya wo mu yehia na ye nyufa aba wo ye exercise ne de nke bebo se wo benum nsu ye de ye nyu kakra na no a regulate nsu nipedua no temperature no ba ye hu so se wo pese wo testi nsuo ne da enye nsuo nyu na wo de behu nsuo ne de room temperature nsuo because nsuo ye nyu a nyama ema yete nsuo de no enyu no emmoa no ye fe no constriction constrict sa cells na ema yete nsuo ne de no nti wonte hwe woni nsuo nyu a wonte nsuo no ne de sa defa but a room temperature na de nsuo de nchine nsuo de de papa nsuo ye hwam eno na ma wote nsuo ne de ba ye hu se ena me kan se wote nsuo ne de na ade na wonum kakra bi a na ameo nti wonte nsu common kasa so that also has effect on nsuo no nsuo dodo a obenum in a day nti one me ti nsuo ne de nti eno be me ebeche so ansa nsu common de me na no reduce nsuo dodo a menum in a day me gidi se me confuse you. The other aspect no say semenya colder ana mi hwimwe sisi me bowa emwa se menum nsuo eye nwunu because ahori a ema ye bowa ana ye hwimu sisi no so wonum nsuo nwunu a ahori mu eye epi emu ye den nti wo symptoms no ebeye worse when you go would we need to wompa when you call na woni nsuo nwu kakra bia na wo hwimu nyina esisi na wa start bowa nti depending on senia wo find wo ho no possible says se menya code dia nsuo nwunu emba makwem na menum nsuo so me adwen beda ho se esanse menum nsuo nwu nti nsu commenta ne me nti ese me ana me de madwen hu se me push me ho num nsuo nti wenya code wo hu asi na wo bowa na ade dia nsuo a nya hyehyehye bebre because yakasa too much of everything is bad na ya ho ne ho no ana nya ntutu na ewo mu no eya ne awo betimi anom no ebeboa anane ahware no na ebie wo hne mu ama wana wa wo bo ai wo lungs phlegms ana mucosa ewo wo lungs na nyina emu atne na enye dua bema wabowa nti yehwe pa se wiemu enye hye wiemu yenyu nti wawo hwe a wonsuo numumpo abafam but wiemu yehye a bibia nsi ye kwan se ye benum nsuo ye dedede because environment temperature na ema ye mumpo yehye ni pedua na yehye nti wo se nia wate efidie bi so se nkofo ka se ensuo yenyu de ensese wo kon kra wo bu 40 years wo bu 50 years ensese wo no mpacho personal preference nhwehwemu ma nyina so se wonum nsuo nyese makofa blog egu menum a mewio menum nsuo de depending on the temperature na of the environment ewiemu ayehye na ukase emfifre teme menkono mensuo eye hyedia emmoame in fact ewiemu yehye na wonum nsuo eye nwunu a eno so mpo reduce was sweating losing water with sweat ewom say yes sweat a ne bone bi fam ba but say sweat ne ye bebre a ne pani bi so timi fam ba nti se ewiemu ayehye dia ebeboa se menum nsuo eye dedede enyu kakra na aboa na ekuli ne nipedua unse wa wonante ewiemu pa na wonye nsuo dedede bi na wonum a bofum ye kan say refreshing ema wa hotoso bi ewom se wonte nsuo ne de but ubenya refreshment bi na enu nipedua na enya ahomka bi atoa edwuma a wopesa wona na ye nti se enne utie in terms of nsuo temperature ma sorry anopa me pese me yeti me natural cocoa powder mpacho mo bia mfre ne beta cocoa we kan beta cocoa be beta ma natural cocoa powder me nya nu bi na ma ye nsuo ye chikakra metime noma ebe cool me nyoma ewo me mu abo mate cocoa taste no but during the day na ewi abo na me nya nsuo dedede nom hya nyame nyam ba hu se nsuo no eye nyum bebre a eboa wo bebi no so na epira wo bebi titiri ya wo sen extreme temperature bibia ye hye bebre bibia ye nyum bebre no se wo sen no nti enne ayenyu ochena ayehye bebre no wo sen ebe ehu beka ebetimi achepe enamel no betimi achepe na chese etimi bubu ebubu nkete obi wa wuhu na krake nti yem balance depending on the temperature menye nsu ayenyu nya se ekiki mese dede ebeboa me na metimi anum nsuo yie na se anapa na masori na menye nsuo aye room temperature na nsuo aye shikakra enu nso mpo betimi aboa anane nneema amame netimi akọ baby so nti maye mankrofo nsema based on omo personal preference omo nka se bibi enye kra na kire se nyame nneema wa ya amaye no se ne okache Peter no na nka nneema amaye se eye bone ejina se ne wo be yusu no eno na ebe ye bone amawo nti me maame ne me papa enkoto drink nsuo wo koto saa esichire drink ya eye nyumpo no so eye refreshing drink esichire wom bebre drink a coffee wom bebre no eno te dehydrate wo ete nsuo wo ho no so but onum ya yensuo ya is the best refreshment a wo benya nyame de acha ye kwa woni sika wo sika wo benya nsuo anom nyame emwa ya na yentimi enni nchechire so na yenya hotoso na yenye nyame ahye ye se yenye medase
ebusiafo ne yentoa so na wona ebo echido me kofa apom de hunsem ba ye yemu abaso ya Bolivia Enterprise the Future Smart Food no aba ebusia da ka kire so odi dia no odi ye na Future Smart Food yi nnuane a chese odi ebo ye pa ayen hama atosodie ne nnuaba mu ahoden ana watwe ede yese aduane ti 23 vitamins and minerals and wo mu 19 amino acids omega 3 inulin selenium high energy protein and dietary fiber nina ashemu masay chom ebusia de tienie o Future Life Zero Future Life oats and our Future Life protein Future Smart fiber and a mortar bella so for alignment on mo bibiani afrahme 0246 010150 and a 0242 878 090 na yet was what the kaimo say original lemonade charcoal toothpaste no ebusi ojaso ai me ba cho maso for no eno na offer crow provision shop for no na offer crow ana why individual no so pe bia twi osia portion no ofosu men sans de na odi aba no eno ana eye papa eye original lemonade charcoal toothpaste edi misra okodwa so na opechira kwan wodi bidie afei ginger ne lemon wa carbon aya why na kama papa odi ento nchene a moringa herbal toothpaste nso wodwa so na moringa no kra de mekan wa watedin no na wahunu sade ahone ni ahye masa etwum moringa herbal toothpaste no eno a ana wo gia anuanam wo so de pause na oho abawo enti wadama ukodwa so a hwebie kira kwan ana wo peppermint charcoal toothpaste no so ewo ho no enkro kan hwe benya bietu amane 0243 814 661 kuma se anso adekalas dani mua ano no mo kan be bia na solid fm wo no amane 0248 955 510 ana bio kejetia dwakesiem store number F756 and so ahomanie friend 0244 710 306 na enim penifo enin kita ho the fear some three ni hepa plus pavi plasmos hepa plus pavi plasmos hepa plus pavi plasmos the fear some three ebusia de tiene se opesa won komo nyina na so na nya rahodo adu aboso nkomo timi ko sa na ho nyina the fear some three hepa plus pavi plasmos the 3D net wo anasa diabetes so pan wode ko infections no wonya ana oge no na mina ye hojo center bo to am wa chen koda na esreme pa chew mamon sire mon kan chen so nkopa hepa plus pavi plasmos ne bi woton no be bi o oni so nto pae bibia ni afrahman obo Otec FM from the Sivon ho benya bia ma wo 0542 77 8572 and a 0542 807 907 bio 0591 367898
Park natural mineral water no super pebinom ebebo papa ene o manga na mu asama bansuo ho enti wonu mu nsuo a no wapede yempanimfo agye atomu na do ho atoso na aboawo eno ene clear pack natural mineral water mese amena no ekofom pa watu ama ne kɔ ntinso le firi ho no moba no eno no galamse ne nduru ho ite ekrojin de dikan ansa na mpanimfo asanya abotre de mfidie nwanwaso abegu aso ho no mo a wode sɔne nsuo ne so ema ne yekrojin ansa na da badwaman so ente bi ko nipadua ne mu a ɛho te ɛbɛbɔ apa o bottle or sachet ana jag wo ho na yɛde see dispensers no aha enti dwumadie bi a wudie sɛ yɛ wedding na yie bi birthday parties and sorry nhye mudi ahodoɔ nyinaa ase ensuo ya na nei yɛde di dwuma no ahoho ba fie ensuo de busa kwan so ɛyɛ clear pack ensuo wɔ sɛ yɛ yie wedding so birthday opɛsɛ odwumadie no ɛne ensuo no wɔyɛ ma ne kɔ a obetum de mfoni ato ho atwerɛde ahodoɔ nso ano atwerɛ no da gu ho na amadwumadie no ɛne na kɔ pɛpɛpɛpɛpɛpɛ ɛne schools ahodoɔ nyinaa companies ahodoɔ financial institutions no ɔsɔm dem ho bɛbɔ wɔ mo a bra no wɔde nsuo no bɛba na mo de asom wɔna wɔwɔ dunkwaw ɛne ne mpɔtamufoɔ no nyinaa yɛ quality angel ventures ɔne bamboo sport no di animhwɛ uduru hɔ abenya nsuo no bi atɔ sanso na Keneben Ventures o manso da tano enti wati nsuo ho asɛm ya kama ko adɔ o pebia nom o dunkwa ne mpɔtamu a na wo de wani akyire mo little angel honom sanso na manso da tano ade hye nyina Keneben Ventures na makwa akɔgye bi o pebia ton o pendudum da gufie na manonom a Sanmaz Royal Company Limited o mo na akɔfa aba 0244 041913 and 0558 001765 na wona mpanimfo akasa ewa ahoma yi so hajia mama se yan kan tro se didi yie na nyini che udidi yie a na etie bia obenyina che fese nnuane nu ahodo ayenya wɔ nnuane mu no eno na bo nipadua ne nyini eno na bo ye ho ban firi yade ahodo ho enti sa nnuane nu ahodo nso no ne dodo mu no eye nnuaba atosode ne hahan no emu na hye na ukodi na wani de ɛho dwo kofa de asɛm ho ko nipadua ne mu a ɛho nsɛm nso ye bebere ntifa ho kɔbɔ hagye amama na wɔmaw atosode a asɛm ni ho ɔmaw aduaba a asɛm ni ho ahaban aduro bi anka no na ɛkɔ nipadua ne mu aboa nipadua ne nyini sɛ yɛ carrot na wopɛ sɛ yɛ avocado cauliflower cherries no asparagus ginger grapes lemon squash any green ni nyina efrim kontomre abusuan panyini ekosi de twato so hagya mama bema obi atɔ ahojo run about no wo unya bia ebeboa wo ɔse wontumi ma hokro no ma de na homa de tudwa efre no ɔde bema ne oba bia wo ɛyɛ 0244 774 115 and 0243 787 504 Light Word Company Limited. Light Word Company Limited. One of the dissolved toilet facility number. En kane kwani ane e faso. Edi ajana shefi no. Empenifo ya ba betwam. We ye free ho. Ene wamane twam sa ado. Wamode no. Dissolved toilet facility a pressure system na de kuma bi no de ba be shefo me no ano no. Ebre bi nso ma wonkotwe. Enti saa ade no e free ho. Na o twe a ne kankan ya de ba mpotem ho no titiru ni fi ho no mo. Eno nso atwam sɛne ɛho nkomo esi ekuma bi nti enkutuma ho bia yenkwanya biodigester semnya biogas covet bia nim sɛ wahu aha we no cement nim blocks nim iron rods nim unya bia bɛboawo entabusuafo ene mpanimfo nto kɛsɛ na wo meye bi fama wo ɛbɛboa enkyirima nso bɛbɔ odimpa fi sɛ wontwe bio ɛyɛ afebɔ ɛho adanse so papa Otec FM ha bi wɔ ha pramso hene na jamponti otoso mienu saa nso na wuduru Pempa Assembly Hall Christ the Teacher College of Education bi wɔ hɔ emiaye ne de bebre kwa adanse no wɔ ho obetumi de wani akɔhɛ na nso otu anamo wɔ sɛ na wo penkyiremu bi aka mu ne wonte ase bi apɛsɛ ohu ɛho ka Aseda House Light Word Company Limited wonom ne Kesben FM no edi animhwɛ wɔ hɔ ana gye wo number si ne frɛ wo mokra ansa 0244 591 861 and 0597 522 839 0597 522 839 K. They see.
So Kofi, we are no.
Okay.
Yeah, started conversation here. Timinya anya sunaba.
Sure.
Intino, another PR mouse sunaba. Okay.
You know, flyer na yera no details.
Only details no. Okay. Kwame with details no. Kwame with the details. Okay. Mami ko asunaba na menkai details no. All right. Abusia for Yakoso Aka say Jupiter Media Achievers Awards 2026 and dinner night no. Yenua Asunaba Oyene Kwabena Boateng. Oh yeah. Yes, nominated for Best Radio Males Newscaster of the Year 2026. Intino Yekai atofo say Ebredu say Yesokwabena mu na otimi kofa Kuruano eba na process ni so opese wotuma Asunaba Oyene Kwabena Boateng no answer obekọ phone so no about star 447 star 714 hash star 447 star 714 hash Ubo enter we say code no say Asunaba code no QQ 36 na said da yakano say process no very cumbersome man and I say process no stressful mawa the obeya ne say Asunaba ahoma no ode beto Asunaba ahoma no so enu nti ye hye no so Asunaba ahoma no fantudwa na bibie ni a ubetime de esiso ahoma ni 0246 726 866 0246 726 866 Yekoso akai
Edino
Derek Opoku Boateng ti yekai adofo Kwabena adofo say program no August osanabo sumena ne de toso dunai na dwumadi de beba so na yenso Asunaba mu na sede adwo akofa akuru ade na Asunaba so atimi akofa ba sede da ye kanonye nhye ne mo odo akwan so
sure
all right so Kofi yada say wo chia bia na all right abujafo yada Abraba Kofi Chumesi ase say okan he no na the first segment of Nyansapo no ebro Kwame Ajeni Boateng na wuku ada or the amamre ne amane ho adesua de ebre
FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Kwame.
Okay. Ne ukuna. Enano. Ye hwe Osante hima we ni fufure ne ho abakosem. Asa bro betina akonya kese na nkrofo busa se wonim ne ho abakosem ne ko peso hunu ni pakropote a oye. Na eja nyamiado nanom akruche ne ho nsem aba. Megidi se asanteman ebepeso mbehunu nipa ko a nanom ayi no se omra mesom asanteman se Osante hema ke ene se owo hema afia pem ahankono aduanan nsia June bosmi de toso miensa na 1946 ana owo hema na sei na abusua dua no nanam de ba ya kire wo se nana akua bakoma wana wo Osante hene a otoso eduna mekire otumfo se ose agman prempe otosumienu ono bedi ade afia pem ahankono aduasa baako egosi afia pem ahankono aduoson 1931 to 1970 eye nana akua bakoma ane wo saa Osante hene no na saa na akua bakoma ono a ne wo nana akosua baanie ana na akosua baanie ebe wo nana adwoacha anaso odehye adwoacha ti saa odehye adwoacha no ana owo Osante hema anei ɔte akonya kɛseɛ so to Asante ma no na ne din ɛde ɔde hyeɛ ama bonsu anaasɛ Margaret Sereboɔ sɛ me kan de ato afi apem hankono aduana nsia ana ɔwɔ no na ne papa ɛyɛ Daniel Kwame Bona Sereboɔ a na dodo no ɛfra no Konongo Sereboɔ na ɔkyerɛ sɛ ne papa enchi firi Dwaben na Dwaben man hene ne ba ɛne saa ɔpanin Sereboɔ yi a ɔwɔ Ɔsante hema no na sɛ Dwabenfoɔ wɔ nana nimpɔn ɛne Ɔsante hema ɛnɛ wɔte akonya kɛseɛ soɔ na ɔkyerɛ sɛ ɔwɔ no Ashtown ahemboboa no an wɔtena na obi a wɔnim no kempempi no ɔde hye bia na barema bi ɔbɛwo ni bia meka ɔde hye a de ɔtena Asante akonya so yeye barema nso de ɔtena Asante akonya so yeye bi ɔbɛwo ni bia no wɔdi kan ma no formative training meka formative training na ɔhade ahenie ne ho nteteɛ ɛma no timpempi no ɔmo hyase ndeɛ ɔmo tena ahemboboa no ansampo na ɔmbɛkɔ baabi a wakɔ buso ɔmo hyada kyene de ne ma ɔpani bi sɛ train no free so ɔmo nim sɛ ɔba bɛdu ɔhema na ɔhene ti wei deɛ ne deɛ na ahemboboa no na ɔkyerɛ sɛ ɔtena yɛ na ɔkɔ school ɛwɔ Yɛkya Girls School Yɛkya ya ɔmo sɛ no ya deɛ wɔ yɛfrɛ no sɛ Roman history here ɔmo sɛ no yi asɛm hɔ no na ɔsɛ afi apem ahankono aduonu mmienu ekosi afi apem ahankono aduonu nson 1952 to 1957 na ɔkɔ Yɛkya Girls School no na oyi ɔtoa so na de sua so wɔ Mmofra Trom Mmofra Trom no ɛyɛ afi apem ahankono aduonu nwɔtwe 1958 ɛna ɔtoa so kɔ wi afi apem ahankono aduosia baako 1961 ansana ɔkɔ St. Louis Girls Senior High School St. Louis nso ɔkɔ na afi apem ahankono aduosia baako kosi afi apem ahankono aduosia nsia 1961 to 1966 na ɔkɔ St. Louis Senior High School na ɔwie kɔ kyerɛ sɛ ɔbɛsua adwuma ɛyɛ typing tete paa de kasa ɔyɛ typing na sɛ ɔyɛ raba na ɔyɛ cracking to ɔbɛsua typing na ɔyɛ adwuma ɛkyerɛ yi ana ɔware late Kwame Free ɔyɛ ɔware no ɔyɛ civil engineer a na ɔfiri ɛdwo so kwaso ɔsan so Kumasi apagya na ɔne no ɛwɔ ɛma late Berima ɔsɛ Free ana afei Berima Kwaku Kakari ana ɔde hyeɛ akua gyemfo a ɛno ne ma wɔn ho ɛwoyɛ na ɔkyerɛ sɛ ɛberɛ a nana nadama na ɔbɔ ne bra no wɔsan bɛyɛ adwuma Queensway Bookshop saa Queensway Bookshop yi na ɔno ano wɔfa Berima Kwaku Mensa dia toro no ana na manage ɛma no saa ɔbɛka Berima Kwaku Mensa ɔbɛyɛ chairman de ma Kumasi Asante Football Club nti ɔmanage ya kosi sɛ wɔsan so ɛkɔyɛ adwuma wɔ Kingsway Stores a ɛno no ɔkyerɛ sɛ Miller Brothers ɔmo yɛ Britain for the baby ya na ɔno ɛyɛ adwuma ɔmo se ɛhyɛ in liver Ghana ase to ɔyɛ adwuma kosi sɛ wɔde kɔ nkran pomponi mantam mu a ɛhɔ nso ɔkɔyɛ adwuma wɔ hɔ nom na ɔsɛ nkran kwado ɔde ne kunu ekosi hotel wɔ hɔ nom a West End Hotel a Matayeku ɔno a ne manage ya kosi sɛ duru baabi ɔkyerɛ sɛ obɛhia sɛ ɔhema ɛbɛ fie na nneɛma ne ntotia ɔkɔyɛ pani wɔ fie ɔba bɛsom ti afei apema ha nkono de ɔkono 1990 mu hɔ ana ɔbɛ fie a ɔba bɛhwɛ sɛ ebusia asɛm nneɛma bi wɔ so ɔtoto no nyinaa kama na onim saa do yɛahyɛ maame ne ma wo ado yɛahyɛ ne ma ɔkyɛ ɔnya mɛdi hima no mpo berɛ a na ɔte Ashtown no nyinaa no na wahyɛ da apɛ fie a ɛnyanka ne wisia ɔno a de ɔmagum a ɔhwɛ wɔ mo titiriw wɔayɛ sɛ ɔmakɔfa akora bi the street so akora bi wɔni maame wɔni papa wɔne social welfare ne mpanimfoɔ hyia a deɛ ɔbɛtumi ahwɛ wɔ mo no na wafa nkrate no agye wɔn no wɔhwɛ wɔbɛsi nnɛ ɛba ahoyɛ ne ayamyɛ adwuma a Ɔsante hema Augustam gidi sɛ wabɛsa tena nyame adom kosi amu akonwa yi so kura de ne ɔbɛyɛ kura ma abro so to mo si adɔyɛ ahyɛ ne masa twom ayɛtete bible mu tabita no ai ɔhema yɛ pa ya kyɛ sɛ wasom agan man yasom asantema nya asɛm ketwa enti wɔ July bosun de dɔso nsia afem pene aduonu nsia na Ɔsante ne Nyansabo akɔdodo bibi King Solomon Adama wama Asante ayɛ akɔdo otumfo osi etu otosomienu ebo ne din sɛ ɔnra na ɔde hyiama bonsu metena kusi amoa akonwa no so ɛne ne din ne nana Yɛkya ɔtɔso mienu enti wo hwɛ a ɔno na bɛte nana konadu yɛ no ɔtɔso miensa ne ntu amu afa ne kenten na so de suma santeman to wana no peso hunu wonmunyamfo awura ne munyamfo enne wabet renim difua wabetena sante akonya so sante hema no ne ho abakosme mpenifa be yehunu ane abo akire de ama mono yesre onyankrompo nhira nkwatenten ne ahoden se onfa nka hema no sante hene ho no monko aso a ensum osanteman yada mo ase
Kwame Ajeni Boateng na kokoto yesu da sipi se wamie ho na sante hema ne ho abakosem kakra Kwame yada sipi abusua for Nyansapo etwaso Nyansapo discussion segment I mean ka wo se ne enkomo no emudo yebu say who say justice and as a politics na yebe public perception on high profile cases ewo omemuha na answer no voice note no mebo o mampanyi mahama ne nsam bia wakafa galamse no mebo na watie bi na wagina so na voice note no osuso de wadwenkyere aba hyene so afidie ne so enti answer na be kyere wadwene bomoden sa asem no nimu pa na wakyere mu na aseme de dwane yese di kan na no omampanyi ne numasem wagya tum se galamse anase illegal mining no na aban mu ne aban foforo twam nyina mpanyifo obobo se ahemfo nyina adom wagirem etiama ne ko ayedin ene wiachi opanyini ba akwa isusu so e campaign wo galamse ho sensem no na yebusa se ne nkofo no obo bi den se bi ka ho no wahu bi ese ko 2 years wahu bi wachi bi we ni asima yebusa so betin no to san komo 050522 5578 050522 5578.
The final illegal mining. Illegal mining has eaten into the fabric of our society, and I must say that it is not only a menace to our society, but it has involved the circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who were to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share, and we too will be getting small. This is what we're doing. And so I don't kid myself that we don't have our own people involved. And the work of the NIMOS is not easy. They go to a community and the chiefs, the rulers, political, traditional rulers, political. The final one is illegal mining. Illegal mining has eaten into the fabric of our society, and I must say that it is not only a menace to our society, but it has involved the circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. Involved the circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who were to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share, and we too will be getting small. Involve the circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who were to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who were to one party will go to the next party and say, involve the circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who were to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share, and we too will be getting small. This is what we're doing. And so I don't kid myself that we don't have our own people involved. And the work of the NIMOS is not easy. They go to a community and the chiefs, the youth, and everybody come out and resist them.
Setting the trends that others can only follow. Otec 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation, circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation, who were to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share, and we too will be getting small. This is what we're doing. And so I don't kid myself that we don't have our own people involved.
Otec 102.9.
And the work of the NIMOS is not easy. They go to a community society, but it has involved a circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation, who were to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, now that you have come and involve the circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even one
Otec 102.9.
Don't touch that dial.
Okay, it has involved the circle of traditional rulers, political parties, political appointees. All right, Mahama and Kuma, or the two Janano. The bra, or chiri more can't galamse honsem, a bra by, you know. I see, the Nasutu to for more illegal mining, no, involve traditional rulers, political party appointees. Okay, and your jelly bako. Traditional rulers, no, any woman can or more info. And our face, so no, or to us, you have a voice nibium. Or say, woman, a illegal mining, no, or more cutting across both political divides. So we bar. Now we are catching and say, you're going to take over. I mean, it's your president, and I can want him. You will say, uncle for no man who be. Go 2 years, woman who be. Or bon tour. Galamsey was a major political message. And what's some I say? You be back to the studio now. Yeah, Domosuko. Now, my main cow said you may call your Darama and then you didn't support discussion segment in the bro. Dusan Herbal Center. No, I just saw my dancing here. Mammy Dusan Simen cow says so you be a sisitario, ya cuckoo, a how, Bema, why am re. I want to 2 or so when I'm and I face so no, and the Danny a how I own here Dusan Herba mixture, and you Dusan Herba capsules, Mr. No. Ni tino cap ne butu no fanom capsules ne bi no pa ene nwumre na wo beto sanso na say malaria fever ene how eno wonu mato untimi didi why mre wo hia adusan mala help waposo ya sesa bro how wona me sansa nyina no hia adusan herbal ointment baby a told be adama me adusan sort of peto benya bi ato say pharmacy and herbal shops on sabe kebi nemu so open do to Kumasiko Frediment Skolinak Osons Pharmacy Costa Pharmacy Danny Herbal and I think PFA Pharmacy Benyabiato. So ya debut also na pese ma medusa ejibre no show. Furniture Medusa Herbal Center and the clinic. Or Swami Magazine Macro overhead, you know. Go filling station or no. Wana ma medusa so obura o mfidie kama obetu ne bo ase dia show ni pedue no hu ya de poti ya hawo ansakra na nupa onyankopon dia cho ne papa dusa no odi bi account now so onya yaresa for 0500 110 115 0500 110 115 obetimi so for 055700 9824 055700 9824 Abapa Mo Ghana's biggest online shop for quality products. So pese udidwa ewo abe for kwanswa ene o convenience enti se pese utene fie na adwodwo ho na oni Abapa Mo edidwa o se fa o smartphone no ko Play Store and I say App Store udu wa hwehwe Abapa Mo app no Abapa ye ABAPA Mall ye MALL o download app no eto phone so a ana obetimi akọ www.abapamo.com onye du ha asodum niema didi dwuma wo jaden afi ntade ne mpaboa enkonwa de siesie dem empa kitchen dining set ni nyina no abuso ewo abapa asoye na open portable washing machine a meche washing machine abetimi de akoba bia eno ne buo no so eda form 399 Ghana cedi abapa se obi wo ho nti bomoden se obeba na onomo edi dwuma na oso a woni smartphone no obetimi oyam na nkasa betimi de afre ofre ade kra ope no ene wo mu entwetwe nkomo chechi omu chom na kire omu ade potin kra ope na ene omu didwa amani 0593386133 0593386133 and 0593391848 0593391848 na se uyo bisusu a water phone ne nkwado na oben ha obetimi na chemo water for 3 miles saka park no ehwa na papa showroom wo se sika opeso de tade no enso anonya moae nanso ujidi sika no ha ba ne basa abapa so ma konya eno ma payment plan eno be twitter kakra ano boa ode adekro abro na se woni abapa edidwa be bia wo bia no within 24 hours obetam adekro de abro onje teku ana se onye sempoa ope live band eduru weekends na udidwuma bia ehia live banda you can for Hyper Plus live band edema live band e ba kope makacho se quality sound quality no eno enya sem kitwa na fe ensen kubofo no so no enyum bia all genres of music free reggae hip hop high life ni na dancehall ni nyina obebo ama gospel Hyper Plus live band free 0593386133 0593386133 and 0593391848 0593391848 the fearsome 3 Hyper Plus Pavi and a Plasmos Hyper Plus Pavi Plasmos a cow say for general well-being yenum say adinti na say nya yade poti binti na yekoto Hyper Plus Pavi and a Plasmos nti da dudu a obetimi dia nom na wapomuden agina brane onuma boa vital organs no emane ni infections ne yade mo wanketenkete woni peduanum ne diesie na nkofa yade kese bia mbrɛ baby eton duru bia no uyi 60 cities ayon sabeka the fearsome 3 Hyper Plus Pavi Plasmos unsa ebeka bi nti bomodin sɛ obepebi de oni suo ani on topaye ye woni nsuo ne on topaye de openo ni nyina no eye adwuma ba ko nsa beka bi ene ntisha no so se bibia kire so na opemu nkire mu chen de mekane Dr. Ebenezer Ajiman entwetwe nkomo e wo 0542778572 0542778572 and 0591367898 0591367898 na say uwa manone na uhia bia obetimi de details afa 0542807907 0542807907 0542807907 kai say apomodin mapade and one Hyper Plus Pavi and a Plasmos insua anopabia ye kan foma ye clear pack natural mineral water abuju insua Sanmax Royal Company Limited wakwasa sim no watwe frim wode fa mfidim asone so mane ese kogen wonuma how bia ni akiri efi duni akiri ni aklepa ba adwaso no wona no bia dia dan sese danso echensu awdo aka ewo adwaso so pejak ama dispenser bottle and sachet ni nyina no obenya bi se wodi dwuma na wo yen so dia accept ade asombo wo ho se ya wade je se wo ye yie se wo mutu abedin se wo ankasa wodi wa woda so de mu ye nhyiemu a no any clear pack natural mineral water suku for financial institutions and companies ahodo no one time delivery at the mamo na wo dunko wa for nature more little angel ventures on the bamboo spot in the din anymore kini ben ventures wo man so that tan obura ho na ubenya bi Asantiment and Sanmax Royal Company Limited Casa 0244041913 0244041913 and at 0558001765 0558001765 Dr. Collins can come quite in Santiago. Yes, I can see you. Piasi Adam Smith. Doc.
Doma.
Oye mbre.
Ede suje na minu.
Oye mbre.
Nyansapo.
Safra bende so ba. Safra.
Bia boko de.
Ah. De ujano no sa. Bia intat.
Oh, bia intat.
E beze ne mani biye.
Kofi labi.
Zine mani biye bizunye. Anyway.
Kilby, I'm in chatty for now. Some are not talking. And I'm Dick Credit also.
Okay. Now him idea now.
Yes.
Okay.
Me very sure say it has come at the right time. Right time say the passion I they can yet school who has them.
Yeah.
We're not back at the right time.
Okay.
On Syria, of course, she also senior high school. Now I could see girls' dormitory.
Okay.
Kakraka modern facilities. Nipa wonkai. Okay. A friend of the nostalgic feeling. Inti Adanu bi a me call Katanga me kujina room 115 no. Now see gumi. Robun say after 25 years or 30 years no okay niema bebre na me call Jache Pram so a me call room 1 Kobi hono de ministry you buy Jache Pram so boys dormitory room 1 me call Rema boys EP buy omukum nam say yay the omukuma pa no omfin nyina hwe nam say hey mpa bebre wa hawo ni nyina no de e de bibi ba I'm sure anya hwe kra no anytime I'll be mention your child girls no bibi be flashing na hima kakra na hima would want to pass by obe pese obe call your child girls one day who knows no akɔhwɛ the way school in city
ene tiago ene tiago mfano
ye nyina because je program we pa
ene tiago mfano
keden ke nyina ye beye
obi odi birthday na ya dey.
Oh, Mr. Demo. Mr. Dem from Monday ni sa.
Obi odi birthday.
Oh. Onze me yi ni o. Recruitment nti. Ni pani ahoto.
Maybe one day be obe pass by.
Okay.
Na wakɔhwɛ school no tibia school ni wom.
Okay.
But surprisingly, na him akɔ ye child girls and of course in Louis. Until if for nothing cry, these two schools are supposed to be two prestigious schools.
Okay.
Until yenhwe St. Louis tibia wumbe pimne. Ni yenhwe ye child girls tibia wumbe pimne. Na wasanti se mu hia series no. Anka ye obi kura na aba na no ka ye di ngura bi akogu kona bi mu class back ko say oh na ebe wi school no ha na not. Ba jwa tia say na ho na create some momentum bisa. And one abrofu de ya mom say abo bi a friend no dinosaur so be wi ase ampo ama wi ase ampo abo no he o mo dro no. Hwa abo na o mo dro no so o mo say o be wi ase. No mo de na bi akobobo nguram ba bi o mo say dinosaur no betwa mu ha na ho akọ etore site. To me pa jwa tia say. Tina make say we know aba at the right time. Emre bi atwema enche kra no na afia kobi senior high na ya atwema man senior high. Me kai pa because ne ekọ ne na fofo atwema man ne ekọ boys visit. Ena school ni din ko da ne afia kobi. Why na ye afia kobi? Asante hima. Anche enu cares for to free di chem so ha. Ekọ tafo. Na eti ya na say the old cares facilities na than girls school. It didn't be near the to so a yes Sewenyako. Who is Sewenyako? Asante hima. Kubin ba what I say. Enunti yeah man na trim kwano me sure say in the process or within the reign we are likely to have child girls in the high. of which minim se bebem. Ye child girls senior high bitimi aba. Wo hwe Prempe Opokuware na wo hwe OTA. You see say OT for na transform seriously. Because you see anu yewura no ye o say tutu. And I'm saying so ko titrim senior high. Titrim senior high no so ye o say tutu the second senior high. And unti KOB we no aba at the right time. The minister say saa to me na came for ya no so mo na omo de convert schools here stores. Saa to me na came for one omo so asase bi eda kroma bia no omo na yes city authorities into betimi abo asase so akwede omo pe no. I'm sure it should end with this one. Saa dey with the also end. Na ye bibi de she na hema ni munyam. Na asem we ni ba na ye keka no menu ya bi si on tia ya sama bo atapuku di engineer atapuku di engineer atapuku we ye royal we hwe family tree no kra na hima is supposed to be also direct nti we die mamo manenya why mamo say school no enwu na hima ni mase ye change mamo say school no na hima ni mase. At this time, it's supposed to be a project near any school nini. Already, they said they kokoto kano. Nana ehwe nyanka. Dada. Ope nipa se ope se nipa asetremu mpuntu yu be nipa asetrem. So a whole school and yes ni din na daso keke okobi. Kobi ba jwacha se. Okobi nti ebe ye ni munyam hye kese se ye be make sure say sa school no there if for nothing at all. You protect school because anything negative biano is associated with that something. Maybe negative bia cause ye child girls for now. The name ye child girls no ye child no quickly and ye directly associated with Nanahima. And what do you marketing? Unim how a brand association can lead to brand dilution. The amount for be associating you may be negative. I bet tally brand at the end of the day they will dilute your brand. See, Kokoto started so okay, and I'm saying, wow, it has come at the right time. Timumi nye bibi and share yen and anumeni munyam. Me wo sa opportunity na na say me gina tibia metimi a change school bi din ya minim school crack me change din na koye no ye child girls ni ha. Minim deep in my mind minim school aka make say ye change din no koye ye child girls ni ha. O say Kumasi girls. Oh, that's a Kenya bad. And I can bad.
Kumasi girls.
Hey, it's KOB. I mean, it's all good. Set. Kokoto Adrian. Or my the narrative. Now only Oko 2 schools in TFS St. Louis TBO near TBO.
Yeah,
there are two contrasting situations. Dear Mamma. Yeah, Mamma, and yes, sir. Now the Americans say more Sunday is more serious, no. Everything counts.
Okay.
Bibi a beya dear Munyam share be brass antimano. No, say a pessim. And Sir Assembly are making meaning say near mind because Obiatia Santi made no at school need maybe the person want to go to the school. No one correct a didn't nasukeke. Yes, and I him better classroom at school. But what I say? Because you bet me a reservoir kunya bi kura o say hana na obi school no hana no te konem ho ba bi ne de nwura bi agu akunya no so na say reservoir jesi no Maradona jesi
ta kura bi a obobo mo de bi a yetimi do ko
then it will be serving as some pride me call ye cha because at the moment to make us call ye cha na it is associated with Anaima.
All right, Doc,
and you see, a bit increase enrollment big time. Now, whoever is a teacher there will also be proud. Whoever is the headmistress will also be proud. Say, me I'm head the child girls. Ye child, young guys, yasanti my ye child. Nana ye child. Inti branding and I mean so many things.
Tiago, do you want to make a crime, my bishop? Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Now, what call dear?
Nyaboko, so be funny side.
And the good dear, Beira.
Oh, daddy, nipa, TN and in Tinama. It's for franchise, beer intermittently. We did a coca crack. From we associate.
I be as a guest to you, Anna.
Because if you cry, call and I
never talk me to them.
Bishop Obite, and then come on, a very interesting conversation.
Oh, maybe I'm meeting a teacher Santiago Kaikoto Wino. Ukraine, it's hard time. I was saying that near Shekwan before you beat me. I'm the past of our leaders and beat me. Any current influence on Manaso. The last time I'm by I count the experience of the Chinese, what they have done to ensure say they always transfer their leaders' vision, skills, and one to their generation. They don't make sure say institution be now bekono. See the crowd you didn't tone and I say be a leader be on the tone. They ensure that the what beko you have the knowledge of the person.
School you US and you say Martin Luther or Yakonya, na Martin Luther estate to so.
Yeah.
In the Caribbean why or Philly say or Martin.
And it's a psychological way of getting those imprint in the minds of people. Na ya no yedi to dinner na ato ne sa. Me gidi say sebi nana sebia utumfo o say to secondary school. We have a time will be a student call China no. We learned about the Chinese a course, a semester on Chinese culture to make sure say you be the perspective of the Chinese. And it's all related with them. And invest in this way I did coin so no wo omodi to say omodi obi say one of the conference hall omodi to obi. So the moment I call the profile of the person anyway any call omo lecture na omo the background information at also into bia or baby jina bia as time goes on. They want to let people know who that person is. We are not doing that. I don't think that sebi ama yen korano sebi ebi adwene number bi basa. They don't have values. They don't have anything that they can look up to. Even Yasantua, you can say Yasantua no crowd. Who call Yasantua girls? Do we have anything that shows it's Yasantua? This is what Yasantua stood for. And to be a free school should have these elements in them. We don't see those things. The only thing that we know is that they are to Musa, Zobia, Musa. Looking at the history of Nana Yacha, she stood for certain values. And the values, so the Oba affairs, is it the same? And I say the Oba, need any different. It didn't any higher lectures. Until this in schools, no muntimin pe de bin kasebia. We are doing lectures for Nana Yacha. Every batch beyond baby. If they institute this, especially the first year for now, they should have a time, a conference, a Yibisebia, Nana Yacha. Unless it's currently no say or him or one and the spokesperson be crabby miako. No wakokasa. It should be a seat said the Okaise Martin Luther we Until that seat no every time biana new students baby biano. There has to be something that the ideology of these people. Any students yes idea we are losing track. Yeah, the modernization so the Chinese ensured say unko who YouTube unko who Facebook unko who Twitter unko who they have created their own. Who some say they don't want the Americans to spoil their children. So person may use the Western life. Nobody ever say human right and human left. They always ensure say they are protecting themselves. But our values and beliefs of these people. Now I say we share the history to say the some of us are buying because you had the opportunity. Even hearing itself the best form of communication. Maybe I will be because time no nipa dodo saying na etimi second kind. Nipa dodo kra say na tibinya time omutimi hwe book mu. But through your medium nti no wo ba bia you have access na wote ewo wutirimu a one of the best. And it could be I think say especially make say the Asanteman sa we know a DBA able to within even or hini be kra na or what area be say bia or yam for we away maybe the school not to mobia. There should be a system to let the students know say this is what maybe it is say yenana a celebrity akwaside ne awukude is to let all of us know say we have a history, we need to have and protect what we have. So we have to, these are the things. And now Kobe, I'm not saying said there yeah. It gives us an identity. It let us know. And this one background maybe a background now questions and yeah, me personally I have learned a lot from it because maybe beyond a subset over the okay kind of also historian nti kwan be so na befa so abehu nti akwaside no bibi wo ho a omu chirechire mu ana say ebia omo ye historians ni chire mu a it gives a lot of exposure ema yehu nti media we kan say ti say the Santiago kan no omo a ye di edin atototo o Komfo Anoche senior high the also free Nancy hand
senior high is a school of choice. Aye. Deliberate effort. Yes, but the name of our channel is everything for us, Antiman.
Yes.
Yes. And they also came in the Akona school na be a school of choice. What I say? Because the panel or some values to be core values.
Yeah.
Sir, 400 years or so ago, no, be timinya about trade crafty. Yen say, no man be a great Dutch. And here we are, Santiman. So what I say? Inti, any quite say dinner that's work. Na nipano or co school ha. Normally, a school no anthem near dinner should reflect the values of the person.
Yeah.
Now unko school ni you know you now won't say yes I control what's ya keke. But when your values be say akukudra when you be how to organize things, how to visionary something, how to project into the future. Now be school no values. It do me school ni you know. We BBS no wonder because of Komfo Anoche in here.
Yeah.
Do me by what I say. Nti na make say we position to cause some changes and to implement certain things I can never say in our kebehwe.
Oh, I don't think so. Yeah. But there are certain things be Penifonda at that way, no. And quite the school authority within your domain, you can institute that. Say school more board names we more. They can just come out with any and there should be a lecture. There should be a way you be craft to say the values of the people. Of the person they have to because the Chinese have these attributes every year. Almost say free me say we schools no Quran schools no my actual values not all. No more the abuane sembo at all. The first thing in the morning is what they will read. Until they will make sure say university is a party university be as your party secretary or to make sure that the who implementing is in line with the party agenda. Even crime position be or crime now, as an be the head of the institution, also a party. In sorry, I can say before until so bet me a Catholic bishop and I say I should be the person should be a Communist Party member. To know money you for no poop, you for no so it KOB is hard time. And we have to learn. Even Ghana, what do we stand for? You could school. You say the coat of arms, coat of wine, and then the eagle. What does those things stand for?
I think the school be me person me kaidi no maka ho asem da so it has to guama so na you see no mo free or mo side call another school now one time no students omo kunya accident and I say obi say no say instead say nkra no be twa kwan ya school no be senior high school I think the honor say bolare mo no me try say me kind maka ho asem ada no say so guama no so me pedi no maka stop yeah and I no bobo some could be popular if you move for school more near time name is Asante I think Harry Asante near time didn't come over don't say no more no more run a lecture at that time Sika on one casa committee to the project was millions of pounds on one cash no be entry fees because then Kurano if free sa no co ada school but Kurano one time munyina konya accident
oh okay
and he no say no massa me dino I maka sa story no ada
unse dey okay
yeah to mama lecture almost every year bia no yes mama lecture on sa opinion no anyhow we see my school ginaye
nti wo wo baby ana wo so wayere ho na are you okay?
Are you okay?
Okay, man. I'm okay, man.
Look, Miss Oshwe, mammy, Enra story, and I went to me and come myself. Enra MMDS 2024-2025. Revenue almost spending or Sika almost spending or salaries was more than 20 million. To generate Sika Mokoji was about 10 million. Salaries. Sir. I tell you, normal, say. Omutu over 20 something million to collect 10 million.
Oh no, also public institution be or you share how much you generate to determine how many people you can employ. And now public institution be on they are not meant to generate profits. Until they are supposed to deliver services to the people.
Now you are not meant to make profit.
If so a man for be some be effective, no more efficient.
Now
until say you better say you autonomous, you independent, generate your own revenue and pay yourself.
MMDA is an American. MMDA. So you spend is normal for you to spend over 20 million to raise 10 million revenue.
America say normal. Maybe say public institutions no. It be more human now or no any profit oriented.
But I'm talking about specific MMDA.
And America say MMDA no or no any profit oriented.
Or could the revenue, the properties one I assume so on
me. So far came office be okay me biano. It be a dance here crew from. Office be okay me be a dance here crew from. But in terms of and Yema came for beating me a generative commands, is it the same as a dance here crew from? Is it the same? It is not the same. But office be or be and those people at a dance here crew from also be paid. Your district in be honor. So say MMDs into metro municipal district assemblies.
Okay.
Into baby honoma, omo catchment area no create so there omo timi generate meanwhile no there are offices and officers are occupying positions.
Look, you
know, have to draw salaries.
The case here specific. Ya franco for say omo kojiji sika. A specific issue. People have been employed say Koneko Jessica Wibra.
Matthias, what's a from planes? Dear Nabit,
no, doc, me say. Then why do you pay people to go and collect?
No. Your MMD is be your honor. Oh, any position now, the NMM.
No, yes, position, but me person me the can I say. I want
to really understand. They say. Normally, I no crana can be canaba coding now. Minister say coding. Normally, when you look at AB at the metro area. Now they open so they draw some conclusion here. under the circumstances ebi ebetimi ahwe KM ebetimi ahwe kwada so ebetimi ahwe asokwa ebetimi ahwe tafo ebetimi ahwe so ameni ahwe how area na develop enuma e ho ne ade say we can say revenue collectors are supposed to collect more revenue but say o kan nyina abuma me ma example say some of these MMDs no baby ho no ma nyuma bi akura ni ho market bi akura ni ho for you to go and take revenue. So
why do you assign people to go there? Why do you employ people to go there?
Say public administration. There are some institutions, they are not necessarily meant to generate profit. They are only there to provide services to the people. And that's why you free almost say I buy the tour and I buy generate at this can be consolidated from near the two omuka. Omunya effective and efficient.
The who position is in terms of revenue collection. No,
there be maybe me position.
No, so it says the specific.
No, yes or no, I can say me.
No, this is not Tiago.
Man, I can see you. So I can say me position. Now, person just say me just me.
No, me can't a specific issue related to
you. I'm chilling. And I know
Bishop will take one day. Bishop will take on your day. As part of activities, we generate they be a IGF and we generate property tax. We say, and we told you, I say, over 20 million was spent on salaries, specific salaries to Nkofwa or Munkojisika. Task at the Mao, it be almost 40,000 to 90 something thousand per annum. And so, what 6,000 for the whole year. So, why is it prudent, say? Why do you send people to go so much? So why do I assign people to go there? Why? So the bishop will take it.
Maybe if that is the case, and Crawford they have been assigned to go and collect revenue. Let's say Omoko spend it more than at least Anya Crowded they should have break even.
Okay.
Break even if it's a government institution and I say a year. Break even because it's a revenue centers. Into revenue centers now more kojijis. So does it mean that method by approach by no more use they incurred those costs? Is it salary?
Specific comment says salaries. Salaries were paid. This scan was spent on salaries, on people, tax to go and collect revenue.
Salaries. And what was the expected revenue? Because one, if you compare to say ebia curriculum, at the end of the day, wo spend it your budget officer no, you should have an expectation of revenue you receive the day for the year. Into unim say bia me collected 20 million. If you say we collected 20 million as your expectation, it will be unwise for any financial expert to say I will spend 40 million to go and collect that 20 million.
Okay.
Any sensible person will do this investment.
Okay.
Because who a dawanim say me fan say ya to force say be your expectation say the year no be accrue this revenue.
Okay.
And it's a 2 billion also benya. No, I cost spending 4 billion to generate it. To collect that 2 billion. Yeah. Then where is the additional 2 billion coming from? Who is to pay? And sometimes it depends on how so for me I think there's a problem about what they were expected to collect and what they are expected to spend on to do the collection. And there is Nyansanim.
Okay.
Nyansanim say unim se meji say let's say ya baby na bibi basis be natural occurrence ni bibia apart from that, but the okay is not only one area that will be subject to that. All the MMDCs
MMDS no combined.
Yes. So which means there's a problem somewhere. And 20 is the government who paid and the
salaries, yeah.
Yes. Then why is it that I didn't target for the revenue collection for we you find the resource performance one be more say payment by resource.
Until you have changed the law. Child of secondary school do they generate revenue? example of public institutions.
My examples and extend this because like I said, they have problem with internal fund generation. There come once and say major issue to doc. MMDAs have problem with no doc. No, you are share business make me point of view say the major issue with MMDAs has been internally generated funds. Yes. Now sekana usu so ntimi nko generate no. Why do you spend twice to collect the ultimate
PR officer na yenguno
PR officer say
PR
office was PR officer
some of
we are not talking about composite budget no composite budget no I mean no specific revenue collection and how much you are spending to your business doc on financial statement no on financial statement no
public sector no
don't generalize as a public sector public sector we are talking about specific revenue collection. Oh yeah, Juma, you have cost of production. No. You are spending money to produce. You talking about revenue. You are struggling with internally generated funds. If you are struggling, why do you spend more to generate more? I'm not talking about holistic. No. You make a sector. I'm not talking about generality. No. That's what I'm talking about. And no. Don't stretch the conversation to that level. The point is, I can't generality, make a specific issue. I'm not generalizing it, say the entire MMDA.
Yes.
They are tasked to go and collect revenue. Already you are struggling with internally generated revenue now. Who's the main generator? Why do you spend more to collect what you can?
Your revenue officer. Self-revenue officer Ukumas, now for deputy. Look at businesses Ukumas.
It's like bank. As a whole running bank. I'm talking about revenue generation. As my mechanic say, me see revenue generation, specific issue.
Move on.
I'm talking about specific issue.
Edwuma ehunu no mo ye
deputy revenue officer Kumasi Metro
no then at the same time and you cannot then what is it
Ataiba na onu akwaje property
how do I assign somebody to go and collect
there are some offices they are statutory there are some offices they are statutory
I don't that angle but I don't take your side
me view say
your view
my view is that
I agree with you
say ye jisika because revenue near come
revenue specific and
America say every district bia na say municipal bia enim companies in nim unexpected aya kra no beti based on a previous revenue a year wunya so we can say bia the past we trend analysis we beti nya say bia Oforiko municipal for the past years in bia itiminya a revenue of maybe bia 5 billion cedis
okay
annually yearly that is your until we are trend now anti revenue na mo be collected for this year no so an idea say bia you were expecting this money anti say what the enkrofo for digital sika na
you see we're talking about public sector marketing public sector management and stuff then you are not consistent in your argument
yes
what the bishop Kasawie
anti
you are not being consistent with your line of argument.
If the focus is about revenue, honest almost spending the amount. There is
beyond that. There's no sense in it.
There's no sense.
Yanko another.
Country doesn't make sense.
I'm not talking about holistic. I'm talking about specific revenue collection. Already Ghana is struggling. You're complaining that Ghana we are not able to collect tax.
Yes.
Your problem is that we are not able to collect tax. Yeah, struggle. And so justifiable so these MMDs. Then why do we complain when you don't have money to work? Anything you're complaining when you don't have money to work.
Which means that there are lapses. There are lapses,
and we are trying to address it. It's pure common sense. You
maybe.
Then why are we talking about public sector marketing and stuff? We're talking about trying to execute your this. Why are we talking about that? No. On revenue grounds there, I don't agree with you on revenue grounds. So I think that's you have made your point well enough. But on revenue stuff there, I don't. For me, I don't hold that position.
Because I don't know, you have an idea about what you are
on revenue there. I will never side with you on that. But you can hold on to your opinion. No, that's your opinion. For that one there, I will never buy that.
I know about revenue there.
Me no toss argument.
Revenue there, and they said there is no need.
Nobody is saying that some institutions are not meant to. Yes, we know we know public institutions.
Even Ghana Water, Krana, you say yeah, Mansu Krano, they break even.
ECG's major issue has been revenue collection. ECG major challenge has been revenue collection. So we are talking about revenue. Why are you confusing what? Revenue. Who now broaden conversation? You
see, some of the public sector institutions, they run on high intensity marketing. They are closely related to commercial. Farm Metro Mass near they are only closely related to private commercial.
Who broaden the issue?
You are broadening the issue.
Looking at
revenue.
Already permanent staff that are statutory. And then where you are
let's move on to another one. But anyway, I'll still hold on to my position that it doesn't make sense. I still hold on to that, and I know you are doing.
You still hold on that.
I hold on to that.
It doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense on any day.
Never spending more than that.
Any day I will never. Politics or justice?
Politics of justice.
Is it politics or justice?
Our politics is not about justice, it's about retribution, or maybe it's about retaliation.
You share this specific case. The issue said we share the history of 1992, our constitution near democracy now. The laws are there to punish, or maybe to use as a weaponizing it to target political opponent. Sana is a mrana books, especially when it comes to financial anyway, it doesn't broaden it to a lot of people, but ubia ba or shed your coin down one no one use. Okay.
That is my experience with the 1992 constitution. Instead say you be use what they know ebe my fairness. Aban se bia we no we ba mama nchimkrofo we mba mama famra we and then there's so because you are not working with holy people, you are going to get some people that they will use them against them. And it's not about the issue say emran yedi yeduma kabebre daso prison. Every about 80% about government and say other people that is not what we are using. Any government they want to use the law, weaponize it for their own interest. The law is not for all of us. It's for all of us in principle. But application is not for, it's for some selected people that they want to use to target them. Until Oba no apeke no use to. Oba no apeke no use to break the opponent, weaken the opponent, a political strategy. That's what they want to use. Until I remember when the Swiss ambassador was leaving Ghana, I think about a month ago, she said that our presidency is too powerful.
Okay, yeah.
And this comment, who say, "Oh, was only can be beside because I won't use to be no." But your one channel, be say, but Oba, on person best. Because now the government is in control of everything. The president is in control in everything. So we are practicing democracy, but we are practicing monarchy democracy, dictator democracy. Once the person becomes the head, automatically everything is under the control. That's the system we run. Inti President Biaba inside so be tuti obey fairness no peke mrana. No, apply to suit the order of the day. That is my experience. Say the example say want to be case bar. You cannot doubt the amount for a political persecution, because the first term of President Mahama, he was a victim. What I say, yeah, correct. No, the perception is that he's in excavators, anyone. Emma, the next government in the MPP, no mutuya, the second, so. You cannot just make a conclusion by saying, say, a yamrano ne be a sebi, because on the honor of James and say, more than a be a more person. And that is what it be more doing. And you cannot begrudge them because we'll share the situation. If you say, bah, and it be also so crop for a woman, not up to now, we have not seen anything now. The conclusion is clear. Emrano, you apply to suit whoever that they think that they want to be favored. That's how we see it. That's how we see it. It drew President Kufuor time. Mr. Solomon, and I think Sifayan Kinumuni, remember, causing financial loss. That was the first time I heard causing financial loss. Near DB Gum, near YC, near DBC, Ebi Kwako Yare, any party in Bimo.
Nana Omoye Sanya, legal basis be anyone. I said, Guan on Omsum de Gum. We don't know legal basis for such.
There is always a loophole about every legal idea. And I don't want to say. Almost a more quiet. Some fancy Chief Justice are ye freeway. It was a procedural. But you ask yourself whether say the perception was intentional or was not intentional.
Perception free.
Perception about how you make statement and when you come into the year so will be implemented. So the channel. So we political platform so now Kasebia the former chief justice or a woman organizer may buy be in every the judiciary is inclined to the order of the party in that in government now be you mrano at the year you have given room for us to interpret to say what the mrana said that now person would you know the free so yamra so the channel. I remember that I think say the late President Mills na MC Georgina Wood, the intention of his party members was to let Anaso Muyima mini free. He says no. You see, in politics, you know, we have the hawks and we have those that are come in the both political parties. They think that they have to use hard way to do certain things. Even once I also use a microphone moment. And it's a one you're careful. Now say we a leader of the party. Now say who tie you to the hawks now. Always it creates an impression. Sebia in a way to suit the order of the day. If it was not intentional, say within some few months to your government, you just remove the chief justice. Yet committee when you say and then within 6 months or so or 3 months, he was clear off. So what you see when you do that, you give room for us to interpret it in a way you don't want us to interpret it.
To say sometimes Merano is weaponized.
Yes, it's a weapon
to achieve a political gain.
Now they say now be a weapon
to achieve.
Instead say wasn't shape your mind near bibiano. It's a weapon. Nigeria because a weapon. A weapon. Say now you debate say wo yonko.
Bishop, yes and you move from the substantive issues of the acts and I illegal mining.
Now would you say sebi the ekosu ya teche social media ube hwe wo munko MPP for he say mrei ye de omomre nam court ye we now would you say MPP aban ba wono so betra ho and even omo opposition the threat ko mu use say enya agro ebi mu see Jesus Christ na yoko ni ho anwan the same thing that was happening. We mo acha wo ye yoko boss no see ko bubu ni dan ye ko ye say enti ono so wo the mindset ono so dey na nioma enti this is what we are going through and KOB unless we can say me say sometimes you know enti am ka say the hawks in the parties ni omo mo ye ni so mo anya careful you allow the hawks they will reign your government and sometimes the national interest has to come in. And that was what Alex Sebefieka said. Sometimes, you know, and you may be a law be or and you may be homo ya. They have to go through a process. But now will end up in the way you use a political statement, campaign statement. Yeah, they target your opponent. And to bar, automatically you have to do something for your followers to see. Ora, muka wa sem nyina, am so mbachin krofo agum. Yes. See, nipa e work out to crown, mo bedru be say 10 to say they are in court. But and some of the rank crofo dream say mo ba ora no crofo discuss say we could to say o metimi anya be say $2 billion so say $1 billion. He say getting to 2 years minimum skadodo a omaje a omode ebe article. So when you speak this into the mindset of your kind of saying or political and I say you know so bad. The expectations are very high. But not knowing that you have to use the law. And the law is a progressive and that is why they want to bring the tribunal, which in the PNDC time, it was a tool that was used to get people into the prison. Nobody can tell us the history. Said tribunal was used in the PNDC era. And the PNDC era was a tool that they used to get their other people into prison. Soldier for one where they used the same process. So that was the history then. And if you want to re-implement this one, you cannot convince me say a 2 hour say ube yusu.
Nebi tima so obi anya hwe ne akoche no. Ah. Obi anya hwe otini baby onya hwe ondi oban sika onya bibia na tribunal akoche no.
Is it possible? Me show bag me encho.
Anyway.
Ah. Ke obi mitimi twantonto so me mechi nkotum. Asa woni beba ho no, omo bodam nyina na obia de ade oto no ye yi.
Twantonto me say a civil case me no me no ase.
Civil case. Onya criminal issues. I say they abakodam.
Civil case you hear on the balance of probabilities.
You see
because the tribunal and specific cases are or the babe onye hwe na umfa bicycle evidence be unkofa obi bibia onye bia. Why should you be scared of tribunal?
KOB obia o sa time na o te tribunal no o sa te din bi wa obesuru.
Okay,
that is a perception.
Okay, so
and you cannot take it away from people that hold that perception.
Then there's a perception.
And me hold that perception be.
Okay.
Because me na me kwachire kra no, I heard a lot about the tribunal, what was going on there.
Okay.
If you constitution court to kra impona ya weaponizing no, na be tribunal.
Okay. Fair.
And you be bomb.
Mamenko Tiago, perception and law and justice.
Toby.
Tiago already can make any stance. If you benefit politically and you are not on found.
Almost industry now.
Yeah.
But tribunal na constitution him that.
Okay.
Tribunal shim that.
Yeah.
Oh. Nti aba no person che say we need enhanced version.
Okay.
It me sure say o say hwe whether indeed we know any ba ko no suban no nyepe. Say tribunal no isi so anu nim PNDC military regime na no me regional tribunal no. And I ba 1992 constitution no. Nipa dodo na eni omo kokọ apa say tribunal aba no. They boycotted the process. Omo boycott the process no. Tribunal no be share constitution ni. If it's amre no be pem no tribunal no nya effective bias and sheda nya adwuma. These same people had 8 years. They could have removed the tribunal. Okay, what I say? Maybe before no benya 8 years and I come betimi remove tribunal everywhere. They did not. It minimum reconte tribunal now say obi kakai.
Okay.
What I say? And na say kwadu e de be boni pa bia no e ho mra wo. Se nipa no fa kwan bi so no okobo kwan edu a. Na say enye kwan papa so e free be malicious prosecution. Wo nipa no je ho a wo so timi si waban. The tribunal no dey me sure so see twemo. Because it's a constitution in that.
Okay.
And almost some be enhanced version. Free SHSC, you can find 1992 constitution now. A woman, as much as the state can, no, it should be progressively
progressively free.
But also another be nyaneno ye. And there's another the free SHS about. By Yemma school near progressively free no, as and when states in work capacity no. Let's shim that. But we don't go and argue over that. But the any man say another no did the aba or the free SHS number. It them did say or see how the so-called enhanced version of the original tribunal.
They can repeat old errors.
There be old no there. Na military regime. A military regime. And na regional tribunals no. And you know military for no rule will decrease. At that time any parliament be man for Kwaku argue on specific law near the other. And another regional tribunal no. And the bar 1992 constitution no. Ye ja regional tribunal ni wom. And the wom sa. edi yemanu home saa na o de memo bia nka ne ngum saa edi yenhwe justification so mo de ba say beboa ma cases a good court no so no cases na timia contem beboa ma na yesi. And majority of these same people who are complaining omo ye lawyer for omo na stimulate cases of court. A lawyer for na mo boapa court no mo nko lawyer ba ko cases egunu so ye be 50 okọ kekus no akogi date no abesna ko asinfo no akogi date e mo na mo boapa esa. And today be am catch say obi di case akọ court 30 years ni abusu apani change hands 10 times still as ni nwi mo lawyer for ya na mo file motion akogi motion ha no de akoto na ya man case ka no akoyi no de akofile affidavit no mo ye yes ah now we lawyer case abeda table so file no cra chief futuro why it will say morally is it good lawyer ni obi di na sama brewa case na chief futuro down table so how do you feel morally and ethically? And these same people who are complaining, majority of them are lawyers. It's the be a mamu kwaji affidavit, na mo file motion, ma kwaji affidavit, ma file motion. No be a court to say, be a court lawyer branch, no call retirement or start a court process 41 years.
Ebi mu na esu say want to me try.
Court to say 65 still on ni mo court the court.
And ebi mu say want to me try no entem dodo.
Entem.
Why are people again say entem dodo?
Entem no me ba o. Me pa cho. Legal processes ne mu de no skip we
o man skip bi am ready but
the question there no o man call say enya no da bia ne ma no record da bia na me say we asem no so obi kind of politically a ye pa e betimi ahu nipa no say we politician ne agya na ma na kana asem but ye hwe ne fa asem no to ba bi eda the question no mo say that call kaka say o mo pese ententem bia the question o so ya no pa no auditing onum tin ofia na okoko to down Oman penny kufuo no say fast track high court because na case is a mesi na case is a gu hono ka tie for fra ko mbedi adanse obi hono ma chese property wa court to sa eya documents na ekuta no na tete na ebo teta no na documents na ekuta no ni nyina mo lawyer fo ya na mo ko file motion ma ko gi document ya ko sha enunti say am pass we no be enhance processes nebe ma case in beyond my in terms of government penikufor buy now or the fast track I could buy no. The justification was that ye per se ye na cases ni beyond my clear in them. Therefore be home. Coming by what as FOB home,
especially criminal cases are
maybe me say obien one ma ye na court under democracy e woman. Sunday do ko ye do ko no e homre ni ho
exactly
chema utumi di e homra ho enye se chema utumi di excavator akosi forest bi ma koye galamse ni akochi no yes say emra ho say ye ma concession a utumi reassign ni concession ni mo bi foforo it me or document me a registered minor and ya ma me concession
na the license amount
and ya ma me license me operating
okay
there are instances obi concession China for your titi yes obi okra na the concession no akofa Chinese workers anano yenim say mining they do outsourcing and the cake can come mineral resources for betimi akoje concession
appear concession
what I say no ma outsourcing part of the processes no am a KOB minerals now what ma me concession ma be adwuma it is allowed ma outsourcing keke but what I say because by my money the go face the buy so no ma adwuma 24 years or ye wakoshe concession wakoshe company ni normal outsourcing process ni dia ma no
okay
but say o ma ho de ne koye say a reassignment and the amra ho
clearly spoken
clearly stated you cannot reassign and amra no na 2 years as a 5 years pay
2 to 3 years
a man no 2 to 3 years na say 3 years na say and ananado buy anagalam say no hardware no nanado so de no na mamu put na mamu on the line no and Ghana for na e born nanado abaso say and the emra na e chigalam say for na mamu nya
din
ampani ampa nanado tie yesu frɛ and o ma galam say emra no call 15 years to 25 years see a chiwa first na 2-3 years pe 2-3 years na me kaisa sa ata memran bae no ye mu bi kura suggest say ye susu an ye chi obi drugs an ye gina japade nyina ntika we ye fa nka ho se person mra nim ye den pa ka sa ata na sa mra we no amended we ni bae no ye mu bi tena ha ka say eye de nemu ke san fa nka ho say traceable properties and assets should be confiscated to the state because drugs for no ye chi o man ye gi o assets enti yadana na do asese o ma amra nim ye den and me sure said yes in the best serve as deterrent Kobe so read the judgment now
which of course I have
yes read the judgment now I think say
a sound
a lawyer for the but all say
the flow of events
psychologically will be pointing at certain situation
yeah
say bra anya de and now all say you only maybe on ma yeah when they maybe me to see pavement so maybe na police in the chair me see ya yes amasa no me try attention come and I'm the chief when say guy Ghana dey to tumra kakra na me yi concert I should not do that again and nti your industry be mo honoma ye nim dada no na na amafo say ye nim omo ye no dada reassignment ni dem na say o man politicians no omo gi contract the man for de bia no man na beka
uti mahama yi na me boy no
the man contract airport run about to go crew mo beti an say o the man ni nua no ate ne share reassignment
tell me so team mahama issue a statement
circle of traditional rulers political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who were to one party will go to the next party and say, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share, and we too will be getting small. This is what we're doing. And so I don't kid myself.
Tiago, now no Siciano.
Yera could deliver speech be okay university. Say Venn diagram can we see inside.
Okay.
Because I don't yes obi ni mo.
Okay.
But rather chiwa. Untimi ka say we nso ye binti enkoche no. Kone ko defend wo ho. Your citizen arrest na no ye dia na ekoso okono nwi. Anka ye betimi akomwa omo de omo ko police station ya process omo 15 years. But ya mo omo en nananom ne ko bo dua keke na omo ko e. But utira nye ye be mo do akọ.
Some one on be more fair political, be more due to
okay, what read the judgment? No, they ain't political.
Judgment, honestly, Makado say Makai.
And you see, when you have given the opportunity to defend yourself, what fair witnesses bear for as a 5?
Yeah.
People who have expert knowledge in reclamation.
Yes. It has circumstantial evidence.
The MPP for Nekano. That is their constitutional right. We had the almost just said they have identified so many loopholes in the ruling. Go to appeal.
Okay.
And the almost church muma say omo kwa appeal a yenua no bebe fie because me ye piase ni chema to me we kuntanse ni yenyina yenuafo. Ko bi mpatwa tia say bosom choose for some ne ken. Apart from so ye no politics or ye Ashanti regional chairman no yenyina no ye bosom twefo kuntanse ni piase.
Okay.
And until the way and the party for this situation, no there. Reshemu say so many loopholes ruling him.
Okay.
And until Yamaya come and to rather than to rush to say be a political prisoner, as if you don't know who a political prisoner is.
Okay.
Then you are jumping the gun. It has not gotten to where somebody should be tagged as political prisoner.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong for them to say that.
Oh, make us say a constitutional right, but maybe they
have the right to say.
Oh, say make us say just in maybe na make us say loopholes now identify.
I'm making it clear. No,
yes, because a lawyer for the judge did not take into consideration that the judge should have accepted that loopholes.
Okay.
It may make us say, oh no, so loopholes we be now we a lawyer for be twa mo hia. Now when him say, oh chances because you read the judgment na ma Reshemu say loopholes bebre o ma judge na consider.
I don't think no more make a conclusion.
But you don't conclude say we're a political prisoner.
But if he says a political based on the Onusu doesn't have the right to say that. Based on Onu say Onu say any political based on the Onu join that assertion does not make someone also to make their conclusion say and also your political prisoner. So build your case and let others also build their case.
Right.
What will come out is what
appeal never.
Yes.
Others no ma prevent you.
Debbie.
Others no too cannot prevent me. Me na make sure say.
And so your conclusion does not preclude say obi dia or one.
Make us say
na this is somehow can the auntie. Who can say almost say ni say that they should not say also a political prisoner.
No, they have drawn a conclusion. And I make sure say we know who a political prisoner is. We nya no bia. Nemo no.
Yes,
we nya no bia. Enti omo.
Okay, no na dwen.
Ye me ni adwen ad kro.
Don't make your conclusion like that. Don't conclude by saying say
no, but they have jammed the gun.
Okay, pay. Okay.
And I make us say to you. Oh, say when you have opportunity to go for appeal.
Okay.
And I'm sure by this time a lawyer for areas omu fee say the trying judge no and consider omu fee say the trying judge and consider.
You have 20 issues.
Didn't omu fee say hash. Okay.
Yes, then put together your case.
Yeah.
A panel will be put together. Go to appeal. Say the substantive issue.
Okay.
Whether or not Chairman to me or Akunta mining reassigned concession or not.
Because Western was specific.
Specific.
Okay.
And there will be an opportunity or the witnesses here thereby. Witnesses no cry no mukodima Chairman to me. Kebi mu ye nya asem okoto. Ko ba ku say o checking the experience also on the experience in the age no na say or start reclamation no now 14 years.
Because reclamation here mining support service. There was even a contention on the support service and mining. It was very interesting.
There have been series of cases about learned a lawyer for no etimi ko ye document for appeal no ma ko bomu ntokro na ye ko the stage na depending on who kofi me ba twati ase enti omunye sa ohwe commentaries na omaye na it means that they can be confident say chama to me case so specific embra na idea did no on committee adano na echechem say omission or commissioning samra no on committee enunti omo betim dia kwa appeal then ye nyina no we say hurry but my concern is say table ni sesa table no last year ya na table no show so dey last year you gave us hope mo the Dr. Puni court mo the Sedu Agongo court for 8 good years understanding the nature of the political industry so unim say or anybody the property asenti say mo ntimi anwie within 8 years now ma buy any free on my buy obeba na cost free and that is what happened. So when you have a case, should it take you 8 years? Should it take you 8 years? So we say Dr. Puni emrebi wako to edino. Dr. Puni cry there me cry metran cry say 89 charges there. Emu bi ja file motion cry say 2 years. Emu bi ekoji affidavit cry say 2 years. You could have rounded up the cases, make some specific. Number no pa. And then you see car ya de koto insecticide na we decide ama koko for ne koko ake nyina be happy people say do agongo mo ni o ma edom kokot nyina no me have told you o ma o mo yesa no some of them manyini sin o mo ebi mo anyini sin ebi mo won ma o mu nim de anu me so minum de anu bi mo eti mani nsa obia me pa twa se mani nsa obia na emom no se eti o ma mu na se o mbre de ebu o man no de a obi embredi obi ayemfa nko eti na me yes saying say when you benefit politically when you have benefited politically you lose politically and for me ho
okay
because there is another issue of Tanomumiri forest Pajoti say almost had court on the Tanomumiri forest yes tano numri forest no abugina pona na beka say oni right to mine in the tano numri forest and you try anya ya omko court sa issue ni nko will be used against you. What were you doing there? What prompted the then lands minister to make that comment? What were you doing there? Have you gone there? You say yes or no? It one here no so you bet you just as if he say reassignment case in your Ebola case no not turn on the forest and so the aba. Come in say. For those who want to be political, no I'm say 2028 is pregnant. Say 2028 be won tafu. E mam you know, 2028 be wo baba ku be ma ba ku. You had your chance. If indeed politics no say oba ya be chinkofo and then anybody the end party has because tama papa ya starting OSP
Lamisi
bonidi ba ko Matiamidu amanfo bo se okroma bi mu bubu damba district soluku say Matiamidu be chichi
ndi o kanu kro ne
Matiamidu di gu for reata so odwa no ko share Flagstaff House. But what I say, and with politics now, they understand the nature of the political game. They understand the nature of the political game. It is a unya chance. It's a unya chance. Now, why you are to forcing? Are to forcing the koto, ambulance. No, doc. And you are Janu. Embrano, when you have a case,
build it and make sure so
build because judge, will not build your case for you. 8 years, no, they could not prosecute at forcing.
Everything, you see?
No, 8 years, they could not prosecute.
Everything is political.
How?
To now, so there's no justice. It's about politics.
It's not about justice.
It will come out to Wanya can answer. And some of them court now, ya a document in him.
Bishop already.
Questions are Busa no here and
Bishop already 59-page ruling now.
Me say question bia e busa chema won to ya oyi ano. O dem say on can. Na no be the sika to me bra.
But Bishop, do you see say now going forward, kimping say I can now.
Oh, this is Asaba. That you no mutimi nchi obi a obi akwa bibi eti amra.
Okay.
Sisi a mutimi nchi obi a. News about Attorney General reject Untumi's plea bargain. Also Omadika ada no man dey ho abetum. What is plea bargain? Wa ko jiska Saudi kodua bro. And now omo hwe no mo ntimi a utrezi a yehu ba bia bro no. So in other words, e bia ska no
business certification won send some issues no dos.
And now omo busa no so magia to metua. Metua means that acceptance of guilt. In my understanding, say nyam radia.
Part of a legal yomo ye nti we nya de
yo nkwana. Yes, is can we for go edman aji tum se metua.
Part of arrangement of the legal framework.
I say part of the nyamte doc nyam.
And nya dey say it does not mean say chinchina. You see, don't make it as if say was so betu nti wa jatuma na say wa fuma na say. Is it not part of the agreement?
Okay.
Is it not part of arrangement?
Oh, Midim sika ama se fa koye adwuma
enye sika asem ye kagala
na me ko he adwuma na ankoso tie o wa for artisan so me penti udan ukokoko maba artisan na jiska no na akoshe ukokoko 3 months o ba ye on penti na say ba me do be ko police station so papa wadaru ma we die ma ji atum scanner from asina ma me tam na me nye da me ntua.
That means wajiatum
different from say obeka say ma penti ma hohoro. Madam bi am di na chi call the site.
Of course, Emra.
Sister, no, what is it? Adam be say Emra. Madam bi am di na chi call the site. Sister no so konsuo. Sister no konsuo no so konsuo na na do ade chi en ntwa benom.
Ye ga na mra na ma ho kwan. Say wo ye bibi na si a.
Sister na no konsuo no madam fu no. Ye call site no. Wa send this camera no. Ensuo ni ankura ni ma.
Ayi bageni ni kwa wo mo yusu.
So it's
part of the legal framework, is it also?
But it is also the decision of the state to decide say obeje pre bargain atum and answer obe prosecute.
Send the option.
But what you say? Option.
And they say yeah, but say we reject.
It's a story I mean who say Attorney General reject sa plea bargain.
Initial bargain because say arrangement metuya say.
ebia 150 million
nti sa arrangement no
say scanner for ase nti omo ma okwan na tu about 35 ni enfa abo ne nchew
uko ji scanner sakronfo ewia eno no uko ji scanner for ase
o say
Bishop, very interesting. Bishop, we don't
have
Bishop.
Me say, what is scan ban? Who have no besagia? Who would be a scan no? I untia.
Nti ka be kan say.
Who is scan untia?
That now be kan say.
Ka be kan say.
When the share
scan she.
Man for when the share untia.
Me say scan she. Whatever method I hear you na dey scan she.
Okay.
Enti e kwa be fa so metua na say.
Okay. Keobi, the American say.
Very interesting.
Busuafo. Ye nyina no ya. Ya. Also we should speak to the specific issue.
Exactly.
Me mpe omo ka the personality.
Yeah.
And na the way o sit here no ye ni say no ye na fine me ben no na me share. Me ka say the way o see in politics no ye they want tone it down.
Okay.
Say energy or the I mean party onim say when can Japan started talking. Ne de ai din de nsa for the arms na manfo ani age se sisi na MPP anya obi ono so ye de na ne din a udi si obe de obi twa on say kodu me bi akene Japan ko pedi bi no omo sa de ai de etia no se okasa dodo ne nsem bi okeka no amwa party no at that material moment na ni abre na all fighting off political opponent no majority of the MPP people were happy.
You dum sir.
Yes.
Ba so be se be position dia be somo
no mo sa
atwen no. Okay.
Enti chairman to me ye nua no.
Okay.
Da bia me catch am for na BP 92 a near fruit po bobo na ne ade. I mean we did not know him, but that is not the issue. The issue is that wa be na dwuma wa contribute to, but the energy of the in politics no. Oba to nipa bebre wum. But what I say, na we no ade na ye 15 years minimum. So judge ni ka say o de we politically exposed person.
The amount 10 crowd.
No, what do you mean? Oh, they are all in one. Who will be so for nipa bebre a show money at it. Mama 15. I'm part 15 years as him kuma. 15 years as him kuma.
Na 5 cry as him kuma.
Yes.
Yago. 3 year na first cry na way. 3 year one.
And to me there as him say anad bia ya futu.
Yeah.
Energy edru time bia de ye ne bi no.
Yeah.
Me communication lecturer back or say a good communicator is the one who is immediately prompted to understand the implication of his actions.
Okay.
No be never prompt you. O start to say we bibia or say why you need to be prompt us ade am me also.
Okay.
So within seconds no someone is supposed to restrain you or redirect your energy.
Okay.
Could be patriotic say. But your brand energy or their politics near there no. I mean it's unfortunate, but I say the way I didn't generate controversy no. I can see nya about kind chiri one.
Yeah.
And you may be a era chama to me na mu koka o court. Judge no since science ya ugina so keka na nyina bom de ye de friend of circumstantial evidence no. Nanka ya ti ase. Lawyer for asema na meka. Sisi an lawyer say na ontimi nskepo ne ba graduation. Ndika judge ni ntwe asem nko. On lawyer for o se ko kopa court ni che o say obetu kwan to offer ruling ni mre ni mu. What prevented him attaching her? Senka Obeka say, my lord, on this date, Wadaruma, me by graduation, in Timpacho, all the by any 2 days, near BT ruling now. After that 2 days, now me come back graduation.
So now, are you aware of the dates?
Maybe I say ruling no.
Okay.
3rd July no.
Very interesting.
You see,
twist.
Judges no, what you na dey wo. Ana se case ni awie obi akroso no case ye ka so obi akroso no case a
oni bibia ka biem defense ne wan na won ka
state prosecutor was my lord I'm done the evidence are on now the documents now we na
defense
and so on so my lord we are okay, we are done any a question date for ruling and I will say one lawyer what change lawyer now there is a new lawyer. For the judge to have set that 3rd July means that at the end no actual. cause na case here you be close to the case and attaching a bem na the court needed to give attaching and the benefit of the doubt and he akoshe 20 years said the work say uye bia no ye why you my judge na akoshe 20 years after the o say
on the day no
call back graduation yes I'm trim there be or say ko patch or say from anymore
okay
so drain the client you know that is how it's supposed to be obi also a political no then it is up to them in their political game ye ba ye bechemo yesu ye ba ye becho bi no ye nche nipa kwa wo because enche bia doctor opuni mu ni se do agongomo obu gina court 8 years
omo yes omo twi ye twi former minister of finance say US for about semnego enra
and I make us say nti ye say oba ya no akwacho
bi na ba da bi
oba ya no so obi su ye bi minti ba bi a mo nipa kro ye no you see we should not be emotional
yeah
and obi ye bi kra itimi citizen arrest nti mo betimi afa mo macho man for no mo betimi afa mo macho man for no matete party bi organizer na party no secretary no makọ yire no citizen arrest I mean we should not be emotional
okay
come be what I say there be citizen arrest where illegal mind to ko chino na ko police station no so what am na to me it mamu me enye emotional
na wo chi obi a fe na processes and na me dey no ye me to e boase
your substantive law and your procedural law
that's right
it is one here processes no se woni case pa kwamna adubu ahindi se ekoba se wona wo si nipa na for mine sika no why tim ya make you case the court will not make your case for you. Don't forget judges no they are members of the society. Judges no so read social media, judges need to hear radio. Judges no so at the political environment I say.
Yeah.
It is say ora aba ye be cheche nkofo obi ai say nya me before judges na sum.
Yeah.
But we do court the judge will not make your case for you, the court will not make your case for you.
Okay.
Kwa du kura also the abo kwa na adubu ahen no.
Chirichirim.
Wo de kwa na kwa na adubu ahen kai say my lord entisa. Entisa. Obi discover ko to ha na nya no na sa utira nya ya 8 years no and at time bi e be di 10 years na unwi.
Aban for ba we tell say me nya interest.
Aban for ba ne doba no atwam.
Okay.
Ti say the now for ata ya kufu na kufu ado doba. Papa itata na udwane ko share Flagstaff house. Good what you say.
Right. Donc,
now 1 minute, right? Education minister saying education minister saying crane be code. Na mo say for ya mu so mo question na.
2 minutes.
Oh say ujina crime finfia na kumasi finfia na so bi be code no. Eda amaba be.
Ensem no do so say 300 million wa na be kan ho asem.
Na bi ankra na ti kra di so de kro mu nya bi so ko code no.
Ye be kan ho asem. Say krata no ase. Omokoje $300 million no. So you ever trust.
So why say be national standard test. Pretty some. Okay, national standard test na do time. You say be set questions for national BP 2 ni so answer.
As a common entrance kind of you know. All right, Tiago. Yeah, that's a very interesting conversation.
Now, mo be book code now you be so. You be code national coding secretariat for enkwada. Ni amo pick up. Yes, you trap for 10 million. You go coding. I'm a KG for nkra.
So medical come. Say $300 million. They must send me.
Now, madam, now can swam Melanie. If headmaster for crowd, one more office crack. Credo kakraka. Did that them. The computer don't be coding. Don't be coding. Sometimes politicians now no omunti efutu.
Tiago, you ever see that's a very interesting conversation.
Apomode mapade eno ane Hepa Plus mixture.
Pavi plus mox. Hepa Plus mixture. Etutu malaria na sekura.
Sweet darling,
my beautiful baby.
Hepa Plus mixture ye busie ya no mama hoden aba. Buso me pini. Menti ase me do.
Tie, Hepa Plus mixture. Enya adwuma ebe ye woni padua no mu no. Afie kra na ebe ye nwanwa mo. Eduro ye ma general well being. Ebusua pomodin hu hia me yie. Esne bibia. Enti me manom pafie ha.
Share, we Hepa Plus husband.
Ye de wa Hepa Plus husband. And ye won so we Hepa Plus wife. Na abwa no. Hepa Plus mixer. Ma je drone di pa. Pavi Plus Mox. And na Hepa Plus nyina. Apem for abato mo manufo. Enu kwada woni mfie du mienu ka ho. Our pharmacist na Hepa shop. Etufo mfre 0542 778 572 and 0549 297-463. Papa Plus Mixer. Mapobudra mapa.
FDRG ejwede nkrato ya. Na nsɛn mi a mede ho adanse pa sɛ made ho na kɔfam. Ade bɛn mi o ɛwɔ akyiro mi wo ne yie papa. Asa de bo asi mani so. Mani ne so yɛ wisi. Ɛso yɛ mi kusu. Mani pronsio ɛfɛnfɛme ɛwɔwɔ me. Ensɛm sɛ na wo ka dia. Ehia pa sɛ Dr. Reni bɛhwɛ. Bra by Grace Eye Clinic. Ma yɛmfa fidie nhwɛ wani no so. Enkosi wani n'akyi. Nyɛhwɛ sɛ de nneɛma sitie. By Grace Hospital esanso obia yehwe asomo ehwinimu ene eminimu mehwe ENT clinic eti mu amota kwan mu minimu ana wasum tai kekau ne sentu de nyoma hudu awrewra wasum setakra yi wasum penti hairpins matches ene nyoma hudu awrewra wasum no Mr. Jai nebra ma ENT for ehwe wasum ne mfama da ben na hunu dentist e mo hwe wanu mu ma wo uka so bi ho no kokɔ nachi bra me nye scaling and polishing wanu mu nye hwam kama wo se na so abua bra me hwe ye de bi besi so ma ye fe anampo etu a yebesi foforo de amawo kaka bi jejo ewo se yetu a yebetu enwema amaka nyina opesi ebefie behwe wo a yebeba by Grace Hospital so okumase breman eben DVL office no bibia ni amienkasa 0244 97 68 05
Chalice my food obi benya wo a na free ade ena apomuden so yensire nkokwan energy protein dietary fiber iron vitamin B12 and C omega 3 folic acid molecule ena selenium ena wasum dia go future life smart food aduane mu me pochinyifo Thomas bi se o magima aduane bi nkosonhwe setimi sanyarwa be se wo hane akire asikyire yade mojabroso kokram ahotutuo o de epua be ma ne hunsu agene no aye mre wo mpam de ne nase atata stroke ena de na pos aye mre future life smart food bebo afei de aye abusuan nkyemfa multabella sogum wom enti regulate sugar level no san ye adwuma kwa nkasa enimu sana diabetic theory no so boa woni a enya asikyire yade sickle cell typhoid asthma brantia ne maba wa ekwa gym mompe high protein no binto oba bia opese ne yefunu ye flat no wonya smart fiber any zero smart food a future life smart food diabane ya Bolivia enterprise na kofa nuani ye ba omayi mu encrin woni Ghana Telecom University no ye opposite Kumase wo ben sofoline alignment ena tema ubenya biato evergreen supermarket fre 0246 010150 0242 878090 future life smart food about that chehuban
me kai pan se me nana so sori anopa na wodi bidie atobodi tiri so na wodi atwitwe ne se de bia na ne se ye fita enke bia ni nanum nyame adubunti ofoso mensa and sons akofa Omen's original lemonade charcoal toothpaste ediaba ye de bidie akakadro eni anka atwade na aka bomu a ye de aye Omen's original lemonade charcoal toothpaste yasa de moringa ahahan no aye original herbal moringa toothpaste aye purely herbal se wodi emu bie twitwe wosia ema wosia fita eye nkaboni bie firi wonum na ema wosinya ahoden we die abusuan kyemfa se wo pe Omen's original lemonade charcoal toothpaste ana original herbal moringa toothpaste dia enkran okanshi fra 024 634 4818 kumasi ye wo solid fm edandadani mu ye ne ade cutlass dan no na ehwe ni mu ehon so fra 024 381 4661 ana 024 471 8672 Omen's original lemonade charcoal toothpaste any original moringa herbal toothpaste dia wo si hia no FDA ajiegede nkratuo yatum
Abusuafie ne Dr. Dapalong Anesha doc yasesia
anya bro
na boko de
nyame na dum na ho bro bia boko
eba malaria dia
yes
na no me say menu obi di nkomo na me say ote advert no na eba malaria pa dia lepekwen ni lepiton no me say ho adanse say body me say book on kra
adanse die ni nyina very simple malaria a infection.
Okay.
Sanye udi aduane num ensuo bi na
salmonella typhi mmoa wɔ mu a ɔmo bɔ atenaseɛ wɔ wɔn nsono mu ma wonya typhoid.
Okay.
Sɛnea H. pylori mmoa bɔ atenaseɛ wɔ yam ma wonya ulcer.
Okay.
Sɛnea sɛbsɛm preduasa onye obi di nhyiamu mogya ho nkwaneaba na esi mmoa kɔ mogya mu wonya HIV no. The same way ɛna malaria nso yɛ infection. Na nkurɔfoɔ nte aseɛ saa.
Okay.
Bibere na adwene sɛ malaria na ne ahohye etie ne ya wode no da bi. Malaria na sɛ entontom bi a yɛfrɛ wɔ female anopheles mosquito. Akawo na wapene ntasuo gu onipadua no mu na ntasuo no contain plasmodium parasites.
Okay.
Yo mo ahodo enan ɛwɔ Ghana and Africa. Plasmodium falciparum, Plasmodium ovale, Plasmodium vivax and a Plasmodium malariae. These 4 parasites is entontom ne kawo na ne ntasuo ne gum na wode gu mu a omo kɔ obrɛ mbo mo kɔdɔre wɔ hɔ no mo firi akɔkɔ infecte onkwammo no kɔkɔ no ade mframa nam no. That is why when you malaria just a few days now you're very weak. If you're pampan crack me before him now person off. Into malaria no a parasite.
Okay.
A moa and tipa keke. Anytime we be around no who be she wanum be no what posso be your mrek. I wanted that you better say malaria no fat two trimuse. A moa a till brebo and red blood cells.
Okay.
Send your cast when you're typhoid ya a moa a tone soon. Your cast when you're also baby the nano a crow, but over na a movie from H. pylori and now batter and stay with your from machine to be about. Your cast when you're gonna a Nigeria gonna a moa into malaria so no a infection. This is a one team malaria no father by not see a treatment in bedding. Into a yet just fever cake. Send upon why I should ya, na posso your weekend, your money painkiller, David.
And if you fever, a symptom
of Yariano.
Okay.
And Tontomonica, one plasmodium, one to bread, woman to red blast house. Woman and nams woman, pediano react, who crumple yesi. One more pipe, red blasters, and then more anemic, Moja from a week.
It is an attack, symptom.
Debbie. It doesn't call hospital and as a parama. That is why your malaria, your herbs are antipyretics.
Okay.
Which your herbal medicine can use? Which you have phytochemistry. Which you have phytochemistry. I bet you the active consequence of medicinal plants more. Tannins, alkaloids, glycoside, and you can't kahuna ni biaye. Into your running hot more. They are antipyretics. You can say antipyretics. I dry working against fever. Until the panel why and when they are. One woman and name 3 a typical example. Na who do you see?
Okay.
Inti atmosphere no na what you go so no no de be proud. Just a few minutes that's what no. Na dwene in malaria na malaria na koye. Once your plasmodium parasite that's what red blast no and koye.
Okay.
Inti malaria no ye attack symptoms. Ye attack the parasite.
Oh, okay.
And no na ye concentrated cryptolipid 0.75% weight per volume. E de lepequin. Inti lepequin no de for the treatment of the plasmodium parasite, no?
Okay.
That is why I am no more check. Malaria draw, I am no more check. Say effective against plasmodium parasite, no? And no nam so ma wayare no. And ya dia wasa wono na wotwe ba akumi enu miensa. Malaria draw cha nansa e wo so hu ne puma sibre. Ebia na malaria na kwakwa severe no watos by 1 week bi. Ti lepequin 2-3 bottles you are done. Inti aye juma na amfo di ho adanse na nche because ye nimu ni ade cry dia so. Plasmodium parasite na tontomonica won nti tontomonica wo ho na keka wo na tontom mosquito bites na awona tiegu so no nyina no ye nipadua no reaction to fever no eba so no but malaria na kasa de moa eto brebuom the merozoites and the sporozoites in your red blood cells. It is one number draw a timmy e wo mo fru nipadua mu a de bia bebre.
Okay.
Into the rough pharmacy shop wa also open lepequin fatu trim se lepequin no. And yet just a drug won't no matter by any way. These are just symptoms. Oh, no more ye plasmodium nephew. Not symptoms and no dear children in Ira. Good. And what lepequin, and who has also got to in lepequin, no quite okay. Lepito, and nam se plasmodium one bar or motana or red blood cells to Montino. Malaria chewa, no I anemic. Into malaria treatment biano, it's a doctor and for multivitamin kanwa or the moja drobe kanwa. Because one of the classical symptoms of malaria is anemia.
Okay.
And mutuo say one ya name kin ponwa ulu swap it because a monitor red blood source into malaria treatment be ano a very very important so the mo jadro be ka ho say ne be ya enkwamo akokọ no edem from anam a eno nam so mani pa na very weak ya we nyina ne say malaria no red blood source ne papai into the oxygen that needs to circulate no into me nyɛ because enkwamo na de be kɔ no na malaria ne timo papai no into nya lepitone ko so mo jadro na de kalepekwin no ho acha 3 days mo ko masibre nti leprechaun lepitone de se wani abre se bia malaria cheme na nya bia enye excuse bi na abesa wo frɛ wo boss de ma na me yare na mpese me da fie na bia wani abre pa se masa ntontoma we malaria chew enne ne kire ya abesa sorry gina wo na so de I'm telling you we catch nyakopon ne manyam and the professors who work on this product say control leprechaun 2 bottles no what lepitone ko so mo jedro no na dia ko enne ye ni mre nsuo na tutoi wo ko bampo ate sen na ba beda fie se me yare store no wan kwa ne otia no no yesi osegu ne botom trot driver wo wan kwa ma wo de kwa koma ye friend say spare no spare no kwa hia no be brew enti enne ye ni adaje se ma sore yare da ho yare de etimi ba yare bi ho a empofiri mo etimi ba but malaria ne sa yare nkiti bi betimi anya do papa nom na within the shortest possible time no ho to won de e ma ne ma won to ho na kai every malaria symptom bia no dan ho de within 10 to 14 days entonto mo ne ka wona opinion test you na e mo na kotena obrebo no mo a o develop into what we call merozoites na merozoites na free brebo no makwa infected red blood cells no mo develop into what we call schizons into schizons no a rupture pipe red blood cells no normally hemoglobin na gomo janum tin the doors no we nyina ye yellow yes when you jaundice symptoms no be dead within 10 to 14 days be na du ekobe na du mienu into se wo sore ne na wonu ma yonyo no na otia wo ya na akoye test ne se malaria enya tontom na ka wan ranu be na wo twi mienu kura kuni na tontom na we wo na afi na sentence na start dead enti ne we wan ranu ne malaria na mkwa so ba enti wo no malaria dro no na wo make sure say at least dan na wo dem no wo make sure say because one every day be na so treat malaria no because the parasites will go to the liver, mature there, move from the liver, infect the red blood cells, develop into schizons, rupture it not infecting more red blood cells. Into malaria, train so. Some malaria, Chanamaco Hospital, we be dear Gradia, Nante, the Messre, Leprechaun on Yamia Dome, pharmacy, hair bars of Ubia, Urem Naso per Leprechaun, Ubenya Viato. Enter a 5 and Yatumka crack. Store do na no kwa 25 cedis leprechaun yan 2 mu 20 cedis almost every shop ebia store bo abekọ no ekonisia bo ho no ye de beka aduro no ho tibia benya no more than 20 Ghana no ba bebre na no leprechaun 20 Ghana cedis eno de yan 2 mu to nya leprechaun to aminu na unya lepitone ko nsusu moja aduro no to abako na de ka ho treatment 3-4-5 days pa you okay entara 5 no amanfo nkai typhoid fever enye uyemu a eya we ya keke yare bia no se one tiasia the treatment ending in medical practice one of the major challenges is a patient that ward now be in a folder na the diagnosis doctor the question mark esi ho na che se wonye so sure but we are treating malaria na ye the question mark esi ho na me we are querying the diagnosis every doctor's dream they say oba or take you history and your examination and your lab in investigations we are we be the property and how
okay
so we go hospital na doctor hu ne yaw na yaw test ni hu ne yaw ya e just say attorney general person obi kwadu na investigations the NCCP won't me cramp for case because no evidence bia in medical practice and it so we yare ne hu ne hawa ya and as you hu ne hawa we are almost halfway done typhoid fever and ye fu yaw keke typhoid fever mo bia ye from salmonella typhi aduane a wodi nsu a wonom wanya hwe yie na mo ne wo mu a na makotana won so nketo no a aduane yam wie wo that is why I mom nya typhoid no from after gina wo yam because even digestion is compromised obo aduane obedi no eno no beja na yagu na ne yam atimo nti krampo nkoti because in on so nketo no a aduane be yam wie mo wa twe free no where digestion ends and absorption of nutrients begin no e ho na mo na kwatana But when you typhoid within 2-3 weeks, and a sort of drink one tears. One here crab of say because Sabia, you are born even when you're typhoid. Because and so on get one, when they are near, where do you know a young wee? Okay. None when in running woman, the pedian watch if you call it the small intestine, and one as salmonella type in one quarter. In the typhoid, no, when you know I were yanni with tin, one of my basabas and who I get war, and yeah, no typhoid, no. Typhoid no salmonella typhi bacteria na ete won suromono. Enti edro na won no it shouldn't just be any medication. Okay. Typhoid ndro de bebe wo but I was say a year drop ya ho animal model clinical efficacy studies. Who say salmonella typhi bacteria no edro ne timi no. And no near entire 5 for the past 10-40 to 12 years. The word just so asante mind Ghana my dear. Who rough pharmacy shop be now so typhoid there. Even medical doctors can prescribe because a very effective against bacteria no and no nam so matter for the buy no. It is a typhoid ya chewa. And ya fina yam koto there be oh nom entire 5 acle salmonella no. Na ma yefunu na ya wo ya utia ya wo ya emra wa ye wonumu atuo aduane a wontimi nie se ne wasi ayi week woda wonna typhoid symptoms ni na no nom entera 5 no we yoma firi ho na nom entera 5 for me recommend na wo de lepito no kwa won so amogya dro no aka ho se wo treat malaria wo be use lepequin na wo de lepito no aka ho se wo treat typhoid no so a wo be use entera 5 na wo de lepito mogya dro no aka ho se wo de bibia grompo nya wo no moto na wontimi ni di na wo hwe a wa ye week a na wo pe lepito no nko a na wanom Bibia chere wadwen a my telephone number no is 0244 827228 wa owo ulcer peptic ulcer enye kura da honamani e kura da woyam no bibia da no enfa once a peptic ulcer acid ye woyam na amana ba say da wo minimum say da woyam say da wo so no it doesn't matter we may use 5 for 6 bottles 14 days. Say a typhoid fever, we use for 14 days, 6 bottles. Say Johnson, now Johnson, I would tell you, equal as staphylococcus and radio to 20 more infection. And on a day, we use for 1 week, making 3 bottles. And no now you sure what the anchor tread at the back of a frabo to be and where you saw. They say also now the entire 5 treatia, men fan cartredian fra. Say typhoid into no 25 for men fan cartredian fra. But say Johnson, I would tell you, Johnson 10 times 1 hour to social media or talk entire 5 for before I know tobacco piano, which man cartredian and sune woman at the back of 15 meals. Now they are frabo to in an hour so. I feel no shasiano be out of the biatch wadria 0244 7228. Nana, me da won wait for see.
Dr. Dapalon. I'm the medical terms with them say good trim say you know.
Otec FM 102.9.
Don't touch that dial. KOB, Michelle Nyabeda for no pay me did the man vac in Kasafi Central Market. KOB social media and DSC they see how drink our Ghana memoir party and nothing to do. Amaya manum be a stroke. And after so accident could see since the instant send the panel woman or more preprano new mucha social media so on the bad better social media first on the war accident at woman and they hard papa now face so President Mahama or Bason can say Galam Seni dear obey 2 years they could so buy it will be fair they say you know I want to top they say you shooting in a Daniel Mia ono ni ministers for ni bi oba be sia ono abi na so on de waka ni pense wo tubi ono no krofo na wo tu no ono aso ka se ni krofo ni tubi no e de na wo ye wo mo
Kwaku mano abeja fachi o ma techwe ni stadium so gola kwa mo no ndomira se social media and so ndie e de bia medical kasa abrofo no mano se wo mo brankwala na Ghana ye titi won mo hwa ebeji nsemu ti yesre Communication Minister Sam George on fani nensi from no yin kwala ni mfiri so nyesa ebebu nkan fa yeso na yesre o mampanyin ma amanzo se garam se adwuma no ma wontu nani nsi MPP fo no so nko saa so na won hwehwe mu na ba mu so mpanyimfo ni yebi o mu so mu yebi no so achi wo ma wonjeri woni ehu se eni abre pa so beso otu so sa. No, good morning. Insenya me adom. Oni ukid me hoye. Ebacha entinten fidie ya be ya ye meyo ye phone so ye ye nkrai dikita wo me no krese sa brofo kra hu se ɛde wɔn kɔ haw mu a ɛna na sɛ Ghanafoɔ de aboro so ama yɛn because phones no ekita nkora no nneɛma nkora no de yɛ no ano ɔden ɛne sɛ aborɔfo no gyaa deɛ ɛne na yɛn nso Ghanafoɔ nso yɛnhwɛ ɛkwan a yɛbɛfa so a saa nkora no nso ɔmo nkita because phones no adeɛ nkora no de yɛ no yɛn mpanyinfoɔ no yɛntumi nye mu kɔta mekasa firi Kenya ase gidi nation ho.
Obi, good morning. I'm a perfect because I'm from Pamela. You're a Mahama, Onimpa. ANDC need the lead them. Walk over beer. Circle man video noa. Why ain't I day? It's a video, Miss Antina day. I want in the corner, Miss Ram, social media, so cry. Since you're a Mahama, winning the real Galani see cost one. NDC phobia yabubo mudina bi okra etumi de camera call nya omu videos e social media yisu bebre ye mu bebre enti wo call wo hini fie kura wo hini kroma no ema wo hini invite ni bad ho a wo mu pamu ni fie hini pamu ni fie nyina yera mahama wo so wo muni.
Good morning for Kwaku no anapana yiro kokoto excellence mu se senesi konde and before na last 2 years banyan to MBP no because se ko de ne se ba to na boom ma MBP na ko to ofa kwaje o so no ya bin sa o yeze yan to ba ama MBP o yo ese ne e bu se ne ani sifo bi ma bo se e sa se se dia e se ko so ba na mbom na se be so tia ama o ma san fam ndi yo u kan de unu fo ka no nya adwen ani aba no sira ani sifo se wi ni bo yo se o ma bi ma bo a chi ni bagum dia and then same before ba omuye gahan na omoko omu chiskandi santie na bye bye.
Good morning. When you crew nyamisam omu church pada bia modemai unu aba badwa am kase frikuno galam se hun se mi de focus o kan de be chichire se ena ya chiwe ya jeliwe the mu foreigners ni nyina amfa sesai bia ama galam se ne kwara na ekoso so ekwan be na efa so magalam se na timi efiri o mama nsu ayi esai nsase esai enuane esai na de o mampani mahama nso be gina bedroom kan se NDC fo na so tubi no so wachibi ejele o mama obi ehu se saint galam se ni ejaye asema ehia pa ntumi de odema ne ewaye ehu ne de natum ti saa na efa foforo nso ehu de omo ye mfantum adum so nso kuye unema she fridge man na say o KOB mun nya menya adwuma
KOB good morning good job and me say KOB yes your mama se wasi wa hu your apprentice ne o ma people e tu gara finish hu se saban finish before ban say de o mo badia o ma hu ye ncho ipse hu ma o mu tu gara say woni o ba pe na ja ade a o gina so ba so ba e se kura na o chi si be say mo se ni tu gara say wa ko fa ka be ko ya hu ni tu bi first kwa na no so sa first kwa na o kan se na no so hu mo apprentice na o ye di mo ye fa de dia o ma hu pe pa chop o mo me hu mo me fa de
say window design, fence wall design, pillar design, door design, corner design there. And one Mr. Sarah Construction, you agree ke burra so yan 22 so any fitan so dachi. To you to know my fire and send Jumadin KOB France and penning for the omodia to social media say wunni 18 and 16 years and no can so social media no and kebe boa pa bi bagana and kebe boa and krana hwe no too much. No one krana show mo phone so no. KOB nye izu krana be dimeti sa o bring na the phone phone boy ding or the social media normal no dia tem ne ade emwa timpeni form fa no ma papa nwa kwam na ka sa mara na wo France no won fa bi mra Ghana ha ka be boa papa Nyansapo
Otec FM 102.9.
Don't touch that dial.
All right, ebusia for mami makwa baby member Nyansapo. Anope Mesaka Home Economics Students Association of Ghana, mostly college education. Mesaka mo fidia mo say. Na wono jumedia wobe launchi. Official launching of Home Economics Students. The role of 21st century home economics teacher in empowering lives through food, clothing, and family. Na me share flyer na home economics. Ma adwena banema bebre so. Ye be di ho komo. Mami ma Mrs. Dinah Abebrese Asian, a lecturer Wesco Food and Nutrition Home Economics Department. Pacho kwaba. Good. Now, my Dr. Mrs. Stella Da Sion, on also a lecturer at West School Clothing and Textiles, Home Economic Department. Doc, Akwaba.
Yeah.
And I've Anoche Deborah Chumwa. Okay, I want to say home economics student, my association president, right? Okay, Tokwaba.
Yeah,
good. I mean, sharing free. Dr. Mrs. Stella Dow. Go back home for you know flare and so. Mommy, found chassis. Okay, home economics. Senior high school. Yeah, or not a man. I home economics. Now said Bianem Kwa. Yenyabuchena Yamungrem home economics because economics they be our mind major issue. Terms you could fuse if you see 7 to 2 years major issue, right? Okay. Home economics in Komona Yambura official launch in Munafi Timono, the Mopesa Machibene, a choir program no Mobisi Akono. Yen home economics because me sure say and could I be crap as a courses, courses now no. Will be your mammy be better the okay I say. Maybe Krana or any bano, any near maybe a wait me choose our program. Namano. We shall say home economics. Tell us about that program.
Okay, me that's it.
Yes, that's it.
They can't home economics. I said they work on profile. Baby, you almost say it's all about cooking. But to for home economics, I have 3 different subjects under home economics.
Okay.
You have food and nutrition, you have clothing and textiles, and you have management in living. It's a subjects 3 way, and I make it home economics. At the SHS level, you either say we be food and nutrition, any management in living.
Okay.
And now to say we be clothing and textiles, any management in living.
Okay.
And more or less, a camia is a management in living, I be home economics core.
Okay.
Then near borrow other subjects from other departments.
Okay.
Oko secondary schools na soon. School be an combination.
Okay.
If you are honor so we are food and nutrition and we say we are biology as we elective.
Okay.
If you are no French, any GK alternate.
Okay.
Into either say obey French and answer obey GK because it's believed say some of the foods a dinner is pronounced in French. It is Ukrainian French now pronouncing those names and obey easier.
Okay.
Ede ama akwarano. Ebimo so ye GK ne economics.
Okay.
And also some of the schools alternate.
General knowledge in that.
Yes, general knowledge in that. And for clothing, they mostly a GK, because of the art aspect. No any clothing and textiles, so any art aspect in
okay.
it. Yeah, now most of the students need opt for GK no mum.
Okay.
Instead, say be on French, and I say it be a chemistry no so yeah chemistry ne ye elective science.
It's more than nobody never be a can.
Yeah, say
because first direct that's why be food and nutrition GK na economics na abeka yeah time no.
Okay.
Na textiles. And core na abeka core.
I think say it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but the young one say offer clothing na relate more to chemistry. Because once a clothing and textiles, textiles yeah the chemicals na it is a war. Sa chemistry background na understanding sa textiles so when your mind will be very easier.
God dice no net and every amount for dice no your time no textiles now for Philippa because of chemicals and this animal.
Okay. Mostly clothing co with chemistry.
Okay.
But still some of the schools allow almost students clothing students here biology.
Okay.
But a bit more honor almost my food for so yeah chemistry.
Okay.
And also biology and combination need differ from school to school.
Okay. Maminko Mrs. Asian ho. Now on me DNT also be for food and nutrition as a program quickly. Now must about how DNT also share clothing and textiles. Now if I'm about students or don't know any from then near your share program no. Okay.
Okay. See. Yeah, better say food and nutrition. You know, we are see the didi. Our health is something that obia pesa or sheni.
Okay.
The food and nutrition is not only about aduane noa. Yet the chemistry of food.
Okay.
Aduane na woodi no, ebia me di carrots, me di we ya de na yama me body no. Enti no food and nutrition no yet nkwala all those things. You say see ade obi ahwe se ne obetena ase pa. Aduane ye bedi ni ade enti ye kire omo ade a woodi ekọ omu no what ne nso anso ete nti ye kire omo a na omo so ehu then they apply it in their lives and who me cons no so we food and nutrition aspect na ye wo enwoma bebre a obetumi aye enye about cooking nti ye fa who me cons no kwa ye ndie a little different from catering. The catering centers on the cooking aspect as in cooking but ye is more of science. More of science, the science into the food that you are eating. And sawaba noa.
No, first of all, we are born a home economist.
And then we have professors, Dr. Wahaya, professors and other things, other people, personality, and home economists. One nimadia won't to me home econs.
Okay.
My example is how UCC the food and nutrition that the students are doing. Aspect kids we be now be practical so be send ye bachelor say ye no aduane say it's all about the chemistry of the food ye fa way anyway e dey food aduane bi o kwa blend it o say fie bi o ha ye ka say ye juice ye smoothies ni ade wo fa fruit bia ha wo pe na wa kan bom na wa blend it there bi entisa nti ye cho say fruits we anyway compare we anyway into me ye we and so when duane so everything and na emma ya akwanya so bebre ma students no ye say anya say we ye home econsa e say wo koton aduane ana say dey bi obi to me ye nurse e be food technologies ye bebre aspect ni ye bebre
tene yeah dietitian and deputy chief dietitian for no chino no pebi any twitwim komo or that means or that background. Okay, dietitian the fua who so answer ya chia one akasa on the consult enjoy your life consult and a Melgushen food, so she's doing very well on your show no so doc textiles including quick one.
Okay, say about clothing and textiles Oshe enipa na ye basic needs food, clothing and then shelter.
Okay.
Yes, we are them what to see air conditions so to say ye naked. Any etesa we ma.
Okay.
Can we survive it? So ye pie na mabontin na we nipa bebrebe ye nami with different complexion any shape na ye kon naked. How are we going to look at some of these things even say you want to be pokra dress in your modesta. How do we look at the person? Now how much more say you could naked? And also atadia e sewon and nowadays make sure say no figure type echo.
Okay.
Ni nyina kan onya sa atade fashion na baso. Obi e pambi obi akotobi ntimi wosikenti mesuma akotobi no hwe wo figure type na hwe se atade na ehyewo no ana atade a wo choose no ene wo figure type ko ene atade ne color so ne wo complexion eko it's believed say your complexion your background to atade color bi a yese because atade, let's take it for instance, obi o ye very dark in a dark clothing. Mostly the American says any pan and yesterday no bestre and now be when it's whiter. Who's a nipa and a eba. And see ye factor san your money and ye choosing this why I share even the motives and our design say war and tidying. It's assumed say nipa ne son any motives ne so Emma nipa ne ye kese but say nipa ne ye slim and an motive no eye kesia and also ma nipa no eye kesimum. See normally we advise that the no ye kesia no choose motives are eye enketwa and ye wo fabric types subebri ye wo cotton ye wo silk ye wo nylon and all those things. normally the can say cotton ne year for the tropical regions like Africa because you have heat waha. See most of the times we are obi say silk ni we mu na unse no heat wom.
You know, doc, basically no clothing and textiles no so would do akora bi tie me maami bi tie bi na say okase ne banku sua prospect no sane enemo bitimi aye ne doso
enemo bitimi aye doso
obetin tade ase
at least ubetumi so up amade at the end of the day and once at the palm for they are making it big time but I don't think I saw the pins ibubom na wahye what the cost are the obe charge on we say wuchia into a hustle prospects na be say ya currently abeye big time
nkuti so obewu no be start ade sa
ube se won to me nkasa wu ko
wu krampo no kra
ya da san
Thomas abe kan so
fa na obekwa awako enti ne prospects no ebi mo minim me past student before me SHS ebi mo call nursing ebi mo call teacher training ebi mo so nya chance call university and different places. Ninyina is about determination. It's about seriousness. Your problem ba ko with home economics ne say obi adwene ya ne sen kware nya de ne edom koye home economics.
Yeah, nyina nya bi sa.
Ente kra na me ne obi di nkomo. Ena me kan home economics electives ne kire ni pakro. Ti me bobo ya me kan so omo ye biology ne chemistry o say na home econs for so ye science.
Yeah.
Ti say science no ye wo bia hu ne say science na edin. Enti say wo be ye home econs wo elective science so e we say wo ye kan ho.
Yeah.
Enti say akra no sabi or ye very damper. That so no obeba na ye practical area ne pe. On to me nye theory aspect and only the area on to me fan konanim ewo be I just be a sewing side and our practicals and those things, but in terms of academics say akra na $2 I don't think say home econs kra be ye best ama sa akra because say enye school and come to me and rise it to this height. Because we even have professors in clothing and all those things. See, I beg, yen say, yen looking down upon home economics and crime. They have good things in them, which they can bring out.
For now, my GSS home economics, no, home economics, one of the key areas, and we hear Juma Hwaya Din Ghana is one of the key areas. You be encouraged, so no bani din komo now express interest. Manning Enko. All right. Home Economics Students Association there. Now official launch, you know, it's about day. I don't know if on there the right person maybe saying there. Okay. Anoche Deborah.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The official launch is
I did you. Hey Bruni, Mambruni. I want Mambruni. Okay. So more launching, no. It's about day, day.
Official launch na it's about say bringing home economics to come and stay with us because see your daily living home economics it play vital role of your daily living so bring us about stay number students need na so nya openo number obia indulge ne home no metimi aba kan ho especially fellow students no graduated from SHS no you want to encourage them say and yes our home economics now we are is only about nursing training we bet apply for the College of Education, especially Wesley College of Education oban so you hear so be offer for home economics because me in person me started home economics or SHS may specialize in food and nutrition and I know how best that home economics are shaping my life up to this time a bit boa ma obey near my crabbenes na wintimi you bet my boa ma near me womb well you say be a made mini in sound maybe I mean to me now your food maybe I am say clothing everything by recently my practicals will be a try so baby me must met my baby auntie me person me encourage you almost say oba you bet my boa ma de a woman is what me year and we also have a lot of job opportunities in home economics which might never be brave being its management in living food and nutrition and clothing and textiles. You can do a lot of things from it. Okay,
uchiri ma we no mo launch na mama chichu SS for no more home economics no. And who say and also another career pathway yes chinchina we no obetimi atwa so aba. Okay. Team near the role of the 21st century home economics teacher in empowering lives through food, clothing and family. Okay. My name say one abeka obi kakra na switching ko Mrs. Asian and I should go to the Lisbeth or Lizzie. Okay. Why this team? I didn't know team way.
The entire far team to be the role of home economics in the 21st century teachers is that we want to encourage Ubia all free SHS ABBA in the tertiary form to be in teacher training, because home economics is not just about nursing training.
Okay.
Home economics and yes nursing and yes home economics a nutrition. You can be a home economics student by teaching others to know how important home economics is. Home economics buama Nyansa ni juma pi abra yen fa yen honto aban so.
Okay.
And I am pe aban.
Okay.
Into home economics there, ye pese ye de batter share remuma microphone mfaso dia e wo home economics so e wo ya bra boom abra yen depending on the government. So this will help us know the importance of home economics.
Okay. Program no say na musi ashisha no remember Mrs. Dinah Adebisa, right? Program no run us through the program no. Say the musi ashisha no because say date no and then who nema.
But your date in the year 24th of this month, that is Friday.
If you're every year. Okay.
Na ye bedi kan launch program no. Ti ya invite Kukudam for bebre. Ti ya share Ghana Home Economics Association.
Okay.
The whole Ghana, our president is coming.
Okay.
She's a senior lecturer at University of Education, Winneba.
Okay.
And other Mami Fua St. Louis.
Okay.
Omo HOD Home Economics, they are all coming.
Okay.
Na other key Home Economics they are all coming for the launching of the program. It's a no yebema penifoni be share the history of the association, how if enya Ghana crampon start you from America. See home economics, other countries be bring home economics. It's not only in Ghana.
Okay.
And see best started history from where ya chire and call for no how association it's if you are. Then ye be fashion show as part of the program.
Okay.
And then no program ba level 100 with our students under clothing and textiles a product development.
Okay.
Level 400 is product development. So no be fashion show. Fashion show no so entire o mo be she no mo ano mo pameye.
Okay.
Nti yes re obia ekwan wa no hombra. No be she entire a wo ba woni na akọ Wesley College of Education etumi apama all she. Ena biom so ye fi ho a ye beba be ye food bazaar. Eno no ye meme side food and nutrition eno no ye show mo product development.
Okay.
Ye hwe se ade bia wo fie around you. Eduane bia say yato atwena na yentumi fa ye pese wo de ye bibi.
Okay.
Wo betumi de aye adwuma. And I say product dada you modify it.
Okay.
Would bibi be kan ho aye product into onkwala na ye through our coaching no mo ye product bebre obi de taro brobe e de aye powder or de be ye nuoma bebre obi so de wache leaves iron into powder ye with the aim of cutting down the cooking period.
Okay.
Ti ya ye nuoma bebre product an onkwala na be exhibit e wo ho. Aside that, under the management aspect and also ye more product project work into omu to me the omonsa ye nneoma ye betumi use wo fie ti say doormat ye nkoto store de den na akwala no betumi agada from the house ti say bia towel bia atete atare dada bi you put them together now they are here article na bibi watch ni ade nyina omo ye ni nyina.
Okay.
Through the antenna bebre na ye be exhibit saada no.
Okay. Okay. Into no venue near Wesley College Education.
Yes, ye be ye wo A hall.
Okay. Okay, now we know, is it open to the general public? Obi to me, baby. And now says,
Obi to me, baby. Okay. Well, your department, personally, said you can say you're practical oriented. You need machines, you need burners, cooking utensils, fridge, money a day, irons, near the anchor, boy, yama, yet to me, I practical, in fact, a biniho, into a more day, my during program, you be raise funds. Okay. In fact, he have one thing so for, and I saw the nipa no macra, and I say, or bebe school muhonum na the opeso or bed donated to the home economics unit, we will really appreciate it. Okay. So you invite you will be at least or measure home economics and what goes into it. Okay. Say beya will be na mabontia no what home economics are. On can home economics no one same trasa. But to be knowledge about the program and sana or back on the negative in Sambia waka about the program.
Okay, Lizzie, finally, what are we expecting on Friday?
The on Friday, they say we are making a great program out of this. With this program, you be encouraging other colleges, they say, or support here. After here, they should also create this HESA association to help empower livelihood and home economics. Thank you.
In the HESA, and we West Coast, and I say West Coast chapter, West Coast, yeah. Now, ebini other.
I know, say, we will commander. I almost was said that launching officially.
But Ashanti region, they
Ashanti region,
and the West Coast, more the pioneers, maybe decide.
Okay. So, you per se, you invite small scale companies to come around.
Okay.
Students are not coming out with nice products. Anka no commercial we anka beboa. Okay. At least on mobile around that. No
business ideas.
Yeah, very good business ideas to help us now yet to make the sad new money in number.
Okay. The program not nyame aduma 9 a.m. manopa.
9
a.m. bedtime be.
Yeah, hope by 12 a day. Nanya me boy we. See after lunch na near the fashion show ne beto aso.
Okay.
And no there ye be no hall na.
Okay.
Reverend Riverson Hall. But exhibition no there any food bazaar ne be ye department.
All right. Very interesting program. I mean, as a visual student, me na me go for be home economy, me picture making, textiles, GK, and the aka. But a very, very, very interesting program. 9 o'clock no day. Tata na me da suit here. Jam to me. Normally we pon be 11:30.
Okay.
11:30. All right. And you know, and it was for home economics. And your programmer sebi wona wantwa enekoye said e motino enunti ne twitwu awofo a mofidie no da ha nkoda na omo resource aba no muno mo ntena se mo engage wo mo bia na ebi mo interest in home economics said e motino enye sebi wo ma o mantwa nekoye. It's a very good program, prospect no a doso enunti launch no because for Wesco, so when you had idea about modern Saboko na Wakoshi when you are now we're making informed decision on Obano so cry express interest ka Friday we 9 a.m. Wesco modern Saboko na ka odi akwana kwhwe ne me koso na informal decision. So the doctors okay no corporate bodies, there are a lot of ideas on the display. Maybe it will be another field say or wait me catch up any business idea for further investment. All right, and Mrs. Dinah Adebisa Asian, a lecturer, food and nutrition, home economic department, West School. Dr. Mrs. Stella Dacian, lecturer, West School, clothing and textiles. Anoche Deborah, on a HESA president, and Afi, Japan, Elizabeth Dakonwa, was a HESA general secretary. Yeah, that's it. Son of a when you change Kumo. All right. For me, home economics is a very good program. To Ubano and in Nkomo, and home economics.
Obi a me job enu ma chira me na for say be me wedding papa bi. Ring basa bi a wakoto. I don't sweet and mama bas sometimes so I would dear but we jam. Who can be a mammy and answer be can be a mouth. The wife you can the crew. Ring so de papo. Monko a jabba jewelry. And what would it pure gold? A good year be a jabba jewelry. A what the me pay. All right, Yabako a jabba jewelry. A jabba jewelry. A what now will pay pure gold. Yeah, wedding, any engagement rings, bracelets, anklets, waist chains. Asuma dear, kuma dear papa. The border for more ubenya. Well, ye be our Ghana, no, I been swam on it. Any train away. Well, a jabba house. A Doom Kumasi, Pemper 2nd Street, Monfre 0277 10 44 88. And Menshia, well, a jabba family house. Menshia traffic lights. Monfre 0277 40 44 88. Website www.ejabajewelry.com and an email info@ejabajewelry.com. Ejabba Jewelry. A good dear papa fee, no.
I was very fasted at you. Perfect series, and Oma GS, Tanana Kaja to me. Koswaka was open Oma GS, Nina Kaja to me, Buam of Fradisium, a French Suku copying JHS, and one perfect series, and Omano. Open English language, every basic one copying JHS 3, History of Ghana, basic one copying basis 6, Army, basic one copying JHS 3, Computing, every basic one copying KG1 copying basis 6, Creative Arts, basic one copying basis 6, Science and a Maths, Nina no perfect series in Omano, and I can for them ope and shall see suku ngomani bia free nurse one copying KG2 or numeracy, language and literacy, creative art, fairness, computing and coloring and writing. JHS if it be 6-7 copying basic 9 or English language, social studies, science, RME, computing and a career technology. When you're not done or mock exams, terminal exams, and midterm exams, and no, why you know said the so any city a pair, boache for an addition for a momusi, Mohudi can so mahonife, and son and so no edu, so do also what me actually 20 which are quite Kumasi will put your job station and crying that someone first up at 1 or Udu bookshop be your memoir, because of perfect series Gomana, Unsa Ebekabi. Ona bookshop, Nesuku for so will pay me more addition for friend 0243299938 0243 299 938 and 0540 755 465 0540 755 465. The Palon Medicinals say Yankoswanka house, oh, yeah, Bema, Omema Sem Kofo. Uni Obeshema, Sisia, no Jimmy, premature ejaculation, why I'm rare, sexual weakness, and I'm Kwamwano, I am mere. One obeshema eba intimate filmuma bomodin so nsabeka happy man vs system yensu nunumbi na beboa na mema semagina brand watu ni I for men enter 5 mixture and also ebi daso dwaso ene etu typhoid fever salmonella typhi to ase sanso na yefunu how bia say ye yefunu kro different peptic ulcer no obo anu eta hihye from etagina woyam afi wudunso twa no wotinka say emu ye woya Bomodin sounds like a 5 mixture. If you do near to one anum a dear dance here, say, eh, Bomodin sounds like can be pharmacy, herbal, and a chemical shops are unsa beka Dr. Dapalon, in Upani Abbey. Be Beatrice so na upemuntre mo afre. Dr. Dapalon, it was 0244 827228 0244 827228. Abroa de akano eba besoso editi yen shanon so abroa na
yes sir we dey me bien sembi na oko be dis no so Heba plus pavi ena plus smokes na anyway Anticipating chairman.
Antikoko.
One to your crew. Yanto your crew.
Antikoko, I'm in chow. Antikoko,
I'm in chairman. Let me catch us and to be a good company. You Auntie your chairman no pay Antikoko.
Send a mini producer for yeah, no, me this kind of cramano. Debitino, I won't tell him.
Yeah, Adoya and say chum, you kunam and ewu. Auntie, you watching Edawa CP, any asset trapper when it. Auntie Coco, Sabri, one moody cake, come and Nina, the day, Nina, Yamamukute move. The monk on going was a monk on. No refresh, no said it was Yashin or you
cassava fishing.
Come up.
I went to us with
Auntie, you go, are you cool? Right. 80 the fearsome 3 Hepa plus Pavi plus Mox. Ye can form out say unum bia na we di kokko keke ne de ye keka nyina bi guso abi say eye aduane na wa ho den no SCP na esita. The fearsome 3 Hepa plus Pavi plus Mox. Say unum bia eboa opa wasitinem ubi anya stroke ana ubi anya diabetes ubi wo akomaya de malaria how wonum ayo nyonyo onte hwe wonam ya Dr. Cash mu nyina obi anu no bi echecha obi a adwaifo nyina obi anu bi obi a Michael no na muntwi fa ho mra ni bibia so kama enya sa ka edi ayeye ohun o hwe se de ya na ebowa etimi wan che se nka wenum no nka ho bia ka yitiate enti ebusanfo ye kanfo Hepa plus ye kanfo Pavi ye kanfo Plasmox edi ama ye nyina ye ho na ya nonum bi ho na mo ye nyina watenka te ko infection bi eto so se sia na watiesi ona wo kono the fearsome 3 ebuso baby ayeton wedru ko mama ho Ashtown mama ben Ashtown ni crew from ni African Banglo honum ni nyina mrum munsane mra Baptist for ni junction ho Ashtown downtown ho mo to mama mo menunum bi na mo honto mo fra no num na mpani num obia so person Dr. Dean command number is 0542778572 and 0542807907 afi 0591367898 Hepa plus Pavi and a Plasmox afi yepedan o ebusuafo yepedan yestremwa momwae na monhwehwe dan ibi maye yepe 2 bedrooms apartment yesrew anteku a mo ho na bi ni wa na stadium ye kan so kwa the base kire ho no mu no nyina dan ni ho yepe dan amekom ahojo maxima ne di chem so gawo fato ho so na bisabisa o mo ba bisabisa bi maye yepe dan wa so kwa 2 bedrooms flat ni bi amekom ahojo na maxima na fe di chem so baby my munya bia number we 0247-995-160 0247-995-160 sister kuya oso fie obi da ho afama yesrewa na ya ben the base scrap record here juma bi ewo swami constituency no health facility na also pay midwife na wafa full time intimate midwife will be tiemia mekano2000@gmail.com for CV no application letter no tum and after 0547-211-048 0547-211-048 na midwife yesrew ye hia na ene wo aye adwuma perfect series basic schools assessment contest 2026 CDA afa na yawie northern and southern sectors no levels ni nyina afi na northern and southern ebe kan bu my main contest no enti ye kan fo ama obibia ni schools ni nyina semonhye ho den na monko so a ye wa twene yem 4 square old central university mateko Accra eho ene ye bekọ akoye main contest no ebre no date no so ye de be ma mu nyina afi asembe de be line no eni 0536-222-554 se obi di unya obi ni udi asembi a wonte ase obi pese osisiu hwese ode odi asi ho no wagina so ede penny de bi enya ne sa enti oba krobia na ya asante one na bedwafo obo ade achiame ni ejakwa mi ni jatana kasa ne ba yataba omu nyina amoka omuti boma bibia be fine edi ama je number no bi 0536-222-554 ke
abra
enden kaibo no esi
okay
the akaye birthday
right
yo
setting the trends that others can only follow. Otec 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti. Otec 102.9.
Yeah, Nana Blue, yeah.
It's a wonderful day, and it's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day, a very beautiful day.
Abusua Sabre do my birthday wishes no so na e kan say Digital Herbal Center or the Grow Fine Herbal Tonic and Ointment abejaso oni Shawarma King, Boba King and a Pizza Hub. One other Roma na yede Nyansapo birthday wishes no bro. One more two na 70 minutes di Sanka Grow Fine Herbal Tonic. One I know sir